Hello, everyone, and I'm Elenier Liam.
And I'm Clara K. Lucas.
And today, we shall be doing a commentary stream for the Sudrian Chronicles and others, because today is the 1-year anniversary of where it all began. Mad Eye, yet another Tao episode 1. I kinda already messed it up, Clara. Sorry, do you have anything to say before we begin? And totally not to just give me a chance to just promote it a bit on social media?
I can't say what I want to say because it has the famous Thomas quote from Web of Lies, the "Oh dear word, we're old."
Yep. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining.
Hello, inter-user. I like how you put my name before Liam's. Hello, Tass. Waddling Westerner. You're cool. Hello, Flo. Hello, Toast and Clay. Hello, Pen the Train. 1217. Hello, Ashley Gaming.
Oh, no,
Hello, Box. I like your name, Box.
So, just a rundown of what we shall be going over today. Not only will we be doing commentary, but we will also be making some announcements on everything on my channel and others as a whole. So, without further ado,
subscribe to my YouTube channel.
You should go subscribe to Clara's YouTube channel to begin with. But also, well, I forget the other thing. Let's just hang on. Let me full screen this first. Oh no, I'm having the lag thing. Okay, we're just gonna start it.
Oh.
Today, we shall be starting with what started it all on this day 1 year ago. Mad Eye. Who is messaging me, damn it?
Ashley.
Of course.
He stared into the man's eyes. They almost
Wait. I may have forgot to put the audio thing on. Can people hear that? I actually.
It.
You can hear it?
Chat,
can you hear that?
Well, they can't hear it now because you're not playing it, Liam.
Good point. Chat, can you hear this right now?
You can't make an engine that doesn't have a face.
Can barely hear it. Let me turn this up a bit, man. Thank you, Ashley and Taz, by the way, for promoting the stream right now.
Hooray for being really useful engines.
I'm just gonna rewind. This is like the only one that has like I think this is like the shortest intro, and I think it's one of the few that don't have the thingamajig, the thingamajig, that's the word. The thingamajig of the I'm terrible at this. It's the only one, it's one of the few, except for the next one, that doesn't have the viewer discretion thing.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because it always starts with that's loud. It always starts with the thing, but this one just cuts right to the credits. If you get what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And let's just begin. Again, this is the one with the shortest credits as well. Thankfully, the pilot took off very well.
He stared into the man's
Everything
eyes.
you make takes off very well.
You can't make an engine that doesn't have a face. The man must have been soulless.
Iconic first words.
Seemed to be a faceless engine, except for a single eye. It was seemingly strapped inside of a lamp that was bolted to the smoke box, which hadn't had any sign of life on it other than such. The eye
That's gotta hurt.
Derek. It rolled back.
I think this is a bit common knowledge now, but I had filmed a very good amount of this, preparing it to be an actual, like live production. Yeah, but I don't know. Something about it didn't feel right. That it kind of just got unraveled into like being what it is now, audio series, which I personally I think it's a lot better than it is an audio series.
Especially because, like, I'm not sure if you would have been able to edit Alistair's eye moving.
Exactly. That's the other thing. I probably could, but it probably would either be one low quality, or it would look weird. And
I mean,
wonky,
it's
probably.
supposed to look weird, silly.
Ooh, it's gonna be slow the whole time.
Darted
isn't it?
around,
Okay.
then focused on the fedoraed man. He took a toothpick out of his mouth.
Listen, Derek.
Yeah, I forgot
Take
about
this
that.
engine here for free. There's no
Shout out
strings
to
attached.
Alice for voicing
I don't care about
Boomer.
anything.
She does an
I just
excellent
want
job.
this freak of an engine off my railway.
He looked back at the engine. A bit
Oh my
frightened.
god.
The engine had gained a bit of an eye.
Yeah, I see
and
that. The
grown a bit
mustache.
brown.
Yeah.
Oh, you made
Yeah.
me feel sad. Derek, look at them.
Derek looked away. The fedoraed man noticed.
5 kilometers an hour. 5 tons weight. Best of all of these are German designs.
What?
Yep.
So I do have something to add right here. The kind of entire point Boomer is trying to sell this to Derek, aka the first fat controller, is actually because there's two eyes on different sides. And so like the main selling point is that
It can travel in both directions without needing to turn around. So
Exactly.
essentially a diesel before diesel.
Exactly. But like I kind of never wrote that in, so it's not really explained why Boomer wants to like sell it off, which is like something that's always annoyed me. And like have I think the current version that is on like in the Google Drive does have that written in. Hi Ed.
Hey Ed!
I'm willing to let Ed join. No.
I love how we just completely derail the stream just because Edward's Day Out shows up. My god, Ed's cool. Everyone say hi to Ed. That includes you, Stepney. Yay!
But yeah. It goes over it in a second. He steals the blueprints.
He does a lot of that,
Right
doesn't
under
he?
the noses, the
He
little
does steal
Nazis
them.
knew nothing.
Peter! I can't be in business with you if you keep doing this stuff. Stealing blueprints, torturing.
I have a question. Were the toad break? I mean, I imagine so, but were the toad break fans invented in like the 20s? Is there just one right there? I'm wondering if that ruins anything.
When was
Knowing the fact of like the large fence and
PWR
bench and the hose on the background.
Toad?
Was Butch even alive in the 20s?
Probably not.
They were. Taz says they were, so that must be right.
Oh.
engines.
Starting to build Toad-style brake vans in
What did you
1888.
do with the rest of its face?
Okay.
Shove it inside the cab.
Well,
You did not.
it's illegal to throw them away before killing them beforehand.
So you shoved the rest of it inside the cab.
I mean, I thought I implied that.
What the bloody hell is wrong with you?
Derek stormed away to the engine's cab. He climbed up and flung the door open. There, strapped between the two windows, was a mouth and a nose.
Yeah.
Are
Nice,
you
Joe.
all right?
Gasped Derek, trying not to hurl. Yeah, mate, responded the engine. Derek rubbed his
that's gonna make
stumble
him
as he
sound
climbed
like
back down the
a
cab.
What's its
What's that, Leo?
name?
He asked disappointedly.
Alistair, but I nicknamed it Mad Eye. You know, because of the...
Yes.
Totally not a Harry Potter reference. I don't know what you're talking
Tell you what, I'll loan them to you. Don't like it, I'll take them back. No questions asked, but if you do like it...
Fine.
Good, man. Mad Eye, do your best for him.
The engine gave a harsh and he patted his footplate.
Puffa.
But wait,
Inquired Derek.
Hmm?
it's I.
What about it?
Well, I don't want.
Oh, yes.
Responded Peter, knowing the response. He climbed up onto Alistair's footplate and grabbed for the eyed lamp. He forced the gate shut so the eye couldn't be seen. Suddenly, the engine felt even odder. The presence of an eye,
And hear the
although
cut.
off and creepy, showed
What?
that some
You
light
can hear the cut. It's like it felt, and then there's like some weird cut, and otter doesn't finish. It says like otter, like not otter.
Oh,
Yeah.
life
I
was
never
there.
noticed. I just thought it was a
Now that it was
mispronunciation
gone,
on your part.
it now felt dead and cold. Derek shuddered.
You'll need a crew, but they can still work without seeing. I'll go back and close the back one.
And so Derek was left alone.
Again, this is also just a personal regret. Why would there be a need to shut the lamps unless if one, either Boomer knew about it, or two, like Boomer would know that Topham didn't want the eyes, and then if so, what was the plan in selling it? Because the entire selling point is the 2 eyes, or it was some torture mechanism, which sounds a lot better. Like, but no, better's not a.
Liam,
You get
isn't
what
there
I'm
like
saying.
2 more installments of the Mad Eye thing?
Shh.
Well, I mean,
Shush, shush,
if there
shush,
is, we can
shush,
use
shush,
that
shush,
as
shush,
an
shush,
opportunity
shush,
to fix
shush,
these.
shush, 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 shush. Shh.
I feel like I'm
Now,
spoiling something.
you
I
are.
don't know.
Shut up, damn it,
You can't say that word, Liam.
Clara.
Liam.
Don't
Alone
say that.
with a horrible.
Say what?
Just stop. It's over. Don't want to get copy. Don't get copy on it.
Written and created by Eleni R. Liam, the Reverend W.
And
I
that,
love that the Reverend W. Audrey helped make Mad Eye.
That's the first announcement of the stream. Well, we might as well announce it now than ever. Tomorrow's video, in celebration
There's a
of
video
1 year
tomorrow.
anniversary of what started it all, shall be what happened later that night. What happened
Yay!
after, you may ask? I hope this video answers your questions. Sincerely, the author.
She says that's like she had it written down.
Yeah, I know. That just immediately came to mind. I would imagine
Wait
if-
a minute, Liam.
Clara.
So if Alistair's eye is on his lamp, does that mean his eye can light up?
I imagine like Boomer kind of like shoved the eye into the lamp, like it's not on, it's in it.
Yeah, like Coraline's eyes. So, Clara.ee has failed. Please try again later. Are you eating?
Perhaps.
Okay. So, like, kind of like Caroline's eyes. If you turn on Caroline's headlights, do her eyes glow?
I guess. I don't know. I don't really think into like stuff like.
I mean, that's a pretty important thing, Liam. Headlights are essential.
Good point.
Even Ed agrees.
Okay, if Ed agrees. You know. Okay. Anyways, that's the first announcement of many tonight.
I don't know what half these announcements are.
There is, I believe, 4 collabs. And then several video announcements.
Alistair can eat. I think you just have to put the food in his window.
So technically, okay, so I'm gonna go into a little lore rambling. Technically, engines can eat because right behind their mouth is their smoke box. So whatever just goes through their smoke box, their mouth goes into their smoke box and whatever.
And then Wade has to clean the burger out of Thomas at the end of the day.
Yeah. So Alistair has the rest of their face, so their nose and their mouth inside the cab, kind of just like cut off in a very gruesome way. Taz, stop talking before stop. Can I mute him? I wonder if I can mute him. That'd be awesome if I can mute Taz.
I'm just imagining there's like a giant nose duct taped next to the controls.
Yeah, kinda. So it's kind of like right above, right between the windows on the back of Alistair, and like right in like the slot for like where the coal comes through the bunker. I think it's right above there. And so I'd imagine like if you just put like a piece of food in their mouth, it would just kind of like fall into like the bowl, if that makes sense. So technically, Alistair can eat. Anyways,
nice.
I think the next story we should watch shouldn't be the next Yet Another Tale, and instead, oh wait, I need to stop sharing stream. Should be,
Okay, Ed.
goodbye, Ash. See you later. Edward's Day Out.
Collabs, not
Sudrian
college.
Chronicles to come out.
And this is before I had a big hand in the writing.
That is true. That's why some of it is a bit sucky.
That's why we redid Thomas's book. Is because I started editing during James's book. Because I was like,
does need
okay,
to figure
Liam,
out
this
itself.
is
That's
kind
where
of
we jump
rubbish.
into Tram
Let me
Engine.
fix it. And then my ego just kind of saved the Sudrian Kronks.
Totally. Anyways, Edwards.
Oh my god, it's Ed!
Linear Liam presents, in cooperation with Pride of the Fleet, the Sudrian Chronicles, Book 1, The Railway Engines. Dear friends, Edward is a little old engine. Nice, of course.
Really
keenly
old.
versed stories. Many, many stories. This little book became a franchise. Through its ups and downs, it sprouted a fandom. A rather unlikely fandom. And through that fandom became the series that I've made. My version of what I imagine this franchise to be in another lifetime. These are the stories I've created with help from many of my friends. I hope you enjoy. Sincerely, the author. Once upon a time,
I love
long
this
ago,
illustration. I
there
just
was
have
a
to say
little
it.
engine.
Oh yeah, no, the
named
illustration is
He
phenomenal.
lived in the town of Vigorstown in a shed named after it.
I have to say,
Several
there
other
is
engines lived
the
in
slightest
town.
inaccuracy that I don't think anyone will ever realize.
Is
And that-
Fulcrum not red?
Nope, you can see that his two wheels are blue and not red.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking that. Either the engine in the corner next to Thomas was Fulcrum, or
Oh yeah, I forgot about that engine. I don't know what to do with that engine. Shoot, I guess
I
I'm
thought
gonna
that was a barrel.
no, because Barrel's out.
Oh yeah, you're
doing
right.
Whatever.
Who
Yeah.
is that guy?
So technically, he does exist. I think I'm just gonna move him to the east side of the island. I just don't have a name. I wanted it to be.
Wait a
like,
minute, Liam.
what?
Liam.
Okay.
Thomas's cousin. What's his name?
Thomas's cousin. Oh no,
Yeah.
it's not Luwak. It's not Luwak, because that one. Luwak
Why
takes
can't
place
it be
after
Luwak?
the story and when Edward has already left. So that you see, it's called continuity error.
Oh, it can be a visiting engine. I mean, the Furnace Railway is right next door. Cousin Stewie. Ed, that is crazy.
That's clearly not watched the video. I'm gonna force you, Ed, to watch the video later. Chee. Anyways,
That is a threat.
Few of them are bigger than him, and they enjoy teasing him for such.
You suck,
Director
Edward.
won't choose you again. Boasted one engine, a large
Video
blue one named
lagging.
Gordon. He had recently been purchased after one of the other engines had stopped on a tunnel and
What is
refused
happening?
to come out.
Come on.
Those big, strong
is
engines like us. Finished another. This one looked similar to Gordon, but just a bit smaller. His name was Fulcrum. Edward had not been out in a long time.
You
Origins came to
stinky
the railway.
Fulcrum.
New ones,
Evil Knievel
bigger
over
ones,
there.
stronger ones. Edward thought he would never come out again. The clouds outside the open shed door shook with thunder as footsteps shuffled outside the shed. The director of the railway walked up. He was a stout young man, or at least younger than Edward, which wasn't saying as much. He
I'm
slid
gonna
his
do the
hand
math
into
real
his
quick
back
because I'm
pocket.
just realizing this. So Fact Controller
What?
is born in the 80s. What is he? He's like 30, 40, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
He's like around Edward's age, though, right? I feel like he is around Edward's age, right?
Edward was built in the 1860s, I believe. Wait,
Okay.
no. Edward was built in the 1880s. I don't know. He's not as old as Scarloey, for heaven's sake.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think Scarloey was around during the American Civil War.
Yeah. I don't like this old like story layout because one, it just has me there. It's not Clara. And I don't know. The new ones have like more like stuff on them. I don't know. Yeah.
Ed has saved the day by telling us that Edward was built in the 1890s.
Thank you, Ed.
And pulled out a notepad. He scattered through the pages till he landed on the one he needed. He strode his finger down the page till he landed on the first bullet. Jordan, said the director.
Jordan?
As usual. A broad smile gleamed on his face. You see, little Edward. Just wait for me to come by with the express.
You, my
Won't
early
that be a
Gordon
fine
voice sounds
sight
so
for him? He
weird.
was cut off by the
I
director.
know.
A frown came upon his face.
Yeah, all of it sounds weird.
Has anyone seen Barrel?
Oh, the
Shut
early
up,
Fat
you
Controller
right.
voice is
Yes,
okay.
Barrel
Yeah.
Has
specifically.
everyone seen
Where
Bear?
has that engine got off
Getting
to
the
now?
ick.
Commented the director as he began to flip through his notepad once again. Fulgrim began to laugh. Still not pulling the flying kipple, I presume? He chortled. Such a despicable engine, pulling trucks than coaches. What a poor example. Quite right, came Gordon. A groan from the other engines followed. Can you
Thomas
even
and
let
like
an engine
Fulcrum's
get its
voice is like
rest?
the only
Another voice came. A small little blue
No,
tank
same
engine bounded
voices.
their eyes open.
Hello,
While
Joey the
yawned,
train
they began to
guy.
ramp. Edward, of course, ignored this and turned toward a yellow engine. She was somewhat his size in comparison, but spotted a lovely yellow livery. Good morning, Molly.
Hooray for
How are you?
Molly.
I'm doing, she yawned. Decent.
I remember
but this bickering.
like recording like so many because at this time I couldn't I didn't do like female voices well. So I had to like re-record so many lines from Molly just trying to figure out like what I wanted to sound for her to sound like. It's so
Yeah.
annoying. Oops.
Meanwhile, I'm over here knowing everything perfectly about how all the characters should sound. Which is why you should subscribe to the Pride of the Fleet YouTube channel.
I didn't expect it on such a morning like this.
She sounds so weird though
She
still.
looked up to the sky. Edward followed suit. The clouds had begun to rumble in the far distance. A glimmer of sunlight shone through the countryside far away where the herds of animals grazed. Quite agreed, chuckled Edward. Oh,
Why does
I
it
wish
keep
I could
cutting
get
me
out one
off?
ride before the storm hits us. A sudden laugh bellowed from Gordon. Oh, ho, 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 ho. It's time to hear already, came the cheeky blue engine.
Why does Thomas
Shut
sound
it,
weird?
Thomas, retorted Gordon. Oh, Edward, I hate to break it to you, old friend. We only met a week ago. But your passenger train days are over. Yes, Fulcrum, said Thomas, and he only chooses engines who don't do goods work. Tommy, when is the last time you were able to pull a passenger train? I pull coaches too, unlike little urchins who shunt in station sidings. Well, last time this little urchin had to shunt a passenger train for Your Highness was about October of last year. That's enough, all of you. The director said
They all
popped out of
sound
his
so
note journal
weird.
and resumed focus on the
It's
I
like
know.
shed.
in the beginning of Tyranny, you can tell like I hadn't decided on like
Steven voice.
yeah, same with Brumo and Diesel. Like you can tell like those like voices are like they through episodes I can't find the words. Oh my gosh. They like constantly like vary until like up to episode 10 where like they're all like the same voice throughout the episodes onwards
Yeah.
because I actually found out like what the voice I liked. So interesting.
I
Like
know.
hear like the adaptation of like the voices.
It's the move from his way back from Manchester, presumably. Yeah, I'll need an engine to take his
Like
place.
now it sounds like this. Like it sounds a lot more deeper than Stevens. Like
It
Steven
sounds a
is
lot
the-
more manlier.
Actually, no, they suddenly do sound like Steven sounds like this. I'm Steven Hat, and this is Derek Hat. It's basically Steven is just my more rough voice, while Derek Hat is like what is it the DVD menu guy. I would totally do the DVD quote right now.
We all know what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
I want to memorize the quote. What official voice would Fulcrum? Fulcrum is actually one of the few engines that kind of does. It's just a bit varying in this. But imagine James's voice, but a lot more deeper. Like you can basically pompous sounding, if that makes sense.
If Gordon and James had a baby, that's what it would sound like.
That's a terrible comparison. Oh gosh. Okay. Why does this have to be so easy? Me, sir, Fulcrum called, who obviously wanted to prove something to Thomas. Thomas sprung back. Ooh, please use me, sir. I've been trying my best recently. I promise. But the director didn't go to Fulcrum or Thomas. Instead, he walked toward the lonely Edward. James let Twink Death go so hard. He placed a hand on his footplate. Yeah, I've seen them neglected you. Would you like to pull bows for train? No, sir, cried Fulcrum. I'm better than that old tea kettle. But the director didn't listen. Oh, sir, I bid honor. Pray, sir. That's a good engine. Now if you go. Wait, what? Why did I comment in the chat? Probably swear my parents are listening to my account now. Oh, no, sir. I got to pay myself. I can get them on my own. Are you sure, Edward? I am.
I mean, you
If
didn't
that
say
makes
anything
sense.
wrong.
Well then, guess I can get a few more. Thomas, boom, Gordon, my coaches. Not if a moan and a groan. Thomas set off. Edward entered the station yards. It sat to the left of the massive station and had a section of the station's canopy covering the back of it for the coaches. It wasn't big, but it was well enough for the station. He made his way to the array of coaches.
Withershins should be
Edward,
arriving soon.
cried
I
the first
believe.
coach. Edward's here, cried another. It's been so long. Of course,
He sounds so weird.
The coaches sound so slowly and very gently shunted up to the coaches, and the shunter fastened the coupling. Oh, thank you, Edward. Thank you, inquired the coaches. Edward laughed.
Oh, I
as
don't
he
know what that's
carefully
about.
pulled the coaches out
What
of the
did they
tunnel.
say?
I have no clue.
Oh my god.
Edward had made good time to the station. He waited at Cronk for the passengers and guard to arrive. 10 o'clock hit. The passengers entered the small station platform, scrambled into the coaches, and waited for the guard's whistle. They waited, and waited, and waited, and waited.
No,
But the
wait,
guard's whistle never came, nor
wait.
came.
This is a genuine question that I would love to hear. Chat, answer that question. I would love to hear it. First pick is kind of minutes crazy, Clara.
No, I can ban you right now.
I want to hear the answers. I'm gonna let this play through, and then by the end of it, I want to see everyone's unpopular opinions on the Sudrian Chronicles. Not enough games is honestly true, though.
Roast dust, roast dust, roast dust.
Yes,
roast dust.
roast us,
The
please.
crew examined the brake coach to find he wasn't there. What is our god? Edward asked himself anxiously. Edward's driver, Marshall Davis, went to ask the station master. Have you seen our god? Haven't, he replied. The clock hit 10:05. Edward's fireman, Sidney Heaver, asked the porter. Have you seen the god? Yeah, last night. Yeah, at the pub. Me and him were. That's enough, lad, Cindy said, needing no farther information. Edward began to become cross. The clock hit 10:07.
Weird voice I
What
do.
is that god? Just then, a silent whistle could be heard through the valley. It grew louder and louder. Everyone looked around, trying to figure out where it was coming from. Look, a little boy cried. Up there. And there he was, running far in the distance down the hill, sandwich in one hand, flag in another, and a whistle hanging from his mouth, blowing endlessly, out of breath. He ran down the embankment, onto the platform, and into the brake coach. He popped out the door again, blew his whistle once more, and waved his green flag. Edward set off.
The son had short time to spare.
If
but
it
instead of
wasn't
ever
obvious,
being
guys, we
tired
don't really know
tired,
how to
he
do
had quite a wonderful
commentaries.
time. Children came running to the railway line. He met old
I was
friends and new
eating.
friends at every station he stopped at. He finally came to a stop at Wellsboro.
Let me think of
station
the
was
funny
much
things that
early
came
ahead.
through this video. In the beginning, there was like a
By
lot
now, the
of
sky grew dark
variants.
once
In the
more.
beginning, there was
Fulcrum.
light.
He carefully shunted his horse into a siding and began to shunt
Was
the yards.
meant to
I did like
be.
shunting. It was fun to
Fulcrum's
play
kind of
with
inspired off
Grumpy's
of
ducks. He would come quietly
Reggaby,
from
if it
behind
wasn't
them and give them
obvious
a
that his
push.
name was originally meant to be Reggaby.
They
Of
screamed
course,
as they
that's been
clattered
given
over
to
these
another
soggy
character now.
points. Whatever is happening?
Another
Whatever
very
Whatever is happening?
opposite
He would then
character.
stop as the silly children
Yeah.
went on, bumping into each
It
other.
kinda-
stopping at the
It
correct
did the
second.
Demon of Nowhere
They
thing
heard
though,
horses
switching their
pulling
numbers.
until they
So
all swerved
Barrel
aimlessly
is
into the
87486
siding.
and I mean no.
Presently, a low
Barrel
toned
is
"Boo" entered the
87546
station yard.
and
Ed appeared to the main line to see Gordon coming through.
Fulcrum is
wasn't wearing the
98462 and I kind of
Instead,
regret
he
that
was pulling
honestly
a long line of muddy trucks and
because I
vans.
think it'd be a lot
"Stupid
better.
Fatot," he murmured. "Fat director,
If
indeed. A good straight.
Barrel was
Leo.
98462 and
A
Clara.
good
We never
strain.
really
What?
officially said
The
it.
shame of it.
have
The
we
shame
not?
of it. Oh,
No.
the shame of it.
I feel like
Have we
the
ever
most
written the numbers
After
87546 and
Gordon
98462 in any of the
Gordon
books?
disappeared into a
No.
cloud of smoke and slowly
We always
away
use their
from the
names.
station, carrying over the
And like,
finish line.
we made,
Wait,
like,
wait,
one
can we
piece of
fix
artwork
this?
for
Hold on,
Cultural.
wait,
That's
wait,
when we put the number on it.
Wait, can we fix this?
Yeah.
Wait. I'm gonna pull up Google Docs right now. What? No shot. No. Oh, you're right. It has been said in the Luok story. Who is the least favorite character you created for the Sudrian Chronicles? Honestly, Bart Simmons.
You didn't make Bart Simmons. He's mine. Now,
Oh wait.
now put the one back up from earlier about them roasting us.
Yeah. Roast us. Henry's story is kind of meh. I feel like his explaining his reasoning for wanting to be in the tunnel would make it better. The tunnel, the reasoning wasn't the story.
You should wait till we get to the next story to talk about that
Yeah.
one, or else we're going to exhaust ourselves on Edward's Day Out.
Let's all get up and dance to a song. I agree. That's insane. I'm banning you from the stream. I can see the light. It's over there next to that tree in the field. Maybe you'll just have to wait for the next story. Crowbin Skate Sketchbook Company.
Well, you see, it all started when the Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated. By the spiteful break van, might I add.
What's your... Wait, I'm just re... we did say that barrel was 9462, Clara.
Okay, then go back and fix it.
No, but that was in the Luok story.
Exactly. Just
It's...
go back and fix it.
Wait, one of the greats? No, wait, no, that's a story. I'm solid. Like, wait, what? 87546. That's 87546.
87546 is indeed
87546 is only mentioned in an old Molly and a Fulcrum story that I'm not going to explain on.
Grrr.
When did Dudley stories happen? 1967 or 1968? One of the years. I don't know.
I think it's 67 because I'm pretty sure Steam
It takes place during the year that
early winter, like early in the year winter of 1968. I know Steam is banned in 1968 on British Rail medals, so I'd assume 1967 or 68, one of the two.
Can I call this a retcon, like that one thing in Tyranny that no one's gonna ever realize that's a retcon?
Duck?
Shut up!
The entirety.
Clara, no,
The-
don't even. Shush, 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 shush.
I can't believe his entire character arc is a retcon.
Yeah, Doc does not exist in the Sudrian Chronicle.
Yeah.
So, Doc, never knew. Jeez. Anyways, back to the video.
Put the roast us back on.
Shortly in time, Edward heard the sound of fast-paced footsteps approaching.
You find
He
the-
fluttered his eyes open to see the station master walking to his cab. His driver jumped out and began to talk to the manager. Too hard to overhear the conversation over the sleet of the rain, he waited. Of course, soon enough, the yard manager left them and waved goodbye to Marshall, holding a clipboard over his head. Edward glanced at Marshall, who began to walk toward him. Marshall was laughing, although it was hard to tell it was laughing with tears in his eyes or the rain had to
Why do I
his face.
sound so
Gordon's
like
got stuck on the hill,
monochromatic?
he
I just
said.
realized
I
that.
know!
Us,
You
hell.
sound so
Edward let out a
incredibly
quick,
depressed!
warm spread through his boiler once more as he hurriedly set off.
Like I'm just like some AI
On the
generated
main line
voice
to
of
the
us.
Middle East
Yes,
River,
I know! Thank you!
the hill is steep
Chat,
on
you
one
don't
side,
understand how many times I've had to
and
tell her,
the other.
please, for the love of God, be more
Gordon
enthusiastic.
just so happened to get stuck here, stopping in the middle of the line within the rain. Gordon's driver, Charlie Sand, was arguing with him.
Gordon, what in the name of
Sasha,
Gordon
the
are you
Spiteful
doing?
Breaks fan,
I'm
assassinated the
stuck, it's not
Archduke
obvious,
Ferdinand.
replied Gordon.
Stuck? Stuck? What do you mean stuck?
I'm stuck. These noisy trucks hold an engine back. Now you see if these were sensible coaches. Oh my god, you're Gordon. I don't care. This should be as easy with or without coaches.
I do like this
The
banter here. It
rain,
actually is
Charlie.
lively.
I don't care
Yeah.
about the rain, Gordon. You're finishing this run and that's final. Suddenly, a familiar whistle could be heard. Charlie walked down to the back of the train to find Edward and Marshall. Gordon's refusing to move. You have to help push, advised Charlie.
All right, we'll bring
Oh,
Edward
great, I
along.
love
I
pushing.
want to say I kind of do like
Gordon and Edward were brought
Edwards
down
and
to the
Gordon's
train.
drivers
Edward
kind of
next
swap
shot.
because as you
Gordon was
can
mumbling
tell,
to
it's
himself. Stupid truck.
Charlie that's
Now, if
Gordon's
these were
driver and
coaches,
Marshall
Nice, sensible thing.
kind of.
Come quietly.
By the
Oh,
be
time that
comfortable.
Edward's book
Interrupted
happens,
Charlie.
wouldn't
We're ready
Charlie
when
be
you
like
are.
dead?
Called back to Edward. No, you said all. All right.
Or is this a different Charlie?
The cavalcade set off. Gordon moaned and groaned.
Actually, when
He even
does that
shouted
book
at them
happen?
as
I
large
completely
clouds of
forgot.
steam blew from his piston. He's trying to waste steam, said Charlie as he fiddled with the levers as a loud puff.
William the NWR
Oh,
S3 class is asking
it,
if you
moaned
like
the grand
tanks
Edward,
or
actually
planes,
reasoning,
Liam.
cried out, I can do it.
They're alright. They're alright, I guess.
I can't do it.
Liam really doesn't
I
like
can't
planes
do it.
because she's never watched
Me.
the Fat Controller's Holiday,
Bellowed Edward
so
and
she
felt
knows
the
nothing about
wind
Tiger Moth.
in his ears.
In fact, she despises Tiger Moth with a passion.
Quickly putting down his
When I went to Pennsylvania for our Strasbourg meetup, I found her shrine dedicated to just hating Tiger Moth.
I did it. I
She despises Tiger Moth with her entire heart.
Gordon glide down. Not even a thank you, he murmured breathlessly. Slowly, he made his way to the next station. He took a nice long drink and a much-deserved rest. You did a good job there, boy, said his driver. I'll tell you
Oh
what,
no, she.
tomorrow, I'll get out my
I don't think
pick
she has an
and
opinion
you'll
on Tiger Moth. I'm just
lovely
making it up because it's
blue
funny.
paint and red stripes, and you'll be the smartest engine.
Number one Tiger Moth hater. That's your new name, Liam.
Oh, what the hell? Oh. I don't even know if you guys can hear that. That is our first chronicler book. My brain's kind of blank right now. I have the next video pulled up, but I don't know if I have anything to say right now. Clara, do you have anything to say?
Not really.
I don't want to do an announcement right now because I don't want to do it like after every single one.
Yeah. He only did it after that one because I accidentally revealed stuff, which I didn't realize I was revealing.
How about let's do this one.
Hello, Luke of Sodor. Now, on to story 2, the sad and depressing story of Henna.
Yep, story 2. A boxing
Oh,
encounter.
woe is me! I'm so depressed. I'm Hannah, the blue train. I'm sad.
Give me a second.
One
Because
Mississippi.
it's not loading correctly.
Liam, how is Kipper doing?
Kipper's doing good. Thank you for asking.
The last time I remember knowing anything about Kipper, he had been stuck in a siding in Titmouth Yards.
True. Okay. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, there we go.
Oh. What episode is this? A boxy encounter. I love boxes.
Silence.
Everything
was
was
silent.
silent.
Only the swirling sounds of the nearby
He'll
river and the
he'll
hooting
get out of the siding eventually. It's
Amidst that
been
total
40
random,
years or
sat
so.
still and quiet.
I'm sorry, Chad. I
Alistair
can't read
sat
right now.
quietly at
I'll come
Coke,
look in a
waiting for
second.
the all-clear signal. It gave a great sigh. Gradually, a silent chuffing could be heard from around them. A rattling and a banging soon followed. Alistair was surprised. An engine? Here? This late at night? Well, it's supposed to have to be halted for something. A connection,
Kipper
maybe?
got stuck in the
He sped their eye
siding
around, looking
during
up
the
and down
80s, so it's
line,
been about 40
then into
years.
where its smoke box would be, only to see directly through onto the other side of them. Nothing. Not on the main line or the branch line. Of course, the mist didn't help any more than it did to see quite clearly. However, the chuffing was still present. Till it stopped. Immediately, almost like it had fallen into another layer of mist that was separated from where they were. What was that? They asked themselves. Just me, came a sudden voice. Alistair.
Oh no, it's the
There,
Scottish!
the other platform, through the mist, was the little, boxy engine. It was painted in dark green, with bold letters reading
Oh god,
M
it's the
on the side
Scottish!
with the number 3.
Well, no,
under
that's
them.
me. Maybe
He
no.
brought nothing with him, just himself. Alistair stared for some time.
I'm joking,
not
I
knowing
love
what
the
to say.
Scottish.
The
Scotland
engine
is one of my
halted
favorite
by Lilo's station,
nationalities.
though.
She had to say
I'm
that
not
so
so
she
normal
couldn't be
like you,
canceled.
am I? Sorry, stuttered
Well-
Alistair. No worries. The engine stared back for a short amount of time. I must
You're bound
say,
for the wee way, are you?
where is your face? Alistair remembered that engines weren't accustomed to seeing what seemed
Not
to be
an
a
all
dead
eyes
mist
on
rolling
Dennis
around.
reference,
Oh,
it's more of a
I'm in the
original
cab,
take.
but my eyes are on my lamps. In your cab? Lamps, repeated
Did
the
we
engine.
have the idea for
What
the
kind of
eye
sick
and the
person would
lamp
do that to an engine?
before All Eyes on Dennis?
My
Didn't we?
owner, I suppose.
No, I don't think so.
Not. No, Peter Boomer. Oh, Mr. Boomer. I know him, said the engine.
Don't say it.
You do? Oh, yes. He helped build my railway. Lovely
Shoot!
from what I
What?
remember.
He's not.
Or
No!
he
No!
was.
No!
What?
Hmm?
What?
Alistair? Well,
He didn't. What? Why
something
did I
like
say
it.
that?
He did some
Say what?
He's not that old. He wasn't alive in the
interesting
'60s.
Oh,
Yeah, I actually think I know how to fix that.
responded
Never mind. I'm
Alistair.
gonna shut up.
The two fell
Time
silent.
traveling.
What's your name, sorry?
Not now. We're not gonna bring that up now.
Aww.
Have you ever been on this railway?
And yeah,
Asked
William,
the
we
cab.
know
"I've
Alistair
been
looks
on it,"
weird.
replied Alistair.
That's
"Not
the entire
very
point of
good."
Their
that.
entire face is an eye.
Jared is
That's
playing
not Neil.
Fortnite right now
That's
instead of
replied
number
watching
Alistair.
3.
this.
Lovely little line it is. Me.
Can I say what
brother,
happens
and
to
sister
number
workers.
3?
Well, there's a rude single axle,
Sure.
but we don't talk about
They
her.
get turned into a
Oh,
toaster.
responded Alistair. Yes, lovely little line to the wharf. It's always a pleasure, though, going to
They
the
get
station
scrapped
on
and
the
turned
line.
into a
I'm on my
toaster.
way there, in fact.
Technically,
Liam,
Are?
Liam,
asked
maybe
Alistair.
Boomer gets the
Yes,
time
indeed.
traveling
I'm
toaster
just
of
mending
the
it.
number
My
3.
butt worn out, you see. And Alistair could see. The engine had clearly seen better days. He was covered in soot and dust. He seemed to have been hodgepodge together. Well, I must get
Yeah,
going.
aren't we all?
Goodbye. And with that, the engine set
Oh,
off,
blimey, I've
running
been turned
into the
into a
mist.
toaster.
Good night. That was
Oh, the indignity.
interesting.
Very.
Suddenly, another sound of chuffing could be heard, a prominent one this time. Through the mist, practically on time, came a smart-looking blue tender engine. Hello,
Eduardo!
Alistair, as he came
The
into
blue
station
tren.
on the late-night passenger train. Hello, Alistair, replied Edward. I would have thought you'd been on the mainland
Oh,
by
and that's
now.
the wrong
It
head
was
code.
indeed.
Isn't
I'll
that
try
right,
to make the
Liam?
connection.
Shut up.
Connection? What connection? Quoth Edward. From the railway over there. They gestured to the set of points leading elsewhere. You really
Ignore the
do know
wrong
the
head
branch
code.
line. You know that hasn't been used in ages. I thought it was a railway, inquired Alistair. Well, it was the Sudrian mainland railway. It was originally its own line, connected by a mining railway to the north of here.
If only
It was
Edward's day
closed
out
in
was here,
1915.
Stephanie. If
Alistair fell
only.
silent. Edward could feel how tense they had become. Are you all right? Alistair stuttered. What, what happened to its engines?
Oh no!
Edward sighed.
Shunter's
The
Track
most
Studios is going to
another
eat
of them
Edward's wrong
was
head code.
And the
Oh
third,
dear.
well, he was meant
Ed,
to
how do you feel about you running with the wrong head code? At night, with a passenger train.
What happened to him? Well, no one truly knows. No one ever found his remains if something truly did happen to them. Some say he simply got lost in the mist. Others say he fell off the viaduct. Edward stopped. Although he couldn't see their face, he knew he had
Others say
clearly
he got
struck
turned into a toaster and he
Sorry.
flew away.
Suddenly,
I can't
in the
believe you,
moonlight,
Liam.
the
Ed is
owl-
infuriated.
Alistair's signal went up. They left.
Ow, I broke my hand!
hand.
At night.
Darting around the station until landing on Edward's footplate. You just can't give up, can you? Edward asked the owl. The owl
Ooh,
stared back from its massive yellow
Okay.
my
eyes.
favorite
They
part.
swirled around its face, almost like a galaxy. It is what I must do, responded the owl. Edward sighed a mournful sigh. Promise it'll be all right, he asked. Yes, if he were to return to that man, horrible things would happen to him. Edward only
Mhm.
groaned. They, Proteus, they... right, sorry, responded the owl. You know, for
Okay.
an all-seeing entity, I would really think that you'd be better at something like pronouns.
Like pronouns. I love that part. That is favorite part of anything that Liam's ever written. You know, God, I would have thought that you'd be better at pronouns. Learn basic English. Jeez Louise, God.
Give me a second. Let me pull the next couple videos up just to get them prepared, and then I shall go over the announcements. Quite a few announcements, actually.
The toaster.
We can do that.
The flash flinging, the crash smashing, the clash bringing clamor. Yummy toast. Nom.
God, I have to let an ad play. I don't even know if you guys
Oh,
can hear that. I'm gonna
dear.
mute myself.
Liam, you made the video. Why would it show you an ad? That is sad. I don't get ads on my videos. You know what they say, toast is toast.
And back. Okay.
Liam, do toasters toast?
I would hope so. So, for the next announcement, we have a few announcements, and then I'm gonna watch a couple videos, and then we're gonna go on to another announcement, if that makes sense. I mean, that's how it's gonna be.
All hail Plankton!
First announcement, however, I don't know which order this is, so I'm just gonna actually.
Oh, Godred.
Which one is this? This is.
No,
Shoot.
are you
Give
asking
me a
me?
second. I'm actually going to close out of that one just so I don't actually put that on the screen by accident because that's a bigger one than the others. We're going to be going on to. There's no date officiated onto these, but I shall be showing you a few of the soon to come yet another tales.
I love Yat. It's so tasty.
So the first one, let's see which one's going to pull up. Ooh, okay. First
It's
one.
gonna be special.
We have stepping stones. No, I guess I'm just going to do this as if it's a log line. I guess. Okay, yeah, sure. I forget his name, but Florence wants to be big in his life. He doesn't know how, but he wants to do something big.
He's
that
gonna
can
be a
actually-
big shot.
He wants to be a big shot, and he thinks building the first tramway on Sodor will do him all that. And that is stepping stones. Episode
No,
question mark of yet another Tau.
Yay!
Yet is better than TSC.
Okay, Stepney, why do you think it's better than the Chronicles? I want your genuine opinion. Episode Hornby Oliver.
There's like more episodes of it as well, so like I kind of have to. The next one, what is the next one? That's a very good question. Ooh, okay. Actually, I'm gonna show this one off because it's a bit loose. You guys are gonna love the story, but we call this one the good, the best. This one is primarily written by Clara, and she did a phenomenal job. This one, did I accidentally put myself on mute? No, can you guys hear me? It doesn't. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
It's working.
we can
now
hear
for no
you.
reason. I don't know. This one will be taking place after. So this one won't be out for a while, but this will be out after. What's the book? Troublesome Engines. And
It should
I
come
don't
out
know.
during
You guys are
Troublesome
just gonna
Engines.
really like Elmariah, I think.
Oh, we love El Mariah.
Elmariah's the best.
Yeah.
Next one.
And that's what happens when you stay up till about 3 in the morning writing Thomas the Tank Engine fan fiction. You get great stuff. Highly recommend it.
Yep. Next one. What is the next one? Ooh, I'm actually gonna save that for last. Next one is Routines in the Night. This one, Henry goes to the mainland on his usual nightly trip and is confronted by diesels. However, the diesels leave with something that they don't quite expect from Henry. And that is all I shall say for that. I really like how this idea kind of came through after I took the screenshot. Like the screenshot was for fun in the game. And then I had the idea after, the story, Clara. At least I hope you remember it. But yeah. Firstly, allows for more unique story. Secondly, has my favorite video from Liam. Thirdly, I just enjoyed it.
Because that is Liam's style, William.
It was Murdoch, but I just didn't like the nose on Henry until I realized, ooh, I can just illustrate it over. So I illustrated it over. It's more, not all of them have gigantic eyebrows. It's just the ones that I like having. It's not an art style. It's just how I see them. Then last but not least, and some of you may have seen before, but a big one.
Big World, Big Adventures?
Cyrus as well, where two college teens go into one of the abandoned mines on the Mid-Sodor and find some unexpected remnants of a long ago past.
I remember this one. This one is depressing.
Yep, very, very. This one is definitely gonna have more of
Why are those rails so thick?
perspective. This one's gonna be more. Oh my god, what's the word? I can't remember.
Solemn, sad, depressing,
No, this one's gonna be
Long.
more
human.
viewer discretion of eyes. Definitely is all I'm gonna say.
Discretion?
Discretion.
Discretion?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Oh my god, Grid.
I can read the thing right now. I have it pulled up. Please read before watching. This video is not intended for a general audience or younger viewers. This video follows darker themes featuring self-harm and other triggers some may not like. Viewer discretion is advised. Discretion. Why do I keep saying discretion? Shoot.
I'm the Southern. I live in the South. And somehow I have better pronunciation than the bloody Yankee, the northern one, the one that's
Yankee?
supposed to have
I don't live
the
in New
proper
York, thank you.
pronunciation.
Can we get an episode where the Sudrian mainland number 3 says it's toasting time and he turns into a toaster and goes so high?
That's what number 3 says as they drag him into the smelting works.
Oh, I just gotta realize again. Episode 13. Actually, I'm gonna shut up. Never mind.
Episode 13?
Nothing. We're just gonna continue on and watch.
Okay.
The sad story.
The Yang Tank. Ooh, the depressing one with the sad train.
The sad story of Henry. Once
You
an engine
wanted, I put
attached
that
to a
out.
train was afraid of a few drops of
Because
rain.
it's funny.
It went into a tunnel, squeaked
I'm
through its
not a
tunnel,
Yankee, I
and
don't live in
never
New
came
York.
out again.
Why do I remember
Henry
it
had had a
being
terrible
flipped
morning. Thomas
on the
had been
other
making fun of his first
direction?
steaming troubles. Henry
It was
had had a
never.
tough time
Oh, I
building
don't
up
know.
steam.
I
Wasn't
know,
letting
that's
anybody
why it
racing his
feels
way
weird.
through the main
I
tunnel.
remember
The
it
railway
facing
was
the other
filled from
way.
rain, which did not help
Interesting.
Henry anymore. He was approaching the mainline tunnel when it happened. He left over a switch
When
as
it
a sharp
happened.
boogie zeroed
Again, I
out.
can't stand
He
my
quickly drew
monochromatic
to a
voice.
halt
It's
in the
weird.
tunnel
I'm
while
happy
he
I
I
caught that.
know.
going through it. His driver ran up to him. to
Yeah,
discuss
it's the
what
engine
had
who starved
happened.
in the
"You're
tunnel.
stumbling great,
Spoiler,
engine.
guys.
It will
Henry
take a
doesn't
long
get out of
time
the
to
tunnel.
get you out
With
now."
all dream, the
Henry
Sudrian Chronicles
gently
was all
sighed.
happened in this
As his driver went back to his firemen, the guard ran back to the last station. Henry focused on
I'm
his
kind of like
surroundings.
slurring on my words.
Rain
Like,
pattered
that's
down from
weird.
the tunnel entrance.
I
It slipped into
know.
the bowels below him, sinking deep into the earth. Above him stood hills with large spruces. They protected him from the harsh winds outside of the tunnel's threshold. He sniffed, half crying, half because of an awful stiffness in his boiler. The silhouettes of people's heads peered out the windows, trying to see what had happened. Some bumped their heads on the tunnel roof. The problem
I
was
added
the
that
very
part.
problem
That's
was
like
that
the
he
only thing I
stopped on
added
an
in this
interlaced
story.
track. There was no way
I
of getting
totally
around
love
it,
to read
except for a
like
loop
these
that was
stories,
farther
honestly,
north.
just to
He was
flesh them
told
out with a bit more
sternly that he needed to
character.
get out. Henry
Yeah.
Because it
was
kind of sounds like
big
we're just
anchors
doing
on
all
nearby
this
warhead.
obligatory.
Back up.
You know the
driver
word,
fiddled
the
with
one
his
that I can't
controls
say
and
right now.
opened the
It just
regulator.
feels like very
Nothing happened. He
like
left
I
the
had to
wind
write this
gauges.
book on a
The
certain
steam
level.
simply refused to come out.
Yeah.
And like I didn't really hit all the
Henry
things I
refused to
wanted.
come
I
out.
wouldn't be
He
opposed
leapt
to it,
down
but
from
I
Henry's
think
cab and paced angrily to Henry.
We talked
Oh,
about
why
won't
rewriting
you
it
move?
before, and you
Please.
said that you liked how it is, just because it gives the same feeling of how the first book was.
true,
Mother, you're
but
painted.
like
We need
Of
to get
like
you out
a
of this
bit
tunnel.
compared to
confused
like
with a
all
lot of
my
Get
other
to the
writing, like
station. Now,
it's
Henry,
weird.
I
Yeah.
asked you this. Why won't you move? He had asked so politely. It felt wrong to hide the truth. But Henry
last engine to leave this tunnel
Oh my God,
wins
come off.
$100,000.
The fat controller will have a word with you for this. Thomas is scurrying through the
Wow.
yards, and all the
William the
pedestrians sat in the
NWR
car, was
free
painted
class
all
is
black
going
in
to be
front of
really
what
sad
Henry
when they find out that
The
Henry
eye
died
of
in the
lamp on
tunnel.
his- The smoke box watched him wander through the lines of trucks, looking for the rainbow truck it had hid from Thomas. Where is it? He had been through the lines multiple times. This one held the 12-ton van, 6-plank wagon, 6-plank wagon, tall tanker, fuel tanker, the fact director, 6-plank wagon. The fat
Ah,
director?
yes, my favorite
Our
truck,
car
the
stopped
Fat
on the right route,
Director.
leading back to the fat director in a spot that had not been there previously. Are you the rainbow truck? The rainbow what? Nothing. What can I do for you today, sir?
I love that we put that
Henry has
reference
stopped
in.
in the mainline
You
tunnel.
did that.
You're joking.
Yeah.
I am not. Now, Thomas,
I think this
is a
sequence is like
serious
entirely
matter.
written by
I
me.
said this is a serious matter. I need you to take me to the
Like you
mainline
can hear
tunnel
like how I
so you can
developed
tell him
the
what
voices
Wait a
more,
minute.
though.
Yes, Thomas.
Like this
So
is kind of
you
like the
tell
still
him
voices I use.
What for? Edward, cried the fact director.
Kinda.
Edward, who had just entered the yards, crossed over to Thomas and the fact director. Yeah, I'll need you to help me. Henry's got himself stuck in the mainline tunnel.
For a second, I was worried. I thought Thomas had gone to the tunnel.
I'll need you to help pull him out. Right, sir. Of course, sir. Good engine. Now come along and let's go.
I
Henry
like
continued
Henry's
to walk
wheel
the
arrangement
train
in
off
this.
the
You can't
small
see it too
expressway.
much.
Abruptly,
But
a
he's
roar
a
came from his coach as
tutu.
his angry footsteps
What?
stormed
A
toward
toot?
the
I think
passengers
you're
were
right
telling
on that.
everyone
Just
what a
because you
bad
can't
railway
fully see the
was.
wheels,
Then,
but then
as they
again, I
got to
would
the
not
ill-struck
defend it
engine,
on the
began to
design. I
tell
kind of
him what a
want
bad
more
engine
time.
he was.
Yeah.
Henry, feeling awful, blew steam from
I
his
still
breath.
really like that design,
Recovering
though.
from passengers in ice cold water.
Yeah.
Passengers and crew discussed amongst themselves. Can we pull him out? A passenger asked. Are you daft? Replied. Scott emerged from the rain.
Can we
and
pull
ran
him
into
out?
the tunnel.
Are you stupid?
I've got.
The
I've
train,
called
no.
ahead. They're bringing Edward and Thomas to come get you. He gestured out of breath to Henry. No use at all, groaned Henry as the whistle of 2 engines blared out from the rain. Thomas had arrived before him as a stout figure of the director leapt out of his cab and stormed over
Oh,
to
no.
Henry. He rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists almost like he was going to punch him. He ignored the passengers' complaints and jumped onto Henry's
no.
running board.
Cool sequence.
Now you listen here.
Oh,
Engine,
no.
and you listen good. I do not take kindly to my express service stopping in the middle of the main line.
He jabbed his finger into Henry's nose. Henry whimpered.
Boop.
You can either get out of this tunnel and I can help you.
He paused, albeit for a short amount of time as he hesitated to say the next part.
Or we shall have to push you out.
Henry coughed. He didn't respond. He did not have the breath to respond at this point. He
Sure.
sheepishly blinked at
mind.
the fact director.
Henry
I-
is rich
I-
now
I-
and is also dead
The fact
starving.
director jumped off the running
I'm just
board and
realizing
walked
now
through the
that
tunnel to the back
Topham
where Edward
prepared
was
for Henry to
undoubtedly
say no when he brought
Suddenly,
Thomas.
through the
He
tunnel
didn't have to
door,
ask the question because he knew Henry would say
Henry
no.
shunted forward. His buffers, then his buffer
I
beams
can't
crawled out of the
believe
tunnel.
he brought
Henry,
Thomas.
completely aghast at the little engine's strength, quickly pinned on his brakes as Thomas quickly
It's
backed
funny
onto
'cause
him and began to
Topham just
pull.
ignored
Cars
like all
flew
the
between
engines
all
to
the
the
engines.
east. I mean the west.
And yet, Henry refused.
Yeah,
to
no,
budge.
he ignores all the
It was late in the afternoon.
West engines.
Thomas and Edward had taken
I
away
took
his
the
coaches
ones
and
from the
passengers
east
as the
instead.
fat director stood in front of the tunnel talking to workmen. Henry was still firmly in place. All trains had been directed onto the loop, so there was no large inconvenience other than it took prolonged time. The fat director walked up to Henry once more.
Well, you
The
see,
engine said
we
nothing.
never see
The
Henry
fat
again,
director simply
so it's
stared up at
debatable.
the engine. He didn't look mad. Or
Gordon's
even
not on the
upset.
railway at
It was
this
simply a
point.
face of disappointment.
Yeah.
Finally, he spoke.
I am sorry that I have found you. I can help you if you exit this tunnel. I can help you become a better engine.
Henry's eyes turned into pins almost. Everything seemed to be falling apart. He did not have the words to speak. And so, the fat director got no response.
Very well,
Said the director.
we shall keep you in here then, and leave you until you are ready.
This is what he wanted after all. Was it not? To leave an engine as foul as him alone? To be at peace for once? Or did he not want that engine to
You
fear
see,
him?
Shunter,
Well,
it
was
would
too
take
late
too
now.
long to get an
They
engine
built a
from the
wall
west
to
side
keep
of the
Henry
island,
out and to keep Henry in.
so it was just a lot faster to
One.
dig another tunnel.
They have bored out a new tunnel next to him, leaving him alone. Well, except for the Victorian coach sobbing behind him. But that's a story for another time.
Henry, the tunnel engine, coming out hopefully next year. I feel like you forgot. Do you remember that story, Clara? Henry, the tunnel engine?
I remember. I
Okay,
was just reading the chat. Luke, if you don't mind me asking, why do you hate the track slapping over in the tunnel? Henry's crew had to burn the coach to stay warm in the tunnel because they weren't allowed out either.
Accurate. Give me a second and then I'll start streaming.
Oh, we've hit the 1 hour mark.
We have announced.
Oh
Ellen
boy.
earlier. I'm just reading over chat real quick.
When
I
wrote
don't
the
know what an H2 is, so no.
H2, not
Yeah,
A.
H2. That's what I said. H2.
Let me find a picture of it and I'll find you.
What?
Let me find a picture of it and I'll send it to you.
Okay. I mean, I could just do it from my phone now. We're watching this.
I don't care.
Okay.
Ooh. Start playing the video.
It is.
Oh.
Book 1, The Railway Engines. Story 3, Edward, Gordon, and Henry.
Okay.
Henry had been left in the mainline tunnel for quite some time now. The tunnel had now deemed the nickname Henry's Tunnel. Kind engines like Edward would come through and whistle, peep peep, hello. Others like Gordon would say,
Poop poop, serves you right.
Henry felt awful about himself.
Liam, do you
Commented
still
had
do the
forgotten
black
about
running
it.
boards?
It was nearly a faded memory.
I've been
He
thinking
couldn't let
about it.
anyone
I
know
don't
he
know,
was there,
honestly.
of course. He had no
I
spontaneous
prefer the white running
fire had
boards
gone
because
out
it gives
long
the
ago.
engines like a
Soot
real
and
good
dirt
pop.
from the tunnel's roof
I'm
and
thinking
above
about a
was
gray.
lovely blue paint
Like
with
a
red
black,
stripes.
gray
It was
running
cold
boards.
and very
Well, yeah,
unfriendly. The
that's what
regret
I
had
mean when I
actually
say
taken long
white.
to pull a train again. Gordon had taken Henry's position
Yeah.
as the express engine. After Gordon discovered Henry there a few weeks ago, he had made sure to rub the fact in.
Yeah, chat.
The
If
express
you
is a
look in,
heavy,
so
long
there's I have a
train
playlist.
full of
It's called
important people.
The
like the
Sudrian
director
Chronicles
who had
Canonical
punished Henry.
Timeline. There's every
One day,
story
Gordon
that
was
I've
seeing how
uploaded,
fast he could go.
plus a few others
Hey,
that I call
hey,
canon,
hey.
He
not
panted
by
to the
me.
coaches.
Are on the
Chickadee
playlist,
chock, chickadee
and you
chock.
can see just
What?
the
Coming,
timeline of all
coming.
the events.
They
If you want
panted
to know
back.
everything.
Gordon and Shriver,
Yeah.
Charlie Sands, checked the gauges, making
Like
sure Gordon
how,
wasn't overdoing himself.
the sad story of Henry
29.
happens
Here we
before
go.
Edward's
He pointed
day
at a
out.
gauge, gesturing for the fireman to
Yeah.
see. See that, Dave? His safety valve could bloody blow up. His fireman shook his head in
I
disappointment.
like that line.
Charlie stuck his head out Gordon's window. Calm yourself, Gordon.
See, this one's a lot
You're
more
going
lively.
to blow
That's
yourself
good.
up into smithereens at this rate. You're not in a race. But Gordon wasn't listening. He was fixated on the tunnel and
I
waited,
couldn't hear Liam. All I
thinking of
heard
what he
is
was
the
going to
coaches
say to Henry
screaming.
next. He forced himself on, getting closer and closer, speeding through the junction station when suddenly, crack! Gordon was in close by a cloud of steam. He shuddered as he began to slow down.
Whatever is happening, whatever is happening.
He moaned as he came to a stop outside of Henry's tunnel. Henry, awoken by the sudden commotion, peered out of the tunnel to see a bright blue ball of steam idling next to him. The steam slowly died to reveal Gordon sulking.
Whatever has happened to me,
So,
Cried the big engine.
is
"You
Gordon's
burst his safety
steam
valve, you
blue?
blithering idiot! cried Charlie.
Wait, what?
Henry had begun to snicker at the sight of this.
You say a bright
No.
blue
going
ball of
so
steam,
nicely
which
too.
implies
Well,
that
yeah, because
Gordon's
you can still
steam
see
is
through
That's
blue.
your
the beam.
passengers.
It just,
They must have
you
been
know,
bouncing
you
off
can
the walls
see
in the coaches.
I
the
know,
blue
I'm
paint of
joking.
Gordon behind it.
Gordon blushed and produced
Sorry.
more steam to cover himself. His guard and firemen were going into the coaches, checking everyone over. I never liked these big engines. Always going wrong. Send for another engine at once, he called to the guard who had begun to walk back to the last station. An engine like Edward would be nice, he murmured. Gordon felt most offended.
And that's what we call foreshadowing.
Gordon had been carefully moved onto a siding, out of the way. A whistle sounded as Edward exited the tunnel. and backed
Hello.
onto the coaches. Gordon suddenly bawled out in laughter.
Oh ho ho
Oh,
ho!
hooray.
He won't be of use. He won't be able to move the train less than a meter.
Right. Well, you just watched him prove you wrong, sneered Charlie. Edward waited to be fastened to the coaches. He gracefully poured sand onto the tracks and carefully began to pull the train. Nothing happened. Gordon laughed. Charlie facepalmed. Why don't we let Henry
Santa
try?"
Claus?
panted Edward. All eyes had suddenly fallen on him as a silent murmur filled the air. We'd have to ask the fat director,
And I say we can.
boomed a voice.
Again, I don't
Director
like that
had been
voice. He
surveying the
sounds weird.
events.
That sounded like
He
a
made his
voice
way over
crack.
to Henry.
Gordon
Will you
sounds
help
like
us pull
Santa
this
Claus.
train?
He
Sandy
asked.
Claus.
Henry, without no hesitation this time, quickly answered, "Yes, sir." And so, Gordon's driver and fireman lit his
You-
fire.
I really
The
like
warmth
how you
crawled
drew
all throughout
Gordon. He
Henry
looks
like he had
so
been
fan.
able to
He
catch
look.
the
He
flash
looks
he had
really
used
good.
before for a long time. A hand was placed on his right
Henry
ear
has such
as
a
he
large
found himself
forehead, I'm
drifting
just
back
seeing.
into the tunnel
I
and out on the
know.
other side. He was dirty. Soot and cobwebs
If
covered
I
his
were to
now
redo
darkened
the
boiler.
story, I would
He
kind of
felt
just
very
redo
stiff.
Henry's
His lovely
face.
blue paint with red stripes and now
Yeah.
clearly faded.
You go have a good
Edward and
run
Gordon
to
look
ease the
very good.
joints
It's just
and find
Henry,
a
honestly.
turntable.
Said the director kindly.
Even the trees look
Henry
alright.
did so. He thundered
The-
down the line.
Everything
looking for a
about this
turntable.
looks
When he
lovely.
did,
I
he
mean,
started feeling
you
more
could
steady.
use a couple
He
sleepers,
backed
but
out
apart
onto
from
the
that,
front of
this
the
is
train with
beautiful.
Edward.
That's
Peep, peep.
true.
I'm ready, called Edward. Peep, peep,
Liam
peep.
doesn't know how to
So
draw
am I,
track
replied
according to
Henry.
her.
We'll do it,
Yes, I
we'll do it, puffed
do.
Edward. Pull hard, pull hard.
You've told me
chanted
countless
Henry.
times that
Pull
you don't know
hard.
how to draw
We'll do it,
track.
pull hard.
Yes,
We'll
I
do it.
do.
Their wheels slipped, creating showers of sparks, until suddenly they had gained traction. The heavy coaches jerked forward and began
Oh
to
no.
move, slowly at first, and faster.
We've done it.
We've done it. They puffed
Hooray,
together.
hurrah,
Passengers leaned out
hurrah,
of the windows,
hooray.
crying to the engines. The fact director leaned out of the window to wave to the engines.
This illustration
The
is
train was going
really
so
pretty.
fast and nicely, though, that his hat
Thank
blew
you.
off and landed in the field, where a goat ate it for tea. The duo didn't stop until they reached Crow's
I like
Gate,
how
the
the
transfer
goat
station
just
to go
eating the Fat
Withershins.
Controller's hat
Passengers got
becomes
off
a
in the
running
front row and
joke.
sang their praises to the engines. The fact director thanked Henry and promised him a new coat of paint. Edward and Henry then went back to get Gordon. The three are now firm friends. Although they may get into their usual arguments, they are capable of settling their disagreements, even if it means that one is retired, or one has to pull a train home on one cylinder, or even having to face your greatest moral. Oh, what am I saying? I'm spoiling the story.
Who
for
gets
some.
retired?
What?
I don't remember one of the engines retiring.
Hey, Clara, have you ever heard of My Way?
Oh yeah, I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about Henry for some reason.
All right, we have watched 2 videos on it. I think I'm gonna be doing every 2 videos. I'm gonna do an announcements for this next few announcements. They're gonna be collabs, and I don't have photos of or anything visually to promote it. So I'm just gonna be announcing this first one. First one, my friend Welsh is making this YouTube video, and it shall
It's
be.
shocking.
I think it's gonna be a mini movie or movie, an audio movie though, and we have come together, and I shall be narrating it. I showed hopefully get more details on it soon, and I will put it in my community tab, of course, when it comes out, promoting it. But I do hope that all of you can enjoy. Me and others. Clara is helping write it as well. There's a large group of people working on it, and I hope you like what comes out of it.
Are you going to tell them about Coach Tour?
Wait, what?
Well, that's a collab. Aren't you in it?
Oh, yeah. I wasn't gonna be. I was gonna be doing announcements over the video, like every 2 videos. So every 2 videos.
Oh,
should
I
be
thought
on
you were
one.
going to do multiple. I'm sorry.
No, that was just the first one. Yeah, Taz, you wait for 2 videos. You're impatient, aren't you? Next one.
And this is what happens when you don't have proper communication.
In the finale of Tyranny of the Hat, Brumel sings Out of Touch. That's insane. The last story of the first book. A little grand engine that I don't think a lot of people have watched.
No?
How many views?
It's the disclaimer! I can't believe you were using that on the book. On this book.
Only 400.
Book 1, The Railway Engines. Story 4.
Well, I put it on every single video now, just in case, because
A
it does
little
surprisingly
train.
stop the ad. I mean, not the ads,
Once
the
upon a
cop-out.
time, there was a little engine named Edward. He
Hello,
lived in the woods
Boko.
at Willsworth with his friend Boko. The shed was not big, nor anything eccentric. However, the engine that
I don't know
took
if I like this
cover
illustration.
under
I think it's
held
pretty. I just
true
don't find it,
wonders.
that accurate to
The
what I
little
can
old
There's
do.
no
engine sat
trees.
quietly in his shed as
mean,
the
there is,
flames
just
of
not a
the
lot.
fire faded into the deep navy sky.
Oh yeah,
Right
you're
under
right.
the stars now. Billions of them dazzled in the sky, each of them holding their
Oh,
own
God.
house.
Oh,
Just like
God.
the little engine himself.
What?
Through his years, he had gained
We've
to know many
unleashed
towns of his
Stepneys.
little island and
Oh,
far
God.
beyond. He
We've
could have
released
recounted them
Stepneys
in a
Boko
book
I'm
of
gonna
chronicles with a spin-off
ban
book
you.
covering all the mysteries. He could have
Why
released a
me?
book that reached the
I said
top of the charts,
Taz.
just covering
You
the
said
Golden Week.
you.
Yeah, I said I'm
He
gonna
has
ban
stories
you,
of many great
Taz.
discoveries, lost
You didn't
treasures,
say
great
his name.
cows, big adventures,
I did.
and journeys beyond
Oh,
so
okay.
lore. The little old engine held these true to his heart and always told about them. And this
We
is
really had no
our
idea what
little
we
word
were
told.
doing for this.
The Sudrian
We
Chronicle.
needed a 4th story and we had to
Hopefully
pull
enjoy the
something
stories to come.
up out of
Sincerely,
nowhere.
The authors.
Yeah, I think if I were to rewrite the book, I would get rid of that. I think it's sweet.
Yeah.
I just, don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah. So, chat, what did you think of the railway engines?
And only Taz's opinion matters as a chat.
The only opinion that matters is mine because
I am Boko is canon.
Boko. It railway. Well, it certainly is a railway.
I think I'm gonna do another announcement right now. All right, the next announcement is to do with Taz here. Why am I worried about you, Taz? Yes, I am actually worried about you. You need to
You
calm
couldn't
your
go
addiction
over
with
here.
Boko. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, me.
The next video.
Well, Taz, I should be saying, is adapting one of my stories, and that story is the next story we shall be watching. I've gave him complete credit to do a couple rewrites to this story, and I hope you enjoy the story when it comes out. Sincerely, the author. Yeah, let's start it.
Every time Liam stops talking, she has to end her sentences, well, her paragraphs, with "Sincerely, the author." Every night when I say goodnight to her, she says, "Good night, Clara. Sincerely, the
The
author."
author.
It's insane.
Falling God.
My leg! Oh, my
One.
leg.
Because I kind of wrote the story before I even knew Clara and like the entire idea of Chronicles.
You wrote Fallen God before you knew me?
Yep, same with Gone Nuclear.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Luckily for us, Gone Nuclear is not canon anymore.
That's why because Clara heavily kind of like helped me rewrite the story. Gone Nuclear kind of wasn't rewritten
The
all the way.
sky
That's why it
cackled as the
sucks
man
because
No,
No,
it's written
no,
like-
I still don't know why he's being chased down by the police. That doesn't
He's
make
going
sense.
over the speed limit. He's going over the
He wore
speed
a
limit.
distinguished black suit with a deep navy Panama hat sat on top of his head. He had spent plenty of money and
Dude, like this is a lot better than the monochromatic voice. Like it's obviously purposely. I'm making myself sound like this.
Yeah.
So the men he had
Because
set up had to
it's a
look
very
quickly.
dark
He had been
story.
fixed, and he was ready for tomorrow. He then had to order a rescue crew to retrieve an engine that had fallen down the mountain. They had transported the engine back to the shed in a very rude lorry. He
I
had
like how
arrived at his
dull his
car
side
and lunged for
looks.
the door handle when there
What?
was a crackling of static.
I like how
behind
dull
him,
his side
and
looks.
music started to play in the
Yeah.
far distance. He turned back to the shed behind him. The engines were all asleep. The music was
Yes,
coming
my
from the
lovely
shed
favorite
far in
song.
The
the
story
distance.
is like mildly
The logo of the grip he had on
inspired
his
by
door
like I
handle
think it's
and
called
turned on his
Broken
heel
Wings.
and
I
paced
think
to
it's
the
the
far
video's
back
taken
shed.
down now, so you can't watch it.
Turning the corner,
But also
Moose
the
went through the
it's
sight of the
mainly
door
it's
and
mostly
it
inspired
already
by
opened.
character
A
gallery with
small
like
orange
What is
glow
Broken
shone through the
Wings?
crack of it as the music grew louder.
you will know it if you heard
He
it.
stormed forward,
But it's
flew the
mainly
door
inspired by
open,
character
and
gallery with
stared
like
at what lay on the
only like
tracks.
the music,
The toy metal
the
lay on a set of
jukebox
wheels that were
or
disfigured.
whatever. The
The
vinyl
orange
player
purple
was
paint was
inspired
torn
by
away. A new blood red undercoat
Fallen
shone from
Wings
behind the
or
scrap
Broken
metal.
Wings.
The figment of a cab that used to be there was ripped off. The face on the back of the
Lord Harry
lay
murders
on the side
Godred
and
in
jumped.
other stories.
Metal was pushed through its mouth.
I'd
as
love
a
to,
cold
but there's about
substance wrinkled
60
through
years
multiple
between their
pieces.
existence.
Its blank eyes stayed open, dead. The face on the front was much different. His eyes were closed as he rested, listening to the music. The
I think the
manager
music
walked
is.
to the source
I mean,
of
I
the
know the
music,
song.
a
I
record
forget
player.
what the song's
He
called.
stared at
Heartache.
it for a short second
Yeah,
before
Heartache.
shoving it off
But it's like a
grimly.
Mario.
It fell to the floor with
Six-
loud
A Super
crash.
Mario
It
64
shattered
version.
Yeah,
pieces.
What's happening?
hilarious.
Hey,
I was
can't get
listening to that.
copyrighted?
Came the engine.
I just heard someone fall through a door and yell,
"Hey!"
"Hey!"
Number 1.
said the manager coldly, repressing himself while speaking.
Godred.
No, it is not.
This
You
one's a
don't
dark
have
one.
the
Fun one.
respect
It's
to
a
be able
really
to
fun
hold
one
that
to
name
record.
anymore.
I
Came the
forgot I was
manager.
in this.
The engine stared at him.
I
His face was
genuinely
crooked. The
forgot I
engine
was
looked
in
like he was
this.
barely holding on to life. His boiler was decaying, letting out groans as
Huh.
pieces of bolts came off him.
That's
He
interesting,
seemed to be
Luke.
holding on to life by a single thread. There was a clanging of metal as part of a nameplate slid off of his side tanks that were barely holding on to him.
For real,
Dread,
Shunter, I
it
would
now
too.
said. The manager scoffed at the sight of this. He regained his
I would
composure.
totally write off
You are to
the
be
front face
scrapped
and it's just a back face.
tomorrow.
It's kind of
He
like
fiddled with something in his
already
pocket while
written.
speaking,
Like, because
twirling
double
it
face
in a
is like
circle of
weird in my
motion.
canon because I don't really do it.
You wouldn't.
And like it's only the mountain
No,
engines.
not
I'm
your
like,
number
I don't
one.
know.
The
That was
manager
totally
didn't make
like
the
a-
comment.
What's sorry?
Catherine told
The
me
most
you
logical
were a
way of it was
ploy.
to have only the back face.
She
Because they
told
wouldn't
me that
need
you
their
were
front face
purposely
because
being
they're just
reckless
staring into
at
the
the
back of the
section you
coach.
derailed on that devil's
Exactly.
back.
Like the
She
front face
told
isn't
me
needed.
that
That's
you
what I
had
totally do.
purposely,
But I
in
kind of
doing
already
it,
wrote it
she
in.
told me that you were trying to kill Colby.
I think you recorded this
That's
one on like
whore.
So you admit it.
Instagram. I'm pretty sure. Like
Yes.
this is all just Instagram
Yes,
voice
I
messages from you.
do. If I
would be
die,
surprised.
mine as well. I tried to kill Goldie. I wanted him dead. I was ruining the track up there because he was coming up next. I admit to it. What are you going to do about it?
You heartless bastard.
The manager took his hand out of his pocket in a swift motion, brandishing a sharp silver knife. Without thinking, he threw the knife head on at the engine. It stopped in the engine's forehead. The
Ouchie.
engine, like its other face, looked without seeing. The manager let out a long sigh. Finally, he walked forward and dislodged the knife. He took a towel out of his pocket and cleaned off the skin of the engine from it. He tipped his hat down as he walked to the back of the engine. A broken one hung from the side of him. He grabbed at it and tore it off, aimed it at a window, and launched it through, and landed far in the dark abyss of the night. The rain was pouring down hard.
I'm
now,
imagining
as the
Coldy
wind
is
filled
just
the air.
sitting
He
outside
went
with
farther back
Wilfred and
into the
Ernest
shed and found a
on
tool
either
box.
side of him,
He
and
picked it
Cody's
up
like,
and went to
and
the
that's
front
why
of the
we don't
engine.
play
He
God.
took a wrench out of the box and hastily began to loosen the bolts around the engine's firebox.
I'm really
He
happy with the name. I
successfully
gotta
took
be
the
honest.
face
Falling
off,
God goes so
then drew a
hard.
tarp around it.
What?
He picked up a shovel
Falling
in the
God
far
goes
corner
so
of the
hard
shed
though.
and
It
made way for his car.
does.
He threw the
It's
shovel and the
amazing.
tarp in the trunk of his car, then paused. The record
Yes,
player was
Luke,
playing.
he is very
He looked
ruthless.
back at the shed.
It's a
Yeah,
really
gotcha.
good comparison
No,
with
you-
Mr.
The loud last groan.
Who?
Sorry.
Who's the guy who's the Cody Fell manager in Tyranny?
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
That's his father right there.
These are really different people.
Exactly. That's the cool thing. Sasha, well, the deal with the boiler creaking is like he is gonna die eventually, and it's just Mr. Richards kind of killing him before his natural death, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. I saw Moist Critical. Falling God for you. Let's go back a couple, and let us listen. Let me pull it up. Nope, that's not what I want.
Oh, come
Two.
on, Liam.
Late night at Wellsworth.
Ooh, Tyranny.
Huh? No, late night at Wells. Oh yeah. Shh.
My favorite installment of Tyranny.
Remember
Look
when he
at
actually had
that.
intros from video games?
I mean, that was fun. I like doing that. It's a lot
We
of
should do that
coaching.
more.
We should.
The sound effects are in the
Jesse!
end credits tab.
Edward sat at his station one cold night, It
This
was
is
his
very
last drink
important to
for the day,
Tyranny.
and he could not wait to
Oh,
get back
keep
to
your
this
ears
warm shed.
open.
He waited and waited, but the signal above still shone red. What am I waiting for? Presently, the drawing of wheels drew into earshot, but they weren't steam engine wheels. The
We
coughing
wrote
and
this
spluttering of
before
odors
the
drew into
idea
the
of
station.
tyranny even
Out of the
popped
night
into
came
Liam's
two
mind.
diesels, hauling a
Yeah.
long line of flatbeds. Edward gaped at the sight. The line of flatbeds were filled with old, rusted steam engine boilers. They gazed
Harry
into
and
our eyes
Harry.
and come from the pits of hell.
What are you staring at?
Was one of the diesels. It was the one in front of the other. The two were identical almost, with the same dark green paintwork, yellow cab, hazard stripes, and yellow bold words on their sides reading Ironhead Iron.
Those words are not
The only
yellow or
difference was
gold.
their names
Shut up.
sloppily chalked on their sides. The front one had Harry written on him, the other Don Herbert. The two engines looked
Harry
almost
and
like dead
Herbert.
corpses who were Frankenstein back to life.
Tyranny
Well,
of the
what are
cat.
you looking at?
Asked Harry again. I'm sorry, it's just
What? Never seen a diesel before?
no, it's
Skiers?
creepy, aren't they? Harry was
Yes,
right. He had burn
creepy,
marks
aren't
covering his
they?
face,
Bro
and
really
a chunk
said.
of his beard had gone missing where the burn marks were. The other diesel was in a worse state. Where his left eye was now a hole to his radiator.
What
Burn
happened to
marks covered
Bert?
his right side, and stubble of a beard could nearly be seen on his left side. Edward wasn't nervous at all. No, he was
Like,
simply
did someone just
remorseful.
accidentally scrap part of
I
his
mean,
face?
Yes. Are you alright? The diesel was taken aback.
Is this a
almost as
future
if he had never
story
heard those
that I
words
don't know
before.
about?
Huh?
Yes.
Oh,
Are
okay.
you alright?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
The diesel spluttered. Those scars.
Tyranny
They
of the
look like they
postman
hurt.
pat.
Well, yeah,
God.
they do. But that's what you get when you work in the steelworks.
You're constantly melting metal.
Spoke up Herbert.
Oh, hey, it's
It's gonna
me!
happen eventually.
Still on Instagram because I couldn't get home to record on my microphone.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
The two diesels stared at the old engine, but it wasn't any
Everyone
who
was
had stared at
bored
him before.
to
It was in a
accidentally
mild
scrap his
state,
face.
almost like they were in awe at an engine who could have been this friendly. It only raised questions in Edward's mind of how they had been treated before their conversation. I didn't catch your names, he asked, trying to change the subject.
Yeah, I'm Harry,
Said the diesel in the front in a friendlier tone.
And on but
Replied the other.
you.
I'm Edward.
I say like
Old
a,
engine.
Well,
a
it's nice to
chain
meet you,
smoker
Edward.
for
You
50
carry-
years.
You too, wished Edward, and almost on cue, Edward's signal shot up. Well, I hope our paths meet again, called Edward, and he left the two diesels at the station.
Liam, when does this story take place?
Actually, like, yeah, right before Tyranny.
Really?
Diesels
Yeah.
stayed silent for
Huh.
a bit.
That's interesting.
You know,
Literally the 60s.
I did
Well,
like
modernization
that
still
play.
kicking on one of them.
Remarked Bert after.
I'd
a bit.
imagine it'd be the
Yeah,
60s.
he was nice, unlike the others.
Without
Me
warning,
and the
Gordon
boy
shot through the
grabbing
station
the
with the
part
Midnight
of
Express.
engine space.
Oil guzzling bastards.
Yelping dick on wheels.
Bert must have screamed
Hopefully,
so
we don't have
loudly.
to melt him down anytime soon.
With the way he treated us, I don't think you'll ever have to worry about that.
That's sweet.
That was two, right? I can make another announcement. All right, next announcement. The one, the only. Edward's day out. Where are you, Ed? Come on out. Please tell me you're still here. Ed, are you here?
I don't think Ed's here.
Oh dear. Well, I'm happy to announce. Recently, Ed commissioned me to make a custom Clawson for them. And I would like to announce that me and Ed have made a video together.
Liam,
on the-
I'll be right back. I need to attend to something.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. We shall take a break in the stream for a second. But me and Ed have made a video for Ed's channel for Ed's custom videos. Edward's engineering endeavors. And yeah. Custom video collab with the only and the best Edward Stay Out. And we shall wait for Clara to come back.
Sorry, it was the missionaries.
What?
The missionaries.
No,
You know, the people that go around trying to spread their religion.
Ah.
I was about to answer the door when my mother faintly stopped me. She's religious, but she doesn't like the missionaries.
You have missed the announcement, Clara.
Was it about the clotting?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
You know all about that, I think.
I do.
Anyways, let me pull up the next couple videos.
Little Ducks!
Oh yeah, I guess Little Talks is the next one. You're right.
God, I feel so old. Little Talks is based off of a play that I saw during my theater's competition season.
Is it?
Yes, I told you.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah. It was about this soldier during Vietnam, I think, where he had sat down on a landmine, and there was pretty much nothing that he could do about it. So he was just sitting there waiting for his death to come.
Yeah, so Clara kind of gave me the idea, then I added the gay to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I decided to make it about Hercules, and then Liam made it gay.
Yep. Let me just pull up the next couple Chronicles.
The British Strategic Steam Reserve? What is that, Luke? I've never heard of the British Strategic Steam Reserve. I've heard of the Germans doing something like that, I think, but never the British.
Cannon. Alright, so let me just pull this up. Are you ready, kids? Oh, this is 10 minutes.
Aye, Captain.
I can't hear you.
Aye, Captain.
Okay.
Again,
another video game one without the discretion in the beginning.
Yeah. My opinion on the Barrow and Furnace Blitz is that it happened. And, it's just part of history, I guess.
Back in the 1910s, some of my tugs served in the war.
This is
specifically
tugs.
Ute and Hercules. The two were valuable assets to our port and kept us safe.
I've always
It was
loved
a
this
shocking story
illustration.
when Hercules
It's
told
so
me
pretty.
the story of when he was coming back into the port after towing out a naval ship and its platoons. It was a foggy day, and his raider was having trouble tracking where to go.
It's this way, Captain.
He implored his captain, trying to persuade him into the correct way of going into port.
No, it's this way,
insisted the captain. Neither of the two were correct, of course, which is really something for how much Hercules knew his sense of direction.
No, it's this way.
And Hercules drew smoke out of his stack, going starboard.
No, I'm the captain.
And his driver gripped the wheel and harshly drew him to
I
the port
forgot
side.
I'm
Hercules
in
joined
this
to his side and
too.
dipped violently
Oh my
in the water.
God.
Water sloshed onto his deck as the crew ran about.
What are you doing?
Caught Hercules very frustrated.
I'm taking
The
us
strategic
the right
steam
way.
reserve was a
Caught his
reserve
driver,
steam
and he
locomotive
straight in at the
set
wheel.
during the
The
Cold
men on
War.
his deck, very
They
shaken
were
up,
catching
started
the
to sweep the
events of
water off.
nuclear war.
Hercules continued on
Sweden
through the
had
deep
the
fog.
USSR.
He tried his best to peer through it,
had
only to
ones
not be
and-
able to make out anything.
Huh.
We need
Okay,
to
that's
get
really
away.
interesting, Luke. I'll have to
No,
look
it's
into
this
that.
way.
Cried his driver back once more.
What is the radar picking up?
Reminded Hercules. His driver looked down. Nothing
Oh my
showed
God,
except for the
Liam.
ocean.
Clara.
Nothing.
I
He
sing at
simply
the end of this
responded.
one.
Oh my God, you do!
Of course, I'm sure. Why wouldn't
We
His
need
driver
to do
thrown
that
forward
again.
as
You
Hercules
should let me
halted his
sing at
motor
the end of
quickly.
your yaps.
What the?
It's probably
what
why
are you
Stephanie likes
playing
them
at?
more. I gotta show off
What do
my
you mean?
singing voice.
What am I listening for?
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly what?
Exactly nothing, my darling. The ocean doesn't ever this twice.
A feeling of something crawling up his wheelhouse made him peer into the dark water. Something was in there. No, things were in there. round objects, many of them. In complete terror, he yelled to his driver,
Check the radar.
I already did. I told you.
Give it a punch.
and so his captain did, and the radar seemed to fix itself as billions of small dots began to show up all around them.
Oh, shit.
Cried his driver, quickly starting forward.
I
Continue on
remember
with you,
that.
darling. Don't move.
That was fun to
Then
record.
what
in
are
the
we
middle
meant
of
to
just
do?
Yelling, yeah, I can't say
Anyway.
that.
Hercules sat for what felt like forever. He occasionally allowed a whistle for anyone around.
Just shunters just yelling, sink!
Traverse through on his own. His captain picked up the radio again.
Liam, are you alive?
And put it to
Yeah.
his ear.
Okay.
I don't really know what to say about this one.
No one answered. He
Do you
This
not
feels
have
like it's more
anything to
like
say
a
about
one,
it?
honestly.
I'm sorry?
Please
It feels
stop
like
that.
you should be more
What?
commentating on this one.
Turning the
honestly.
radio off.
Why?
and on. It's
You wrote
making
it.
me ill.
But it was more your
Fine.
idea that
Replied
I
the
just
captain
kind of
begrudgingly.
wrote down.
He slammed the radio hard down.
You be careful in there.
What's your opinion on this one? Do you
Yeah.
like it?
The captain huffed as
I
he
like
rolled
it. I
down
can.
off
It's
the
just I
train
don't know
with a
what to
cab
say really
and
about
laid
it.
on the floor.
You're so bored, darling.
Okay.
Then you're the tavern instead of my floor.
There was no response. He had fallen asleep of boredom. It was just
One of the
Hercules
effects of the atomic bomb is on
alone
EMP,
on the open ocean,
which would fry
around
any
it,
electric,
in a
anything electric.
He sat
So
there
it would
thinking,
make more
what
sense to
about
keep
the
steam
part?
locomotive. That's
Wondering
really interesting.
about
Huh.
Were they worried? Were they
Thank you
looking
for telling
them?
us about
Were
this,
they
Luke.
assembling a
That has
rescue
a
crew?
lot of story
Would they do
opportunities.
anything?
Don't be daft. They'll come for me. I know they will.
And how long will it take them to arrive? How long will they even realize that you're
Yeah, like
gone?
the Peel Guided line,
Leo.
Shunters.
Why should I?
Because you're just a voice in my head. You don't matter.
I don't. Then why are you here in the first place? You're the one that listened to me.
No, I didn't. My driver drove me here, foolishly.
And isn't he the voice in your head?
Well, yes, but that's different.
Is it now?
Again, I really
The
don't know what to say
voice
about
telling
this,
you what
honestly.
to do, making you do what you want?
Well, yes, but
So what's
I
you have to
didn't
say about
turn
this one,
myself
Clara?
over him.
Just like you did to him.
I like
Yeah.
tugs.
How foolish could he have been?
Sure.
It hurt. It all hurt.
How do the
All
faces
pain
on the
hurt.
tugboats work in the
Rock
Sudrian
was
Chronicles
poised at his
canon?
soul as he let out a moan from his
It's kind of
bones.
like
The yawn drew
the
from his
That's a
cab
good
as his
question.
crew
That
sat
image is
beside
kind
the
of
cabin,
inaccurate purely
waiting
because
for
it's
their rescue.
so it's kind of like
Hercules thought
they're
no one was coming.
underneath the
What for?
windows.
Mm-hmm.
Why should they?
I don't know how to
He
like
didn't
say it
need
out
it.
loud, but like
No,
there's windows on the
he
front of them
didn't
as well, and
deserve
like their
it.
face is kind of like smushed underneath the windows, so it's all like kind of
The
squat up.
sky
in
turned a
sense.
purplish haze as the barely visible
Okay.
sun set.
Yeah.
Hercules drew one last sigh. as
Shunter
he
says
stood
that
beside
they
the
want to
rest of
see
the
Toby go to the Peel Goddard line and be confused for a
He woke
new
up.
electric
The sun
engine.
was high back in the sky now. Its rays shone brightly.
That
into
reminds me of a
Hercules'
story,
glasses. It
Shunter.
almost felt like they would start a
Recently,
fire
my
from the
power
trees
went
down
out,
there.
and I went digging through my book
Fire.
collection, and I found a book by
Fire.
Christopher. I think it's
Fire!
called
He
The
got the fire
Audrey
tank as
Steam
Hercules'
Collection.
eyes locked onto the dockside.
And the book
The
started
buildings were ablaze as they
with
fell down through the solid cement.
a
The yells
person
of people and
mistaking
automobiles
Sir
cried
Niles
loudly
of
for the
Gresley,
key.
the
Hercules'
engine,
eyes fell
for a
into pins
diesel.
as he sat there doing nothing.
Would you
good
imagine
part.
Nothing.
calling
That
Spencer
was
a diesel?
his.
I think that's real funny.
That's why it was his fault.
Get ahead of yourself, dear. Go on. Help.
But his engine didn't start. He sat there, drifting as the tide slowly pulled him away. Some tugs flocked away, hiding behind it.
Go help.
He cried to them. None of them responded.
Go help them.
Still, no response. And then, from the other side of the harbor, drew a tugboat the same size of himself.
No. Don't go. No.
So Leo,
It didn't matter.
Clara.
The tug didn't hear him.
since the
He got
tugs
his
are
way
on
up to the
Sodor
key, and he tried to
universe,
help the men fighting
Correct.
fire.
There is a
Elegant
fire.
whistles arose as the tug let out large clouds
Ten
of
minutes.
steam as the
Harbor?
opened
Where
into
is
the key green
10 minutes.
canal lake.
okay.
Hercules didn't have the urge to do anything. He couldn't. He was too ashamed. As the tug made his way up,
Bye,
there
Luke.
was a
Have
loud
fun.
scream as buildings standing right beside the canal.
And then
all
there
slowly
was
came
trouble.
down. They came
I'm excited for
crashing
this next
down,
part because I actually do have something to say about it.
onto the tugboat,
Okay.
now sinking deep into the canal. Suddenly, it all disappeared. He was back on the open water, still alone.
Liam.
Self-pity. The
Is
sun had
10
gone
Cents
down,
and
and its
Hercules
fiery face was glowing of the moon.
related
Shone
in the
brightly on
Sudrian
the fog
Chronicles?
surrounding him. Through the mist came the sweltering of the
Brothers,
tugboat's
not by
engine,
blood, but
and
by
then,
heart.
coming towards them,
Okay.
was the tugboat. The tug made his way
I
in
like
front of
that.
Hercules as their
Edward
prows
and
nearly
Thomas.
touched.
But
The two stood in
Okay.
silence, facing each other.
I want to give
staring into each other's
major
terrified
credits to
I'm sorry.
Then, tears began to
Hang on,
stream
I
down his
wanna-
face as the
Izzy?
sound of crying erupted.
no. I mean, yeah, Izzy does a
fine, honey.
phenomenal job as Hercules in
Everything's
this.
Yeah.
But
No,
Caroline as
no.
well. They both
My fault.
are fantastic
was
voice
never
actors.
Oh,
and
yeah, they are.
do
I
such a
forgot
great job as
Caroline's in this.
Lydia.
She's phenomenal.
Honestly, she plays James in Yet Another Tales as well, and she does
Yeah,
so
you
good.
can-
She has such a wide voice variety. She is amazing.
Way to go. And with that, the figure of the tugboat faded into the mist, and Hercules.
Probably one of my favorite
below
voice actors in general.
began.
Yeah.
He didn't sleep at all. He waited until morning.
Izzy
waves grew
plays.
and
Doesn't
dragged
Izzy
rope
play
up.
it? I feel like Izzy
Bubbles
plays.
from
another
the
Izzy
water
character.
plays
seemed to hear the
Hercules.
far distance.
But who else?
He came
I feel like they
closer
play a
and
second
closer,
person.
dodging the
in
mines
the-
underneath.
No?
Suddenly, a little
Oh,
submarine emerged.
okay.
Hercules, we've been looking all over for you.
And then this is Scrapyard
Just
Studios.
barely,
He also plays the
Oh,
fire
yeah,
tug from
for sure.
earlier.
That's what I was thinking.
Does a very good job as Grampus.
And Grampus dived back into the water.
Indeed.
Hercules let out a
Forget
large
if I
gulp of
asked
steam,
him
and he
or
followed
you just
Grampus,
asked me if
being very
I needed
careful
voice
while at it.
actors.
My
He asked
ocean-going
me
tug made it
because he
safely
heard that
back
I
to
was
the
writing the story. I
harbor
was like, "Do you
and
want
kept
any
the
voice
story
actors?" And I
very
just
vague to
told him the others that I
He
couldn't
was
find people
shaking up
for,
from
and he
his
just did them. And he
experience.
did a
Never told
phenomenal
anyone
job at them.
except for Lily about his
Yeah.
encounter, and later me in the 50s. It was a hardship for him to lose someone so close, but his closure, as he told me, was what he truly needed.
Munitions.
We all have to listen to this now.
Yay! Wait, are you gonna get copyrighted for this?
It was never copyrighted on the original.
Okay. I was in the middle of recording my lines when I was just like, yeah, let's sing a song.
That's what all the people say.
Hey, that's me!
You're riding high
Hi,
in
April.
Shut down today! Okay, Ghost Tug.
Oh, I'm gonna change
That tune. When I'm back on top. Back on top in June. I say that's life.
Yeah, that is little tax.
Well, that happened.
Yeah. The next one, very exciting one.
It's gonna be special. It's gonna be great.
Thomas and Gordon.
Oh boy!
Hopefully,
Is this the
stream
good
is
version?
good to get- What? Yeah.
Is this the good
obviously.
version? Oh yay!
All the
Y'all
updated.
won't believe how much of a great time I had writing this.
In the amount of rewrites I had to do to this was like really frustrating.
The Sudrian Chronicles,
Hopefully, it won't
Book
get copyrighted
2,
for this music.
Thomas the Tank
It
Engine.
wasn't copyrighted in the original.
Dear Clara,
There is a
here is your
Repcon
friend Thomas the Tank
illustration
Engine.
right
He
here.
wanted to come out of the
Right,
station
I
yard
mean,
to
these
see the
illustrations
island.
aren't really canon,
He
but like there
enjoys telling
is
you
something
how he did it.
notes.
I hope you
that
enjoy
is
this.
Is it
different.
Gordon's running board?
It's not
Sincerely,
Gordon's running board.
Your best friend.
Is it the faces?
It does have to do with the face.
Story 1. Thomas and Gordon. Originally written by Wilbur Audrey. Thomas
I like
is
how-
a tank engine. He lives at the big
One,
station.
I
He has
appreciate
6
you
small
calling me
wheels,
your
a
best
short
friend in
stubby
that.
funnel, a short
Two,
stubby boiler, and
I
a
like
short
how
stubby
you used
dome.
the music
He
I
is a
was
fussy little
currently
tank engine.
sobbing
He shunts
over.
coaches and trucks to the bigger
Yeah.
engines. He pushes the coaches to
I really
the platform
wanted you
the
to
bigger
use that
engines will
music
take away on long
in
journeys.
Thomas
When trains
the
come in
Runaway
and
Train.
the people get out, he takes the empty
Yeah.
coaches away so that the big
You
engines
didn't.
can go
And I
and
was
rest.
very upset.
He's a cheeky little engine too. He thought no other engine worked harder and was more important than him.
I
He
really
plays
like
tricks on
Gordon's
engines who think
eyebrows in
highly
this
of
image.
themselves. He
Heck
likes,
yeah.
best of all, to tease the main express engine of the
The
railway.
only good illustration of faces.
One evening, Gordon returned to
Can you just
Vickerstown
pray on the
after a
mic?
long run with the
What, sorry?
express. He went to doze on his favorite siding.
Oh,
It was just in the
Shunter
right spot
says
between the
that-
station and yard to
well,
be warm in
Shunter's
the
asking
morning
if
and
you're the only
cool
one
in
to
the evening.
acknowledge
The
Thomas's
sleepy
eye
sun
color.
glistened on his
I
marvelous
don't
blue.
think it's not really that they changed. You just can't really see the gold in this version of it.
Okay.
Because it's kind of like above like where their eyebrow kind of like folds over onto their eye. I understand like this one There is gold. It's just really hard to see. It's more prominent in the others, though.
Okay.
I think in the... No, that's not the next one. But if it were to pop up over here, which I doubt it. Yeah, it doesn't. Never mind. But yeah, no, it's not the eye color, but...
Is it
Yeah.
the direction
Pink.
Thomas is facing?
No, Thomas faces is the right direction in this one, yeah.
What's
Oh,
wrong?
I'm just realizing that this is at the bottom. I forgot to get rid of that. The Thomas
Why?
and the Express because I don't do that in any of the others. It's like the only one in this block I think I do it for it.
But I like it.
Like it's actually a lot of work to like insert that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He shut his eyes dreamily, thinking about how grand he was. He couldn't
I
have
am
known
so
a cheeky pink
grand,
engine
I
was
am so
right
great.
next to him. Beep, 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 beep. Bruh! Wake up, lazy bones! Why don't you do some hard work like me?
Like me.
Thomas trotted away to put the coaches in the shed.
Oh, you get back here this instant.
Shouted Gordon. Try to catch me? Laughed Thomas, steaming away.
Sure.
Gordon leapt into steam as his driver and firemen stumbled in his cab. He neared the points to leave his yard as Henry, with a good string,
To leave
darted
his
out
yard?
behind the station wall.
I like how it's
Blocking
one-siding
his
his
way.
yard.
Damn you, Thomas. Once I get my buffers on you,
I mean it's right next to the yard, so
I'll do
Yeah.
it later.
The clock struck the hour. Gordon sat at the platform. He was waiting for his coaches. Thomas had not arrived yet.
Poop, poop, hurry up, he whistled.
Go on, Gordon, cried his driver Marshall.
Color
You can get the coaches by yourself.
I
What?
shan't. Tendrons
The
no
chat.
shan't.
You
Oh.
really are as lazy as Thomas says. Meanwhile, Thomas
I
was
bet you had
asleep
more
in the
to say
shed.
about this, Liam.
Thomas, you need to wake up,
What?
said Edward.
bet you had
pulling
more to
the
say
pin
about
of the
this,
tank
Liam.
engine's wheels.
Not right now.
5
Give it
more
like
minutes.
half a minute
Thomas,
from when
you
it
need
comes,
to
if
get
you know
up
what I mean.
now.
Okay.
The
There's
express
a
will be
hobby
late if you
underneath
don't.
my orbit. I'm so
Gordon
sorry.
can get his own train. You think Gordon is really going to do that?
I
Or do you
really
think
like
he's
that I
going to
added that
hunt you
little
down
bit
and
of
berate
banter
you
between
until you
Thomas
fetch
and
the
Edward.
train?
Yeah.
Fine. And he meekly left the sheds. He yawned his way into
That
the
part
yards.
wasn't in the original
Holcomb sat
draft.
beside
And,
him,
like,
looking down his long
it made
nose.
Edward pop out of
Where
nowhere.
the bloody hell
Which,
have you been?
for what we were
Taking a
doing later
nap.
on,
Taking a nap? I've been waiting here for 30
I really
minutes.
wanted to kill
Give me
Thomas
my
and Edward.
train.
He can wait another 30
Yeah.
minutes. The express.
Because there's not a
is
lot of
first.
it in this.
If it's really
Wasn't
that
a lot of
important,
it
you
in
can fetch it
originally.
yourself.
Yeah.
I shan't. We tender engines don't
The
shan't.
real ones
That's
will
what you
know.
tank engines do.
Yeah.
You're just shit-covered peasants.
Shit-covered peasants, huh? What does that make you then?
My favorite
He counted
line
the
that I
eighth,
added.
and he wished steam vigorously at the arrogant engine. His driver, Robert Ball Pinshire, and fireman, Wade Harrington, drew into position for whatever was to happen next.
Oh, why you?
And Forkham lurched forward and began to chase down Thomas. Thomas laughed as he leapt over a set of points, dodging Fulcrum's attack. He swayed dangerously,
today,
missing Fulcrum
Fulcrum.
as the big engine rode over the points set against them.
Not
With a
not
click of the
Jules
plank,
yet.
he flipped over
Hush,
the points
Cody.
and derailed
Hush.
his front bogey.
Oh, get back here. Get me a breakdown train.
He cried as Thomas laughed and clattered over to the carriage shed. What's a breakdown train? He asked himself as he backed down onto the express.
Leon,
and
that
pulled
part
a
was
long
funny.
line of
Good
coaches
job on
out
that.
Thank
into
you.
the yards. Thomas would uncouple from the train and then run to the back bunker to coach. He had uncoupled and ran halfway down when out of nowhere came an engine onto his line. Bob threw on Thomas's brakes and came to a sharp halt. He stared at the black engine. The smell of burning wood followed suit. Thomas ignored it. She looked straight back at him. She was painted in a very sooty black that looked like
There's
it
your
wasn't cleaned
Jules,
well.
Cody.
She looked stumpy with a 6-wheel configuration and a running board that stopped very shortly after the smoke box.
And where are my trucks?
She asked. Your trucks? I don't know where your trucks are, or even who you are. Now excuse me, doll, and let me get Gordon's
everyone's
coaches before
favorite
he throws me
engine,
into the
Jules.
sea. The engine scowled at him.
I'm Jules.
Good for you. I don't really care. No, if you don't mind, I need to shunt the express.
I liked writing that
The engine
part.
still didn't move.
But my coaches.
I thought you had to pull trucks.
Well, yes. So go get me them.
Oh, come off it. I told you, I need to get Gordon's coaches before I fetch your train.
So you will? Maybe, if you don't move, bitch.
How dare you?
How dare me? How dare yourself, you fucking... The engines blew steam
This
harshly at each
is
other,
awesome.
as if having an argument of some kind. The workmen around them, although confused, stared at the iron horses. Beep, 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 blared Maithwaite. Oi, calm your engine, barked the workmen. We're going deaf. I can't.
Wait, am I
We'll
gonna get
lose the
copyrighted for the music in
yelled
this?
Bob. Same to you.
Did
cried
you get
another workman.
copyrighted in the
There,
original
in front of
video?
I think
Maithwaite
so.
was a medium-sized tender engine, one of many from the LNYR.
Does it matter that
Tom,
you're
you're
saying
stuck as
copyright?
well, cried the driver. The engine seemed to be an argument almost. Like they were almost.
Oh wait, no,
talking to
I guess
each
I
other.
did. I don't...
But that was silly. Engines talk to each other. Who would think of such a thing? They were just machines after all. Go move your fat tender elsewhere, you bloody guess. Jules stared deeply into Thomas, almost penetrating him. She reached a
So is
large
the
shot of
copyright what you
steam
wanted to talk
softly, then
about?
begrudgingly
What?
rolled off the points.
Is the copyright what you
Thomas,
wanted to
with
talk
the
about?
line being clear,
No, I just
glanced
kind of
over
remember that
them
now.
and ran to the back of the
Oh.
coaches.
Did you
Back
want to
at the
talk about the
station,
part where they were
Gordon
real
waited at
engines
the
and then got
platform. He let
distracted
out
by
a
the
low hiss of
copyright?
trickling
I
steam
honestly
as
don't
his
really know
driver
what
and
to
fireman,
say about that.
Marshall and
Honestly.
Dave, checked
Again,
him
I don't
over.
really really know
A
what
little
to say about
chuffing
these
came up
now.
behind him, and
Like,
with a peep peep a peep, the coaches flashed
please
into his
say
buffers.
stuff about them,
Gordon
Clara.
groaned.
Engines
And
don't
and that
beep,
is
beep,
Thomas's
beep.
iconic whistle, the
Stations,
peep
little
peep beep.
What's wrong with peep peep a peep?
Uh,
I think it's rather fun.
Taz,
Oh, it's not how
I
us
got
kids
that
on-
from All Engines Go.
Oh, yeah,
That was me who
we
added
all
that,
say
not
poop,
Liam.
poop, a poop.
Oh, shut up.
You shut up.
No, you.
Ed posted
No,
the video. No
You.
shot. Did Ed just post the video?
You.
I can't believe her.
Shouting and
You.
shouting. The
You.
station staff
You.
soon had to
You.
shush the engines from cursing.
You.
at
No,
the
wait,
other
wait,
passengers.
Cat, we're
It became
stopping this
so
now.
much-
We're gonna go watch Ed's new video.
No, wait. If we watch it here, then the people won't go and watch Ed's video.
Okay, chat. We're gonna watch it here. Then I'm gonna make you guys go watch it again.
Please. Ed needs the views.
Ed crops. Wait. I just gonna show this now than never. Ed crops my. Oh my god. Look at the. It's just the white box around it. They didn't even bother.
Oh my god. That's
Oh my God.
amazing. That is amazing.
That's awesome. We shall be watching this now. Oop. Did Ed just message me? No, I don't know who that was.
Would you like to come out today? Oh, yes, please, said Edward. So they lit his fire.
Ooh, what's happening? Oh my
Fire
god, the
made
lag.
lots of steam, and Edward puffed away.
Liam, you should comment.
What?
Comment on the video.
What should I say? I haven't watched it yet. I should watch it first. Tiny! Yo, it's tiny, guys. It's tiny. It's a tiny truck. Yo.
Oh god, Edward's dead.
Hang on. Let me.
I go to read Discord for 5
Wait.
seconds.
Hang on, let me. I have an idea.
Uh-huh. Stepney, that is a good point.
What's the point? What's the task say?
Tiny video win.
Wait and see.
We are doomed. She had an idea.
Okay. We are watching the video. If the comments even load. Oh my god, it's River. Hi, River.
Just comment on the video. Oh, we watched your video on stream.
I'm gonna.
I have been summoned!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to
Hi, Ed!
another episode of Ed's Engineering Endeavors, where, for the first time ever, I'm joined by another custom maker. Everyone, give a big hand for LNAR Liam.
Woo!
What's up, my chroniclers?
Cut the cameras, I'm not doing this, the clap's canceled. I commissioned Liam to make this model, which you see before you. So, instead of me, Liam will be going through the build process. But first, some backstory. The engine you see before you is named Alid Greedy, one of the lone engines present during the 1920s. He's an LNWR Clawton, the only one built during 1915. This is significant because it means technically he shouldn't exist. His full name is Lord Alid Greedy, after a lord from Sudrian history. How fitting, then, that he should end up on the island. Alid thinks this title gives him a rank above the other tender engines, much to the displeasure of his coworkers. Something worth noting is that Alid is spelled with one L, unlike other depictions where there's two, as the actual name only has one. His life on Zoda was much more eventful compared to his life on the mainland, but that, of course, is another story.
Why don't you like this, Ed?
Take it away, Liam.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Liam's Customs. I mean, Ed's Engineering Endeavors. Alid Greedy was made out of a 2003 Henry with a James tender Ed had sent me for the commission. As you know, Alid is a Clawton, so I try my best to replicate the model.
Guys, who even is this Edward
If you know me
guy?
and my models, I tend to do an upgraded
Ethel!
Hi,
Ethel! Kyra!
One in a noble-ish Thomas Wood
Billy!
was a bit challenging, but a fun one at that. The model is made out of balsa wood. I cut off a portion of the original fire.
Where did you get
and
these
made the
photos
gap
from?
in the model bigger to keep the look of the
I don't
Clawton.
think I sent you these.
I sanded everything down to fit the model. Then went
Ed
on to
has
the,
his ways.
Splashers? I would call them
Wheel art.
splashers, but they're connected across several wheels, so I don't know what to call them.
I'm pretty sure they're called splashers. There's just only one of them on each side.
Oh, anyways, I built that again out of balsa wood. The Nintendo was cut down to, again,
The
make it akin to the
Nintendo.
Clawtons. I was hesitant about it at first, but in the end, it looks very nice. Funny
It
story about the
does.
tender. I don't know if Ed actually sent me a chassis for it. I just completely forgot. To make up for it, just in case, I gave them a wooden Rary Tony Duke chassis that I had spare, so... Yeah, that chassis, it's all hodgepodge. It's
Is
a
that the
James
Duke chassis
tender,
from my
a
13
Duke
that you
chassis
made
with a
me?
tender, and a Henry, which is hilarious. Back to the overall model. My next step was to paint it. As I said earlier, Ed's style is very different compared to mine, so it was very interesting and nice to do a more simple paint job on Alid. The overall paint job is a mix of a glossy maroon and a matte red.
Oh,
the
yeah.
lining is a
I remember
matte
some of
yellow
that.
and glossy black. The numbers are hand painted on, which took many tries, but came out very well in the
This
end.
is a very well made
I then
video,
sent the
Ed.
model
This is
back
very
to Ed
good.
for them to finish it off.
Well, of course,
The
Ed.
model arrived in
it
one piece,
made the
thankfully,
video.
and after enjoying the goodies Liam sent me, thank you, I set to work adding the wheels and finding a suitable face. I decided to pinch one off a 2017 Duck, as it has
Oh,
a
dear.
similar nose shape compared to Alid's face. I changed up the eyebrows to distinguish him more from Duck, and added his signature mustache. And finally, he was done.
It's gorgeous,
Liam did a
Liam.
wonderful job making Alid, and I would highly recommend them if you want a custom engine made. I will certainly be using their services again. Links to their socials will be down in the description. Well, I think this will end this, how about?
Sounds good. But first, with Ed's permission, of course, be sure to check out the Sudrian Chronicles.
Hey, we watched that.
Alright, that's enough plugging. This is my channel.
Oh, and fine.
Observes out, signing off.
Good job, man. Good job.
No, Liam, comment on the video. And that goes for everyone else too. Go to
I'll do
Ed's
it
video
later.
and comment.
Laser. What did I say? I texted. No, that was someone else.
Now, quickly, back to Thomas and Gordon.
Yes, quite.
Wait, River uploaded a video. Come on. We gotta watch that now, Clara. It's a backshot down. Clara, it's River. We have to, Clara.
Well, yeah, I know.
Come on, we have to watch this.
We do.
Exactly.
This is our friend. He died. Oh, heavens.
Where the hell even are we? I don't know. Ah,
Oh,
great. Not only
AKA
did
a
you cause
razor
an accident
blade.
earlier, you got us lost as well. I didn't mean to cause that accident. You know it. You never mean anything. Look, Dash, I know I get into my scrapes here and there, but I mean well. You know that, right? You mean well. Oh, that's good, isn't it? Doesn't matter that the rest of the engine
Everyone
hate
go
us.
subscribe
Doesn't
to
matter
Two
that we
Beef
can't
River
do a
Studio.
single job without messing things up. All that matters is that you mean well. Look, sometimes it's not my fault. Oh yeah, there it is. Like it wasn't your fault we got lost last time we came here. Or like how it wasn't your fault we nearly pushed Ferdinand off the loading bay that one time.
Oh no.
Or the classic. Oh, wait for this one. How could I forget how it wasn't your fault we got sent to that fucking Misty Island in the first place?
Is that the outfit? Am I gonna get this video straight? That's a joke.
Dash. I don't dash me. It's true. You know it. You pushed that engine through the wall of that factory. You could have killed so many people, and for what? You thought it was funny? I did it for you! What? That engine was bullying you to the point you could barely steam. You were depressed. You were overworked and you weren't doing anything about it. I remember seeing you crying in that shed. Don't think I didn't. And that manager didn't give a shit about us, and you know it. So I had to do something. I had to protect you. And I'm sorry that it landed us on that insane place. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best here, Dad. I really am.
No, they're not, Ed.
Sorry.
River's doing phenomenal.
Please tell me that. Damn it, River! You're making me like Bash and Dash.
Somehow, River has made us like Bash and Dash.
What is
that? Bash and Dash. How?
How good at River is at writing.
I'm
I
gonna
have
get
to add that to
fired
my
from the
little
Sudrian Chronicles so Liam can replace me with River.
At the coupler had forgot to uncouple Thomas.
She
to
really
walk-
does, Ed. Oh my god, River's amazing.
Poop, poop. Getting quickly, please.
He announced to the passengers who were still dawdling on the platform, saying their goodbyes to friends, or simply listening to the argument that had just ensued. There was a clamoring from the passengers as they huddled into the coaches, looking for compartments. The guard waved his green flag, and Gordon jolted forward. Gordon! Gordon! Will you stop? I'm still coupled! But Gordon wasn't listening.
I like
he
this
absolutely
part.
wasn't, at least.
Yeah, this is
The
also
porter, who was talking to the
music is
factory director,
suggested by
heard
River,
Thomas yelling.
obviously. Here,
The two
Of
looked
course
on to
it
see
is.
Thomas
Wait,
being
it is? I
frantically
didn't know
dragged
that.
out
yeah,
of the
River
station.
suggested
The
welcome to
porter
the
ran
jungle.
after Thomas as the factory director yelled at
Oh
Gordon.
yeah, they
It was
did.
no use.
Yeah.
The two sped out of the station onto the open main line. The train was going
Oh,
nicely.
bye,
Bye,
Ed.
Ed.
Although for Thomas, it was too fast. He bounced
This part I
horrendously
think was
when he
rewritten
going
so
50,
many times just
so he
because
nearly flew off the rails.
we
at
didn't
90.
know the
Bob and Will
pacing.
held
The
on
pacing
for
was
dear
really
life,
weird in like the
trying
first
not to be
original
tossed out of the cab.
versions.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Also,
faster, faster,
yeah.
faster.
You
This
can't get
scene
away! You can't
was
get away! You can't get away!
interesting
Answered the
to
coaches.
say the least, yeah.
Thomas wanted to stop, but he simply couldn't. They sped through stations. Station masters had been called ahead about Thomas being strapped on, but Gordon ignored them. What are all they saying? Asked Marshall.
Oh, they're just praising me, of
That is
course.
funny.
Holy hell, Gordon! Stop! 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 But there was no stopping. His wheels felt like they would spin right off. He was out of breath, and there was a sharp pain in his boiler. It was a miracle that his side rods hadn't flown right off. He would never be the same engine again. The guard sipped his tea, listening to the sounds of the passengers conversating and his radio in the corner. There seemed to be an argument of some kind. Lots of curses were being screamed. He ignored them and looked out the window behind him. Up on to see Thomas being strapped on. He spat his tea all over the window and went away for a double take. He scrambled his way to the front to warn Marshall and Dave. Well, we can't stop now, said Marshall. We can drop him off at the junction, replied Dave. And
So you
that's
can hear
what they
like the
did.
upgrade
They
in
clambered
Dave's
down
voice.
Gordon's
Again, you
hill,
can just
filling
hear
the
like
speeds too
these are
fast
the
for Thomas.
definitive voices
You big
now
moron!
compared to like
Stop!
the original.
I'm back
Yeah.
here! I'm back here! Gasped Thomas as he was slammed into the back of the coaches. He had no steam left, and thankfully, they were going slower. The pain in his boiler slowly decreased as the pace finally matched his own. They had come to a resting spot at Wellsworth. Thomas, when he was finally uncoupled, furiously steamed up beside Gordon.
Oh my, Thomas, what were you doing back there?
What was I doing back there? My ass! Burst out Thomas with more steam than he
Thomas
could
doesn't
muster.
have it.
What do you mean, my dear boy?
I don't know
Shut
why
up,
I
Gordon.
wrote that.
Just shut up. Holy
No,
hell,
I
you
wrote
were the
that.
biggest piece of shit
Okay,
I've
that makes
ever
sense.
met. Gordon gasped. Rather fraudulently, of course. Thomas blasted with warm steam and angrily stormed away to the water column. He had a nice long drink, but couldn't help to hear Gordon say,
I suppose someone knows what hard work really means now.
Actually, Gordon's like
doesn't
I'm
he?
still on the fence
Yeah.
with Gordon's voice on
yeah,
this, honestly.
hard work, being strapped onto a high-speed train. He went home
You should
shortly
let
after.
me record
very
lines for like
slowly.
only Gordon.
He had enough of big
No.
engines for one day.
It'd be funny.
And that is the first book of Thomas.
What do you mean book? Story. It's the first story of Thomas.
First book of Thomas. I'm gonna see if
Oh
I
my
can
God.
just do it like this and hope I don't get an ad on my video. If YouTube wants to load. Hey guys, it's for the thing.
We'll get to Thomas and the Runaway soon, Shunter.
After what? That's 20 minutes. And this is 15 minutes, so like 35 minutes. Jeez, that's long.
I can't believe we made Thomas's book that long.
Yeah. There's a chance we
Apparently,
could
there
get
was a
copyrighted
page
on this.
cut out of the original book, but like, I didn't know it'd be this long.
The Sudrian Chronicles. Story 2. Thomas and the Coaches.
Is
Originally
Shunter
written
right about the
by
eye
Wilbur
color
Audrey.
being different?
My coach is this. Fetch me that, grumbled Thomas as he shunted Gordon's coaches. It had only been a week since he was
No,
dragged
it's just a
out
lot
of the
lighter
station by
than
Gordon.
this illustration,
And he
because
complained
again, I'm like
every
really,
second
I was
of
really
every
inconsistent
minute
with the faces.
of
'cause
every
the last
hour
illustration,
of every
the last
day.
two books
Gordon
have
sat at the
gray
platform,
faces. Again,
waiting
it's just me
patiently
being
for
really
Thomas to bring his
inconsistent.
train.
Again,
He
the
had called
eye
many
color,
times to
you just
Fetch
can't
me
notice
my
very well
coaches.
because
the big engine for the
I
umpteenth
didn't know how to
time.
like illustrate eye
You're
color
welcome very
correctly,
much.
but you
chuffed
can't just see
Thomas.
the faintest
Gordon
gold.
huffed.
This
You're
illustration,
too
this
impatient for little
quality doesn't
Thomas.
show well because I
Says
don't
the
know how to
engine who
zoom
dragged
in
me
here.
across the island because he couldn't wait for me to be
Wait, hold
uncoupled.
on.
Cheeky little git.
What was that? Called Thomas, who had traversed
What
the
about
wings
the
and back of
missing
the
coach?
station and was now pulling
Shut up.
alongside.
What about
Learned
the
your
missing
lesson,
coach,
have
Tasha?
you?
Learn your lesson yourself.
What?
Back director hasn't gotten to you at all, I say.
What about the missing
Don't drag a
coach?
poor engine on the
That's
back
what
end of
Sasha
your
asked.
train.
I'm asking where
Honestly,
she got
Gordon, my wheels
they
haven't
got
felt the
the
same
missing coach from.
since. What the fat director needs is a proper engine.
I don't know.
Like me.
Proper.
Yeah, it's not
indeed.
zooming in.
You're too impatient to learn,
No, no.
Thomas.
It's just very
Little.
I don't know.
Pah, I'm not small. Your funnel's the one that's small.
Either way, you need to take your time. Your attention span is smaller than a lump of ballast. You need to be patient.
Huh?
Green?
I
Let me
was
look at
listening.
that.
Granted, you never have anything
Yeah.
important to say. Gordon is right, came a voice. Jules entered the
okay.
station to the side of Thomas.
Shunter,
Jules,
how
shout everyone
could you?
trees as fast as you
We've
can.
been
Then you
fully
berate anyone
betrayed.
who's near you about how you want to leave the yard and see more of the island.
Thank you. Whoever you are.
I'm James. We've talked like 6 times before.
Right. Sorry. Do you smell a burning smell?
Smell what smell? Hang on, I thought your name was Jules.
It was
I
me
mean,
who suggested
yeah, but
adding the
it's
foreshadowing for
complicated.
James's
Right,
wooden
well, Gordon,
blades.
I wouldn't take too kindly to our James here. He's too stuck up for
Yeah.
himself. I
Okay.
honestly
Had
will
it.
compare him to you. Vain
Look who's
assholes who only
talking,
care about
Eleni
yourselves.
Arleon.
Hang on. Since I finally got you 2 plonkas here, I can finally show you the song I made. It's called
I
I
love
Hate You
this song.
Guys.
Don't you dare. The passengers wouldn't like it.
But Thomas didn't care. So Wade made a nice head of steam and Thomas burst into song. I hate you guys.
You guys are assholes.
Especially Gordon.
I
I hate him the most.
James
James
is
is
a
a
narc.
narc. He talks too much. Okay, that's enough. Came a voice.
Oh my God,
Voices
Edward!
blared through the station as Edward came in from a nearby platform. I'm sorry, Gordon. James. Thomas, why don't you come take my coaches away and we can shunt together? Thomas let out a sigh of annoyance as he followed after Edward. Thomas and Edward entered the yards, shunting the coaches away, then went to a siding to have conversation. Now, what have I told you about getting into arguments with the big engines? What? They were being brats. Gordon was making fun of me, and James joined in for no reason. And what did I tell you to do in those types of situations? To ignore them. That's right. A pause came from Edward. He had a quizzical look upon his face, almost like he was trying to remember something or to form a thought in his head. Thomas, do you know what you mean to me?
This scene was
After-
really big
I think
inspiration
so.
for the rest of the
You're like a
book.
brother to me, Thomas.
Yeah.
My annoying little brother. Hey! But you still mean a lot to me. For the past, what has it been? 10, 15 years that we've known each other. I've been... What are you getting at, Edward? Fat Director's not getting rid of you. Don't tell me Fulcrum is taking your place. Oh, nothing like that.
Leo, I just realized you
Well,
finally learned the
I'll be going
passenger
away.
head code.
Where?
Yeah,
They opened a new branch in
shush.
Bosworth. I've been assigned to work there with a few of the engines who used to work a railway. I'll be gone for some time, and I don't know when I'll be back. Don't leave me,
Oh,
Edward.
dear.
I can't be left alone with these crazy engines. You're the only one keeping me sane at this point. It's hard making sure Molly doesn't have an anxiety attack every 2 minutes. I'm going to
Molly,
kill
for
Gordon
real.
and Fulcrum
Me
one day,
too.
and don't even get me started on James. I want to throw him off a bridge and make him drown, Edward.
Don't
I'm
we
sorry,
all?
Thomas, but sometimes special people come into our lives. Stay for a
Bluey!
bit, then they have to go. But that's sad. It is. But we were happy, weren't we? Yeah, well,
I love it when Liam decides to steal from
it's just not
Bluey.
fair. Why can't you stay, Edward? Edward looked at his buffers, contemplating his response. The director had only asked if he wanted to go, and he was the one to say yes, despite knowing it would hurt Thomas. At last, the words came to him. Thomas, I have been here for a long, long time. I think it's time for me to see
Liam,
the
are you
world.
running out of stuff to
See the
say?
world? What more is there? Well, there's more than just Sodor. Though I'm not sure if I want to see
My
a lot farther
River's
than
here!
after the world.
Hi, River!
I would like to see the rest of the island, though. The engines to the west are very friendly, and I'd like to see some old friends as well. Why
My
do you get to
favorite
leave and I
characters were
don't?
Thomas
I
and the
want to come
coaches.
with you. I want to see the world with you. He clanked with a flurry of emotions. Edward's face faltered. This was a subject that he was not ready to approach. He hesitated to say, well, you have Henry. But he knew too well that Thomas would be taking care of him more than vice versa, so he didn't. I'll tell you what. If you ever need me, you can always ask the back director, and he can always arrange something for the two of us. The two engines sat in silence.
Remember that
until the
line. That's
door
important for
opened
the next
behind
story.
them. Thomas felt like his whole world was falling apart. Edward,
My
his best
power!
friend, his brother, was gone.
I like how Thomas
Just like
gets
that.
depressed and the music just becomes
Eventually,
triumphant.
Steam trickled into Thomas's cylinders.
Yeah.
His fire felt brighter
You have
than
to
ever.
remember what
His
this
solemn
music means in
expression was now
Deltarune and what it
replaced
implies
with
for
pure
Thomas.
determination,
I
glaring
know.
at the yard entrance. Just beyond it lay the outside world. He had partially seen it before, only being a blur and him limping home. It was hardly anything. He had a shot. One opportunity.
This was
When
a
heard of
Eminem quote.
It wasn't his time to blow it all
It
away.
is?
Edward got
Yeah.
his shot.
Kinda.
And he wasn't about to throw away his shot either. He needed to prove himself. He wanted to see the world. I
thought it was a Hamilton
going to throw
reference.
away my shot. And he
That's
puffed
the
away
Hamilton
to
reference.
come
There
up
we
with a
go.
plan. He hadn't a clue
If
of what
you
he was
couldn't
doing,
have guessed,
but
I got
something's
into
better
a
than
Hamilton
nothing. For the rest of
hyperfixation
the day,
around
he
the
shunted
time of
hard
writing
and
this.
on time. He tried his best, and every time the fat director came out of his office, he made sure to show off his best work, which the coaches greatly appreciated.
It was late at night when Thomas entered
Honestly,
the
Hey,
train.
River, you
Hamilton
should
the
join the
musical.
stream. I sent you
Went
the
to talk
invite.
to any of the other engines. Fulcrum had
Hamilton
gone
the
on and on
musical
about
was
the
really big inspiration
finally
for
leave Ironman
my
Railway.
writings in
He
Thomas's
stepped
book.
to Edward's words and stayed
I
away
don't know
from the
why, but
train.
I
He
just think
stared at his
Hamilton and
buffers,
Thomas are
lost in
such
thoughts
similar
of a plan.
characters.
Suddenly, a small cough broke his thinking. He was so concentrated that
Especially
he
when
had not
Thomas is working
realized
the yards.
who he was sitting next to. Henry sat beside him to his right and a dozing Molly to his left. Thomas stared on at Henry. He seemed
River, that's
in
a
very
great
sorry
point.
state. His smokebox door is open, and the men were
Thank you,
cleaning out his
River.
ashes.
Okay.
Henry moaned as he blinked.
Yay, Henry!
Albeit
Oh my
in a
god.
delayed fashion.
In the original
Are
version,
you all
Henry
right?
was supposed to
asked
still
Thomas to the
be in
face
the
hanging around
tunnel,
its
wasn't he?
hinges.
Yeah, you're right. So, fun fact:
My
in the
bad.
original Henry book,
Henry
there was
wheezed
an
in
edit that I
fits.
had to edit out of the
Thomas
video. Like I had to
never
go
had a
into YouTube
proper
Studios
conversation
because
with Henry.
and
He
completely
was
remove
either
it from the
being
video
miserably sick or
because
too
it
busy to talk to.
retconned
They had only ever
Thomas
had the passing conversation
this
about
entire
what train
story
Henry had needed.
taking place
Thomas
when Henry
complaining
is
of
still
how
in the
Henry
tunnel,
always felt terrible.
which
Or that
means that
one odd time
Thomas's
they
flick
had talked
takes
about
place
American politics.
would take place
At that
before Henry
moment,
was left out of
Thomas
the
had the
tunnel, which is all
realization.
weird
Every morning,
year
he
wise.
shunted the coaches
But
for the
also
first
because
train
I
of the
like
day,
the idea that
which
Edward, I
Henry
mean not Edward,
ruled.
Henry is more like
A
a father
flickering
figure
light
to
bulb
Thomas because
above
I really see
Thomas
that and I
turned
think it's
on.
really well. It's
Do you
really
think you'll
well
be able to pull
narratively
your chain
for a
tomorrow?
lot of reasons that I don't really
Henry
want to
stared
spoil at
into
this current
space for
moment
a short
because it
time,
does dive a
pondering
lot
the
deeper
question.
later
Although
stories.
it had looked
But
like he had died.
yeah, originally Henry was still meant to
I
be in the tunnel. You're right. But again, I
don't
had to
know.
retcon that. I had to
If
edit
you
it
can't
out.
take your chain,
And
can I?
yeah,
Henry stared again at Thomas,
Welcome back,
slightly
Luke.
more alive. Is this? Is this about Edward? He told me that you want to try to
I like your
escape
Henry voice.
and visit him.
Yeah,
But not
thank
even
you.
a day after he's left. No. I mean, yeah. I'd like to visit him, of course. But I want to take a train as well. I've never been out of the yards until Gordon dragged me across the island. I'd like a chance to go at it again, on my own. Henry's face changed from the tiresome dead look to a now stern but feeble look. Are you ready for it? Of course I am. Henry let out a small tither, which turned into a hysterical fit of coughing all over Thomas's running board. The tank engine winced. He would need to ask Wade and Bob to clean him off next morning.
I added
The
that bit.
contractor agrees. Oh, thank you, Henry. Thank you. You're the best.
Shush. Some engines are trying to sleep.
Rattled Gordon, who was woken up by the commotion. And with that, Thomas went off to sleep. Or at least he tried. If his excitement was steam, he would have blown up in seconds. Thomas woke up early next morning. He
Hi,
sent
Izzy.
Henry's coaches to the platform with a
Hello,
scream and
Izzy.
cough and waited. He waited and waited. The passengers
He got here a
entered
little
and
late.
but Henry never came.
We've already went over little
Presently,
talks.
the fat director came out of the door to the station, followed by a group of men. They were all chattering loudly to him. The fat director nodded at them, pretending to
Oh,
listen
River,
and
hi!
agree with them.
Hi, River!
He stared at the train on the platform.
I have never heard someone so happy to see me before. Oh my god.
We
I
don't know what to
resent
talk
He's
about
ill,
anymore. We
again.
need another
He
voice of
needs time to
opinion.
steam up, and he
I
won't
know
be
what
able to
to
make
talk
it for
about. I'm
first
just
train.
waiting for Liam to find words.
Who can take his place?
Thomas is available, sir.
Then you
Suggested
talk.
one of the men. The
Not the
director
holding the
hesitated,
nose.
turning to the men.
Is Gordon available?
No, sir. He's being steamed up for the express as we speak.
What do you
Edward.
think of this,
He's
River?
moved to Bosworth.
Beryl.
Out with the kipper. Still.
Fulcrum.
Banned from coaches.
Molly.
Panic attack.
That's foreshadowing.
Nope.
The panic attack?
Again, ill.
No, the
Any of
fulcrum.
the other engines.
Oh.
There's the engines at Timoth.
I really
Imagine,
love
like,
that I added
you-
that line.
The
Ben
only
from
engine who
Coaches.
can is Thomas, sir. The fat director.
Yeah, like
walked up there,
imagine you
turned
borrow a
his
bunch of
thumb.
engines because your railway's struggling, and then you can't use half of them because they're all like being punished for being assholes.
A long sigh, then walked up to him.
Now, Thomas, you must be patient. Passenger trains are important and must be handled with care. Are you listening?
The director's voice had trailed off. Thomas was paying attention to the signal gantry far in front of him. The morning sun shone down bright, just a bit out of the station. The fat director
I
seemed
like how
satisfied,
it's you.
so he left it at
He's
that.
Thomas's dad,
Thomas
but
waited and
he's
waited.
still kind of
Passengers
referring to
buzzed
him as
around
the
the
fat
platform.
director.
Porters roughly tossed luggage into the van. The station master vehemently walked up and down the train. Thomas rested his focus on his path.
Squidward.
Suddenly, our guard's whistle sounded, and without thinking, Thomas blew a great cloud of steam as he began to depart. People at the platform ran and waved for Thomas. His cloud parted to reveal a bright blue sky that glimmered off his paint. He raced
This
through
scene
forests,
originally
trees that
played
touched the clouds,
kind of
and into lines
differently.
of diamonds that distorted
What?
his face. He
This
raced
scene
through
kind of.
forests with trees that touched the
This scene
clouds
has
into lines of
changed.
diamonds
Oh,
that
this
distorted
scene
his
has gone
face.
through so
Then he
many
hopped out of the ground,
things,
which
like
meant
variants
high
of
over
it. Like
tall viaducts that
especially when we
glided
get to the
above
hill,
deep
we wrote
rivers.
so many
He felt
variants
like
of like the
wheels
hill
floating
scene
on
of like.
clouds. Everyone he passed.
Oh no,
I
like
know.
Bro's having like different
He took
ideas
a
while he's
sharp
going along
incline
the
up
line. There were, I
Gordon's
know there were longer
was easy
versions and
now,
very short
and
versions, and we
soon
couldn't use
he
the short
crested over the
versions
top
because
and gracefully
there was
floated
too little
down the
for
other
the
side.
So
And there
Liam
he
just
was,
repeated herself
just
and
in
said
the
the same
distance,
thing twice.
Edward, waiting for him at Wellsworth.
Yeah.
Edward blew a boisterous whistle that
But
echoed
no,
through the valley. Thomas,
There's also
Thomas,
remnants
wait a
of
minute,
when
Edward.
Thomas
I'm seeing
flew
that
off the
you
top
gave
of
me a
Gordon's
sharp
Hill
eye.
and
You
went to
looked up
space.
to find a red signal
Yeah.
on a rock, which faded into
There
the
it is,
laying
on a
gantry.
rock.
Thomas, cried a voice that wasn't Edward. It was the signal man.
I want to say
Wait,
we
what?
had this
He had
idea
stopped right
before
the signal
Trampy
gantry
did.
of Vickerstown. The signal man was
Oh,
ready.
no, the
yeah, we
Trampy.
did.
Hopping mad.
Yeah.
What's
Like
on?
there's
You
a
do
lot
it.
of
He
ideas in the
he
Chronicles.
probably had his version out long before we did, but
Yeah,
we had this
Thomas
idea
went
long
back.
before
He
him.
hadn't even
there's a
left
lot
the
of
yard.
ideas
Long
in
before he stopped
Chronicles
recording it
Away from the
anyways.
station.
that like other
And why the
creators
bloody hell is
eventually
your
did,
child?
and it's
Oh,
just
it's
like
at
it was
the
very
station. Because you're
coincidental because
stupid.
transitioning
That
lines was an
gantry.
entire idea on
Fulcrum,
its own
the
before.
engine actually departing.
I forget there's
saw
someone else who did
everything.
it with like
Well.
the basis of what I
Looking
do
at
for
what
the
we
book.
have
There's,
here,
again, there's just like a
this
lot of
Flopdoodle thought
there's a
he
good
could pull
few
a
notable
train.
times that
What
me
a
and
buffoon.
Trampy have like the same
Stupid
things in our
little
stories,
tank
but like
engine.
His trucks hurled insults.
I didn't get the
toward
inspiration for them,
Thomas
and
felt
like
depressed.
Apart from
He
Toby's
backed up
book,
to his coaches.
What?
there's only like a
was
select
that?
few things from Toby's book.
Demanded the
So
director as
either
the
way.
argument with
It's
a
only the
proper
police
to
part
the
that's
coaches.
kind of inspired, but that's
Break
really
Tessa.
it.
Just seeing if I'm ready. The fat director stared deeply at the tank engine, observing him.
yeah,
Almost
that's what we
briefly.
wrote, Luke.
You must be more patient, Thomas.
Thomas
Then
was
he turned on his
imagining.
heel and went for the train. Thomas was.
We know he only got as far as the first signal box.
And that is the second book. So,
Second story.
sorry, thank you. I mean, we are on the second book.
So what did
well-
we think of that one, everyone?
It was beautiful. It feels weird for me being here because I actually have like no say in the writing of this, whereas you two did.
You're fine.
You
You're
give
good.
inspiration sometimes.
You were like how last video I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. Without you, we wouldn't have used "Welcome to the Jungle" in it. Which "Welcome to the Jungle" was a wonderful addition.
Oh yeah, I forgot I suggested that.
Yeah, there's
I
a lot of things that you suggested for these books because these were like rewritten lately,
Yeah.
like, around the time they came out. So there are like a few suggestions. So
I'll never forgive you for not using the Chuggington music. That's a joke.
That's
Right
how
now-
that's how the railway engine should have started, just the Chuggington music.
I'm going to take
Yeah,
a little
not even-
intermission while these two talk. So these two are going to take the stage while I go run and get me some water, and I shall be back. Goodbye.
Well, only intermission for her. I see how it is.
Okay, now that
Well,
she's gone,
someone you
welcome.
change your name.
Oh no, she's not gone.
Yeah, no,
Quick,
go on, go
quick,
on.
Toby's rifle. Okay, she's gone.
Is she really gone though?
Liam, are you really gone?
No, I mean yes.
Are you dead? Yes.
Are you asleep? Yes. Okay, bye.
Okay, now that she's probably, definitely, maybe, possibly gone, it's time for the first episode of the Clara and River podcast. Welcome!
Woo! Last
Oh,
night, I
well,
was showing River my really old videos on my YouTube channel, Pride of the Fleet, which you all should subscribe to. And
oh, I thought it was Percy Power that the video was on.
no, that was way before that.
Ah, okay.
But I had this little old series called Erdles. And at the end of the first episode, Evil Knievel goes and kills Boko, the cameraman. So at like 11 at night, I'm just screaming bloody murder.
But it's so funny though, because basically, like, all you could see on the screen was like flashing red lights, and every time you saw the flashing red lights, you'd hear like Boko screaming, and at one stage the screen cuts to black and you just hear, are you dead? And then Boko just goes, yes, and then then the red lights come back on and you hear him screaming again.
Sometimes past me was even funnier than current me.
The engines were all bigger than Edward and boasted about it. Chugging. In fairness, okay, so for context, Liam asked me to suggest like music for Thomas and the Trucks, and I assumed that the scene where Thomas shunts the train would be there, so I suggested like a bit of Chuggington music, and it's like I don't remember exactly what the Chuggington, like what the soundtrack is called, but in the music there's like a bunch of clanking noises and stuff like that, and I think it would have worked for a scene of Thomas shunting his train, but I didn't know that Thomas didn't shunt. There was no shunting scene in Liam's version of the story, so
Yeah,
they didn't end up using it. They didn't end up using it, but that's what I find funny, because when I say Chuggington music out of context, everyone just thinks of like the theme tune, like just the idea of using the Chuggington theme tune in the worst possible moment.
Thomas and Edward are having the conversation that they have at the end of Thomas and the Trucks. And Edward's like, Thomas, I'm going to die. Chuggington. Chuggington.
Or Edward's talking to Thomas and it's just like, you're just a trainee, you're making tracks.
Turned into Woody Woodpecker. You know Woody Woodpecker?
Not like, I know who Woody Woodpecker is, but I don't think I've ever actually watched anything to do with Woody Woodpecker.
Person that I know who knows about Woody Woodpecker. No
Smash
one
his window.
understands my hyperfixations.
I mean, no one understands my Paddington hyperfixation at the moment.
I
So
understand your Paddington hyperfixation. So
yeah, but
tell them
you
all
haven't-
about Paddington River.
I don't think this is the time. I don't want to take over the stream and turn it into Paddington. Plus, I mean, like, I don't think anyone else has ever watched an episode of the show that I am obsessed with at the moment. Did you watch the episode?
Chat, would you like to hear about River's Paddington hyperfixation?
Also, Smash his window, eats glass. Don't eat the glass. It's high in calories. Oh god, everyone's saying yes.
They want the Paddington talk, River. Tell them about
There's
Paddington.
a Paddington song.
Oh no.
Ah, fiddlesticks. Liam, go drink more water. We need to talk about Paddington. The
I'm
station.
listening.
I think Liam's waiting for us to talk about the station.
We're not going to continue on with the live stream unless we do it.
Talk about Paddington.
Okay, so basically, I've been super obsessed with this show called The Adventures of Paddington Bear. The whole show is about Paddington living in London, and he's writing letters to his Aunt Lucy explaining his normal day-to-day life as he learns how to live in London with his family. It's really good. It's really well animated. It's really cute. The theme tune's an absolute banger. It's how they get you. The theme tune sucks you in, and then you end up watching 20 episodes before you even knew what happened. It's really good. Check it out. That's the end of my rant.
I don't know how to swing off that rant, so we're just gonna jump into Thomas and the Trucks.
Okay, I'll give you a good transition. Paddington was named after Paddington Station, train station, trains. Thomas, there we go. Back on track.
Sudrian Chronicles.
Bart Simmons. I remember when the second.
Oh my god, I love that song.
To River.
The Sudrian
River.
Woohoo, River!
Thomas, the Taken. Story 3. Thomas.
Now,
and the
everyone,
Trucks.
look at that concept.
Originally written by Wilbur.
Now, think back to 2017.
Thomas pranced around the
That
yard.
concept is River's
thinking
suggestion.
furiously. Hurry up, peasant.
Oh, did I suggest that? I can't remember.
Did.
I'm coming. You annoying prat.
Aren't I just so
Mocked
smart
Thomas behind some
sometimes?
trucks. The
Yeah.
tank engine was exhausted.
I'd
Ever
say all
since he
the
took
time,
out
but you
his
wouldn't
train
accept the
and Fulcrum
compliment.
caught him leaving without it, he made sure
Oh,
to tell
definitely not all the
everyone
time.
about the event. And of course, on such a small railway, word truly got around. All the big engines made sure to make fun of Thomas whenever they saw him. Worst of all, try
This is
as
in
he
fact
might,
the episode
it
where
was hard to
Thomas
keep to
eats the
Edward's
trout.
promise of not biting back at the other engines.
Maybe.
Thomas, fed up with Fulcrum, made sure
Look
to
at
bump
that
his
one
trucks hard
train.
into him when he brought them into the station.
Me
spilling
trying
the
to get
gar's
my
tea.
kids invested
Watch
in
it,
Thomas.
urchins,
Here, Timmy,
barked
look at the fun
Fulcrum. I
train.
won't, thank you. You act like you're Napoleon when really you're his donkey. Who the hell is, Naples? You would know if you ever bothered to listen to Edward,
added
but
that
no,
part.
instead you wank about like you're king of the railway. Because I am, thank you. Even Gordon would be a better choice.
Oh, this
At
is
least
this
he can uphold
one.
what he guffs about, unlike such
Yeah.
a compulsive liar.
I
who
love
just
this
so
one.
happened to be
I read
pathetic
this
goods
one.
engines.
Let's go.
Fulcrum was
I forgot I
crosser
wrote
than
this.
ever.
What are you
Thomas
talking about? No, you
hadn't
didn't.
insulted him. He just said the cold-hearted truth. That
I
hurt
wrote
more
this
than
part. What are
any
you
insult.
going on about?
You useless little vermin! He screeched in a tone Thomas had never heard him use before. This wasn't the one he was used to when he monologued. No, he was angry. Actually, angry. Your only meaning in life is to be a slave to us bigger engines. You bring us our trains without a word, but no, you have to complain and whine about it not seeing the world. Well, you know what? Your world is this yard. Nothing more, nothing less. You are inconsequential to the world, let alone this railway. You will never amount to anything. Just like the engine who's older than the fat director's tea kettle called Edward. Fuck you!
That's a
Thomas ran
reference
into
to
the brakeman and sent
German
Fulcrum and his
Gold.
entire train out of the station. I hate this station. I hate these engines, and I hate you. I hate you
It
so
wasn't
much.
supposed to
I
be
wish you would
hate
die. Why
within
can none
my
of you
draft.
be sensible for once? Throw yourself off a bridge, you piece of Thomas the Tank Engine.
Did
A
I tell
large
Fulcrum
crowd
to jump off
had
the bridge,
watched
or was
as
that your
Thomas
doing?
insulted the
That
big
was me.
engine. Thomas
Okay.
looked past
Yes.
him as his boiler went ice cold. It was the fat director. Thomas sluggishly
I would-
walked over to him.
Honestly, Luke, that- I don't think
Yeah,
His
yeah.
voice was quiet, so
For
only
reasons
Thomas
See, it's an
could
in-
hear him, which felt even
See,
worse.
it's an
His
interesting
organ shout.
idea, but anti-sodarism has existed since before the days of trains, so...
That is true.
it. You will not.
Everyone
conduct
across
yourself
the
like
world
that
just goes,
in the
man, I
station.
really hate Sodor.
I don't care what you say in the yards, as long as you don't say it. in
I mean,
front of
it's mostly just, like,
passengers.
England, I think.
Yes, sir.
Is
I
it
No,
like
but
sir.
English
War
speakers?
Engines is the book that we are
Is it
writing.
Edward? At
Yes,
such a busy
yes, it
time like
is.
this? Heavens no. But Edward said I could. Edward does not make the timetable. Now, back to work.
Just it's World
And
War
no
II,
more
not
swearing
World War
in
I.
front of the passengers. It makes
Yeah.
for a bad reputation. Yeah.
Unless we want
The
to have a
evening
book
sky
about
crept in a
Thomas and
beautiful
James getting
orange and violet
traumatized.
hues. Henry
Yeah.
sat in Vickerstown sheds, lost in thought, admiring it. His peace and tranquility
was
was suddenly
suddenly
interrupted by the
interrupted.
blaring of an annoyed whistle as
This has
Thomas
been like a
backed haughtily
constant line in
next to
all of
him.
them.
He's
And
a
all the
pass!
Yeah.
He cried loudly as he covered Henry in warm steam.
Hello to you, too.
Like, if you
Coughed
go
Henry.
listen, because
I
this
tell
one's
you,
also
Henry, if I had a
on
rebel
the
call for
unlisted
every time
completion
Rat
of the
Engine said
original
something so
version.
utterly ridiculous,
That line is
I'd
still
have
in there.
21
That's one of the
canvas,
few
Henry.
lines that are like a kept one.
21!
Yeah.
That's a 21 Pious
Henry.
reference, by the way. Just
No,
because
Henry,
I love
the man on the
Could have
moon.
guessed.
Of course, Fulcrum. Henry sighed again. Please, Thomas, you can rant about Fulcrum all you want tomorrow. I really haven't the energy. Good night.
Alright.
Night came fast.
I like the transition that
The
I
other
did. Like,
engines
this
were
one's
all asleep
when
by
I like
now.
really delve
All
into like
asleep
the audio and
before
stuff.
Thomas.
If it wasn't obvious.
He stared out at the stars
Liam,
above him.
I'll be right
Stars
back. I
thousands
need to
of
go do
miles
something.
away
I'm sorry.
twinkled in his eyes.
Okay.
A full moon illuminated the
Luke,
yards.
this is not
Thomas, I'll give you
Sudrian
gratitude.
conflict.
The moon was so far from anyone it liked, with only stupid rocks for company. Suddenly, he was hit in the smoke box with an idea. We'll see how useless I am when I'm not there to shut the odds. The fat director snored his face down in paperwork. He laid down his head on his
Yay.
desk, arms crossed on
Didn't
it.
even come up with
Saliva trickled out of his mouth onto the desk below. His assistant, Mr. Tellersby,
I love
entered.
Thursby. He's like the Bruno
Pardon my
before Bruno.
disturbance, sir.
Oh, I hello, Tellersby. Sir, what are you doing here? Me and my husband had a dispute. I thought it would be better if I slept here. Wise decision, sir. I'm sorry to wake you up to this, but there's trouble in the yard, sir. Because of course there is.
He stood up,
I think I
took his hat off the
improvised,
coat
of
rack,
course
and
it
placed
is.
it
I don't
upon his
know.
shiny dome.
Come along, Tellersby. We'll sort this out.
The trouble was apparent. The yards were in such a wreck that it would have made a good tragedy play. Henry had clearly attempted to gather his trucks, but had somehow managed to derail himself and the trucks on multiple lines. Meanwhile, Fulcrum had reluctantly made an attempt to search for his own train. To no avail, he dangerously tried to leave the yards and rammed hard into Henry's tender. Thorfinn, another large tender engine,
Thorfinn, I forgot
tried an
about him,
attempt
shoot.
as well to gather his train. He instead hot-headedly rammed into Henry's trucks, shattering them. Molly wanted to go get the crane. However, when the men tried to lift Fulcrum, they had forgotten to place out the jacks, and the crane nearly toppled over. Molly then began to cry. Gordon sat at the station platform fuming extensively. Albert Rigby
I do have to
sat
say that I
inside
am
him,
ups-
throwing
like,
insults
there's
at
a-
Fulcrum.
Hang on, let
Burrow
me
was
turn
the
this
only
down, 'cause I feel
engine
like
that
this is
decided
so
to gather his commuter service. and
Nothing,
left
actually. I didn't
gracefully.
speak at all. Neither
Fingal,
did River.
an engine from the western side of the island,
I do have
sat
to say that
snugly
I
at
don't like the
station,
lack
trying
of
his best to
Molly
ignore the
I did
uproar of
in the
disputes.
first couple books. Like,
The
there's
fat
so little
director
for it. Like,
pinched the bridge
you
of his
can
nose
tell
as
that
he
Blaze
watched
and I
the
were
cleanup
definitely like trying to make
operation.
up for
I
like,
don't want
the
to
lack
know
of
what
her in this
happened.
one.
And where the
Yeah.
hell is Thomas? He should be here.
And
to
I
do
really
the
like
job,
Molly.
not
She's one of my favorite
Um,
characters.
There's a problem,
Oh,
sir.
honestly, I'm just,
No one can
you know,
find
again,
him,
upset that
told
we couldn't do a
Tellersby.
lot with
What
her.
do
What?
you mean? No one can find him.
And then it
I
hit
will
him.
be right back. I'm
Fulcrum's
very sorry.
train wasn't in the yards,
Okay.
and nor was Thomas. That only meant one thing.
Come on, Tellersby. We have a train to catch.
The two raced into the station's car park where they found the fact director's steam lorry, Elizabeth. Mr. Tellersby rose steam quickly. It was easy considering Elizabeth's fiery temper. Tellersby hopped into the driver's seat and took off. The chase was on.
I don't know if I'm gonna copyright it, so I'm just
Come
gonna try to
on,
keep
come
talking
on,
about this
trickety
part.
truck, trickety truck.
This
Come on,
part
come
was
on,
really
trickety truck,
interesting to
trickety
write
truck.
for.
Cried
Again,
Thomas.
kind of like the
He
other
coasted on
story,
the
it
open
went
main
through a
line,
lot of
going
different
through a
phases
dual-gauge
again
tunnel
because
in
of
front of
not
the
only
Coastal Rovens
runtime,
Gate. A
but
queer little
also
engine with a saddle
again,
tank whistled
just
at
like
them.
again from the other story, just like a lot of variants of the written.
You're going to shake us to bits.
It mainly was the pacing again, exactly like the other one. It was too long. It felt like it was just being dragged, but it was too short that it wasn't
pulling you.
hitting the right
Beware
marks.
on the
The
open
story
main
kinda
line.
revolves
I'm
around
pulling
this
a
part.
train.
And so we had to like kind of extend it, so that's why the song that I'm
They
hopefully not
fussed
going to
back.
get copyrighted
I
for.
don't
I don't
know
know. I
what
just had to
the other
keep
engines were groaning about. This is
had to be like
easy. The trucks
double that
behind him,
part
meanwhile,
because
were
it didn't
rudely
like end on
snickering
like
at
the
his
right note I
comments
wanted to
and
be. I
began
don't know if that
working
makes
up a
sense.
plan as they passed through the valley.
The
Are you
train,
sure
as
this
you can
is
see,
I just
right?
wanna-
Questioned Bob for
Sorry?
the umpteenth time. Of course.
I just want to say I love like the quick mention of Scarlowy because it's a good reminder to like we don't meet Scarlowy till the 50s, but this is a good reminder that he was just there this whole time.
Going much That's too fast.
Exactly,
He's
like-
just
You're going to
vibing.
throw out my fire.
Yeah, oh, hi,
Color
Clara.
speed only knew
I
how to
really
direct
wanted
the
to include
horse.
that because I wanted to
However,
like
the
at
requirement
least
of being
mention
the
that
back
again,
director's
like you said,
assistant
River.
was
Like,
larger than
he
anything
exists at this
simple.
time.
They swerved through
He still has
balances,
this connection. He's
dodging
not going to
horses,
be. His
bicyclists,
book
and
isn't for a long way
pedestrians.
away.
The fat
It's
director
cool that
held
he's
onto his
mentioned
hat
the
for
second
dear
book
life.
way before.
He tried to explain
Yeah.
what to do, but failed miserably. Ahead
As you can
was
see
a
in the
stop sign.
illustration.
No
on
one
Ooh,
top-
we're at my favorite part.
noticed it. The fact director yanked the wheel to avoid hitting a confused
Oh
dog.
yeah,
They flew right
Elizabeth
past the
and
side.
all of this was like
Officer
added like
Hamp
kind
and
of late in
Officer
the
Dick
game, and
were
I'm
getting
really
some
happy
ice
we
cream
wrote this
out of
in.
the
It was
bowl
a
when they saw the
payoff that was
squealing
very
string
nice
boy.
because we
Come along,
introduced
Dick. We gotta catch these swines.
Elizabeth's
And
character
Officer
in this
Hamp,
book, and that's
they
what
raced
like
to
a
their car
constant
with
like
ice
from
cream
after
in
this
hand
book.
and jumped
We
in.
always try to
Come
add
on,
like a
pork
new
chop,
character
said
that's
a
like
fierce Ham, trying to strike
not
the engine.
already
Get
view.
the
If that
siren
makes
off,
sense. Like I
pork
think
chop. I can't.
the next
It's
book
broken.
is well, I'm not
Get
gonna
the
say that
megaphone,
actually because
you
it's a spoiler.
buffoon.
But like every book,
Oh,
we try to just
right.
introduce a new
Officer
character
Ham
that's
slapped
not
the ice
from the
cream out of
original one.
Officer Dick's
Hi,
hand.
I was
Stephanie.
having a
And
field
onto an
day
unsuspecting
What
with
about
child.
the
You should have been getting
adaptation?
on the
three
job.
officers.
Get
Oh,
to
it's
work.
done. Okay, that's
Aw.
fast.
I was
Elizabeth
having a
crosser
field
than
day
ever.
writing
She
this at like
shouted
2
the
in the
fat
morning.
director, tell her
Yeah.
speed, and even the birds in the
This
back to
trees.
the
one
illustration.
scene is the reason why this book is my favorite.
Officer Dick, fun fact, does become a constant character later on in the series. I won't mention which book he is in, but you can probably guess a little bit, but he does come back. Again, back to the train that I kept trying to say about. It is in fact not about. It is not the one from the original story. It is in fact the one from Journey Beyond Sodor.
Oh my!
It's just the closure of the trucks are different, and yeah, it's just cool to have that in.
We couldn't have the slate trucks
I
for
want
obvious
movie
reasons.
kind of thing, but also as a reference as a whole.
Little children stared in awe at the little blue tank engine
Yeah.
waving
What's
at
he have to
them.
say,
Thomas
Clara?
whistled as Bob waved. He soon
I was
crossed
just going
over a
along with what you were
magnificent
saying.
viaduct. His
I do
legs
like though
arched
how you
stretched
replaced
to the ground
the
below.
slate
The
trucks
river
with just
slithered
like
through the
simple
valley.
2
In a
plank
boat,
wagons or 3
sailfish
plank wagons, whatever they're called.
so high out
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
water
yeah.
that it nearly hit
Because I think those wagons are thoroughly underused in consists as is.
Oh, honestly, those are probably my favorite trucks in the game.
And gradually,
Like, I'll
I
totally.
know they're so tiny and
now slow
cute.
down, boy.
And they're so
I know.
customizable as well.
Alright.
Like they have so much variant
Not
than the
quite
others.
taking
Like
coffee.
they have
know.
text and stuff
Slowed
as well.
down,
Like it's
then
so.
gently began to pick up speed again. In no time, it was going faster
Blah blah
than
blah
before,
blah.
and
I
he
don't want to
bounced
get
about so
copyrighted.
much that lumps of coal jumped out of
I
way
do
Whenever
have
I
a
look-
long-
as they neared
Sorry.
the crest of the hill. Thomas
Whenever
saw
I
him
look
on
at this the
line
first
and a
time, I
sign
always
that
think
read,
Thomas is wearing Spampton's glasses.
pinned down trains.
Yeah, I didn't add the peoples because I didn't want to go as like in depth because like it's far away. There's like
as Thomas barreled past.
As
I don't
you
know.
can see, Liam took
Thomas
inspiration
stared at the
from Hilda.
momentous sight. He
yeah.
could see the sea lapping
Like,
the distant
well, a lot of
shores.
cartoons do it as well.
was a
Like
dot
if
in the
the
valley,
characters
along
from
with other
far,
towns
it's
far
far away
beyond.
shot, then the characters
This
are in like less
was the
detail.
western side
Yeah.
of the island.
And I don't know.
It's like in Super Mario 64 when you go away from the camera and there's a less polyated Mario.
Yeah.
Before the rails bent sharply down. He hit the
Liam
tracks
has
of
no
the
idea
car.
what I'm
The trucks
talking
yelled
about,
to each
do
other
you?
indistinct code words
I mean,
as
I
they
know what
pushed him over the
I'm trying to
grass
talk
and
about. Like
down the other
Steven
side.
Universe does it a bunch as well. Like all cartoons do it a lot.
Thomas raced down the hill.
They actually have an art style that's
than
cool.
he'd ever seen before.
You know,
I have an interesting question. Do you think if I introduced you to the Starlight Express before you wrote this, do you think there would have been a freight reference?
The train went faster and faster.
I
Wade held onto his shovel for dear life.
don't
as
know
he
because I
quickly
still
raced
haven't
both
kind of
legs
listened to the
broken.
Starlight Express.
Fast. What to do? What to do? Thomas yelped. Then
Clara has. I feel like she would have put a reference in there at least once.
Oh yeah, she probably would have.
Aggregates! Oh, really
But I would have
great.
never realized until like she told me about it.
Tricks yelled and sang curses.
I know,
Yeah.
that'd be the thing too. One
Oh,
of
we
the
kinda
trucks would
missed
just
it.
be yelling about aggregates and how great they are.
Sat peacefully dozing in a shed. He was
Here we
getting
go.
ready to take his goods train. He listened to a vinyl player
I
jingle
rewrote the majority of this story in all honesty.
until the blaring of a whistle barked into the yard.
Yeah, that sounds.
Thomas
What was the music just there?
a set of points into the yards.
I
Lumps of
think
stone flew out of the truck.
It's from.
Flightlers ran frantically
It's the
across the
same.
yards to switch
Play,
Thomas
it's the
into a
same
side.
album that the
Ahead
other one was from.
stood a
I
set
of
of
course
grim buffers
forget the name.
growing
It's just a
closer
burning memory. I'm
and
pretty sure.
closer. Thomas
Yeah, it's like a
runs
clip.
Oh, everywhere at the end of time.
yards. He
Yeah,
slammed
yeah,
into
yeah.
the
It's
buffers,
from that
which
album.
barely
Yeah.
held against
There's
the
like
crazed
50
trucks,
songs.
who
I just
laughed
forget
and
which one.
screamed. Oh, Godred!
And then
I've
gone.
stopped. Someone get me a bucket. I'm gonna throw up. Edward gasped up the sight.
Hey, he's being
Just
polite.
moments later, the wee wee of Officer Dick entered the yards, followed by Pork Chop and
There's
Elizabeth.
a bit that I forgot to add, where Dick and
guarded his bat around.
I mean,
The
not
fact director
pork.
angrily
Well, I mean, I
climbed out
guess
of
pork
Elizabeth
chop.
and stormed up to Thomas. He stumbled up on a barrel that sat in front of the buffers. And
Me neither, Luke of Sodor.
Officer Dick and Officer Ham, yes.
They climbed up
I
their
forgot to
backs
add the
onto
bit where
barrel
Officer
and
Dick
turned
and
towards
Officer
Thomas.
Ham realized that, wait a minute,
Hello,
the
What
fat guy
are
isn't
you
talking about his son, he's talking about a train.
Edward said I could.
I would have probably rewritten it though to be like, no, this is my
I
son.
told you no. You directed.
Yeah, no, I would have
Direct
too.
my
I just forgot
Not
to add
went
that
to the speed
realization.
you entered at. Why were
Yeah.
you going so fast?
They were.
Well, they're also
pushing me,
probably,
sir.
not the
Ooh,
brightest to
was
actually
pushing
have that.
you, Thomas.
Well, yeah, I know.
Is it
Officer
true?
Dick and Officer
And
Ham are
why
kind of
were they
stupid,
doing
but in a
such?
lovable way.
Thomas paused.
Yeah.
I ignored the sign.
Yeah, I'm just reading the chat there. I'm pretty sure that like Starlight Express was like Andrew Lloyd Webber Constellation Prize because he couldn't make a Railway Series musical.
You won't let me make a musical about the railway series? Then I'll make a musical about talking trains anyways. Yeah.
You'll
He
be
is a fan of
a
Thomas.
really useful engine then.
Yeah, he was.
Was? I thought he's still alive. Is he not?
He
Hours
is.
had passed.
Then
They
why
had been
was?
frantic from Thomas's runaway, but in the
You
end,
don't pay too much attention
everything
to it.
had been sorted.
Okay.
Thomas goes in the sun-bleached shed, listening to Ivana.
I like how Audrey is like,
I
I do not want a musical about my
The
train.
station master was gracious
And then
enough to
me and
let
Rick
them
were
sleep
like,
on a spare mattress in the rather luxurious but small basement of the station. Edward clanked into the sheds, his old eyes twinkling in the fireflies that dance around the grass
Yeah, it
patches
is.
by the shed. Oh, Thomas. Hi, Edward.
I forget
You
the
really
song.
came all this way just for me? Duh.
It's been
You
a
really think I wouldn't?
long
I
time.
should have known better. Yeah, Lord Thomas and Edward, the true blue team. I would have gone
It's
to the moon
from.
if you
I know
were
it's
up there.
in
Thomas paused,
Endgame. That's why I
waiting for
use it.
Edward to add
Avengers
on.
Endgame.
But alas,
Liam, the
universe
song is called A Long, Long Time. Or something
Yeah.
like that.
running this branch line. And it's not an easy task. I've had
Song,
a lot
Cap, and
of
Peggy
pressure
dance
from it.
in the end. Which
Well,
almost
what
made me
about those
cry.
other engines?
I love the amount of foreshadowing that we can do.
Oh, honestly.
They call this
Feels like
the retirement branch for a reason. It's only
the
me and some
that
coffee.
line
The others,
wasn't
God rest their souls.
written to be
What?
foreshadowing.
Thomas,
When
I'm
like
getting old.
Fulcrum says it
My
earlier,
body's
but
getting
Liam
weak.
added that, and
It
that
will
was
be
really
my time to
smart.
leave soon.
Yeah.
A tear welled
And
up in his twinkly
I
eyes.
think
In the many
when
years the two had spent together, this was something Thomas had never seen.
once
Edward
the
let out a
Americans get a
shaky
hold
sigh
of the
before
franchise, it
continuing.
will be vulgarized and
I
ruined.
didn't want you
What were you
to
saying,
see me
Clara? Sorry.
suffer.
Yeah,
what? 20? 25?
I don't remember.
30. And we're only meant to live up to our 40s.
Okay,
I'll
something
have you
about-
know that River is Irish,
Never
and
get
they
curl up and
idea for
die.
music.
Well,
Not me.
But Thomas. Oh, what? You wanted to try to protect me from the dark truth? Huh? Thomas, language. The record had now ended, leaving the static of the pin play on. In replacement, Thomas's voice boomed the yard.
Static
You know
noises.
you can't throw away your shot. You got plenty of time to
Hamilton
go out and
reference.
You're a hard worker,
I
Edward.
love
You
Hamilton.
deserve your own branch line. You have so much to prove. Have you not asked the French
Oh,
director?
I
to
was
maybe,
talking
I
about
don't know, ask for a
foreshadowing,
replacement part
and
for a rebuild? He's a marvelous builder. He built me.
what I really wanted to touch
Edward
on
stared at
is
the little
the scene when Thomas is going over the
face was
viaduct,
of anger.
and he sees the
But
girl
something happened.
fishing. And he's like, "Oh, that's fun. I want to do that."
Oh yeah.
You didn't come here for me, did you?
I mean,
Huh?
it's the thumbnail. As
Of,
you can see with the
of course
fish
I did.
on the hook.
Yeah, no, I begged
You
Liam
began
to
to
put
chuckle.
the fish in the
You wanted to
thumbnail.
prove your own shot.
Yeah.
Thomas paused.
Fun fact, I forget the
Well,
fish, but like it's like really
Well,
it's
what
native
is
to
it?
the area
Do you
of
want
like
to pull your
Barrow
own
and
trains
Gurness,
or run your own branch line?
or no,
Look,
either
this
that or
isn't
the Isle
about
of
me.
Man.
It's about you. You're not going to die. I'll do anything in my power to stop it. Edward stared at Thomas before speaking up.
I believe that
There's
the original
engine
Yet
now.
Another Tales are in the Unlisted Completion.
How's this?
Yeah.
You help me, and I help you.
Honestly, Liam,
Well,
whenever I see the
me
fish, I
without
just
them
keep
getting
imagining
distracted.
the emoji
And
from
run my
Discord.
branch line. Will I be able to get a pull train? No,
you'll be in the odds to help Shunt. Frack Director won't like that, would he? I suppose not. And in return, I'll help you get your own branch line.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There could
Maybe
be,
we
yeah.
could double head a few times. I'll show you the ropes. How did you? I always know your needs, Thomas. You're my brother. He yawned. Edward? Thomas asked, yawning in reply. Yes, Thomas. So,
Because yawning is contagious, and we all know it.
what's it like?
Yep.
Well,
Me and River
they're
found that out yesterday.
They help bring goods to the main line to keep it running. And then, you can't forget about the passengers. You have to tend to all their needs. Oh, and you have to make sure that they have a comfortable ride. That's imperative. That does sound important, murmured Thomas as he really
Don't worry,
blinked his
that
eyes.
happens.
Now, Thomas, if you want to run your own branch line, you'll have to keep the time
No one
and
really
make sure to be
sees
patient.
Yelmas to
You
completion
know,
either,
one of
so.
the older endings on the line, the
Yeah.
coffee pot, used to be a voice trailed off. It was as
very
Thomas
impatient
trailed off to
indeed.
sleep, and determined for the coming days to prove himself. Edward stayed up for a little bit longer. He wanted to believe in Thomas, but a part of him was more realistic. He knew that one day he would be dragged to the scrap heap
Minecraft!
and cut up to
Sweden!
pieces.
Oh my god!
Edward glanced at Thomas. Young, brash, and though he'd never say it, stupid. He gave one final look at Thomas
No, it's not
before
Sweden. I
falling
forget which one this is.
uncertainly to sleep.
So what did we think of Thomas and the Trucks, everyone?
I really loved it. I love the way Edward is kind of written, like thinking about the future, because it shows how these engines really just lived in the moment. Like, there's people who, like, they write stories about the engines, and it's kind of like, it's very clear that the writer knew that these engines were going to last for years. But you need to keep in mind that, like, when these engines, especially in like the early 20s and 30s, they didn't think they were going to last until like modern day. Like, they didn't expect that to happen at all. So
Apart
it's
from
very
Gordon.
cool to yeah, apart from Gordon. So it's very cool to see, like, it's very cool to see them be written in that way, where Edward is kind of not preparing himself for the end, but he thinks it's going to happen because at that time he has every reason to think that it's going to happen, if that makes sense.
He's just preparing for himself.
And Thomas.
Yeah.
That's why he went to the branch line.
He didn't want Thomas to see him just become crippled and starting to die.
Yeah.
He went away so Thomas couldn't see
Yeah.
it. And so the fact that
But I
Thomas
also-
is over is like it's the worst thing for him, kind of.
Yeah. Could I also make like a random suggestion? I think it would be cool.
Yeah,
So if we ever see down the mine in this universe, I think like you know how like Edward said to Thomas, like, you help me and I help you. I think it would be pretty cool if like Gordon, when he's like offering the alliance to Thomas, says like an alliance, we'll look out for each other, and then Thomas pauses for a moment and then says,
we're already doing that.
We are?
Yeah. That's
Oh, I
the
didn't
entire
know
plan. Edward introduces it to Thomas, and Thomas introduces it to Gordon.
Oh.
Yeah.
yeah, that was basically my idea.
Yeah.
River, you're smart, but sometimes we're 2 steps ahead.
All right, everyone. Thomas and the runaway in a second. This is another announcement. Now, I was gonna do this one earlier, but Clara kind of already spoiled what would have been this one, and so I'm just gonna do this one instead now in replacement of tomorrow's video. I would like to introduce the second Halloween video coming out this month. That's not the right present button. I would like to show you all, and I think Taz kind of showed it off already. First Halloween. Sodor's first gathering for their first Halloween stories. Now, special you all are, because I'm going to read a bit of it for all of you.
Ooh!
We're not going to get that far, because the story isn't completed, really. But we're going to get to the first story, if Clara knows what I mean, about an evil train.
The engine next to Fulcrum, that's, the engine next to Gordon, I
Gordon
think that's
is Fulcrum.
Yeah.
Yet another tale. Episode 12. First, Halloween's. The fall wind whipped through the station as Thomas shunted Fulcrum's goods train into Platform 2. Thankfully, the pompous engine wasn't there yet. Instead, he switched lines to Platform 1 to get in a bit of rest before he had to shunt the next train. He sizzled nicely as a crowd of "Monsters!" shrieked Thomas. He shot back, trying to flee the platform.
Liam, I
Bob...
have a question.
Yes, Clara.
Why is Thomas shunting trucks into the passenger station?
It's the Fulcrum can take away.
Yeah, but like, why would you put a goods train in the passenger station?
Clara, shush.
She has a point.
Oh, I'm getting bullied, chat.
We're not bullying you. We're just telling you to be right.
No, that's too much. That's too far in. I'm not gonna get to there. That's too much. Bob flung on the brakes as he wrenched to a stop. Bob and Wade laughed as Thomas shrieked in horror. "Settle down, boy," Bob told off. "Those are trick-or-treaters." "Trick-or-treaters? Never knew, huh?" "No, trick-or-treaters, Thomas. They're kids dressed in costumes who go to door to door asking for sweets." "That sounds silly." It's a tradition for Halloween." "Halloween?" "Yes, Halloween. How do you not know any of this?" "I think, Bob, you're making up silly words, but I'm not. This is a thing. Kids dressing up for sweets? If I wanted sweets, I'd be myself. Who would have loved that?" "Knock," rolled Fulcrum as he backed down onto his train. "Original coming from you," scoffed Thomas. Fulcrum inspected the platform as well. "What revolting things," he shivered.
Liam.
Clara.
Marcotte the War Engine and Co. says, "The only problem with the story is that Halloween only came to England in 1974.
Yeah, but people were still doing traditions for Halloween before then. It's just like, but it was like, it's not that. It's it was like marketed. What's the word? It was like, it was made popular in like, because like, oh my god, what's the word? I can't remember the word. For businesses, it was like business
marketability.
Yeah, it was kind of marketized. Like that's when like River, please, you know your British stuff because you're from around there.
She's Irish. No? River is Irish. Thank you.
Monopoly, right? Yeah.
No.
Businesses kind of like try to. No, yeah, you're right. Not Monopoly.
Oh my God.
Monopoly. But you get what I'm trying to say. That's when like businesses actually try to like start making money off it. At least from what I understood from my research.
You could always hang on. I need to check something.
And River checked very checkedly.
Yeah, that's what Sasha says. It went back to
goes back to the 16th
in
century.
Ireland.
Thank you, Luke, for inventing Ireland. Inventing Halloween. River, thank you for inventing Halloween.
Thank you for inventing my favorite holiday, River.
Okay, so people celebrated Halloween in Ireland for like years, like centuries, and you could always say that like
I think I know what you're gonna say, but yeah, go on.
You could always say that like I don't know how to describe it, like Sodor is like kind of, I don't know how to describe it because it's a part of like England, it's part of the UK, but it's very clear that like they have their own ways of doing things and their own stuff. So you could always say that just for years they celebrated Halloween on Sodor, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I kind of also imagine. Where they kind of just like adapted it kind of from like the Irish as well, but like kind of made it more of a marketable holiday as well. Just like a lot earlier than England, if that makes sense. Like I imagine it kind of goes back to like the 1800s almost. Not the
also
late 1800s. Yeah, River?
Someone in the chat just said wasn't Halloween invented in Ireland. It was.
Hi, Izzy. Anyways.
So you can thank the Irish for the spooky month.
Yep.
Thank you, River. Thank
What did I
you,
leave
Luke.
off? Oh yeah.
That's right. Me and Luke invented the spooky month on our own.
Fulcrum inspected the platform as well. What revolting things, he shivered. Driver says it's for something called Halloween. What's a Halloween? That's what I'm saying! Bob smacked his head as Wade chuckled. Halloween, whistled a little blue engine entering the platform beside the two at another platform. It's a holiday celebrated once a year. Children go around taking sweets from strangers, while older kids go around pranking each other. The adults stay home and tell scary stories. Pranks? Scary stories? Asked Thomas, highly interested now. Fulcrum rolled his eyes. You mean I can go out there and pull pranks on others? Now, Thomas, don't get. I'm going on the main line today. Bob flew on the brakes. Oh no, you don't. Thomas had almost passed the gantry as he flung to a stop. Fulcrum laughed deviously as Edward smiled knowingly. Thomas was brought back into the station as the dressed-up children watched him. Suddenly, through the crowd, a toilet paper roll flew and hit Thomas on the nose. Ouch! Cried Thomas as it left a trail of paper wrapped around his funnel as it neatly caressed down onto his running board. Bob scrambled out of the cab and shunned the toilet paper off. Thomas smiled at it deviously. You know, went on Edward, back on my old railway, we had the tradition of telling scary stories. Do you think you all would mind if we could continue the tradition here? Would we? Cheered Thomas. Fulcrum rolled his eyes. Scary stories are for children. Oh, come on, you're not scared, are you? Teased Thomas. Me? That's Gordon. What? Me? Scared? Huh, fine, I'll attend your poetry reading. Edward smiled. Great, see you all tonight at the sheds. And with a peep peep from his whistle, the little blue engine set off. Should I continue, Clara?
What?
Should I continue?
With what?
The story, or should I leave it there?
Oh,
This
leave
is
it there.
long. Okay. And that is a sneak peek for first Halloweens for all of you.
Yippee! Said Simmons.
And now to the last Sudrian Chronicles, probably, because I don't know if we're going to be watching Ghost Train, because the entire book hasn't come out yet.
Don't we have a few other Yats to watch?
Yeah, that's what we're going to move on. This is just the last
Okay.
Sudrian Chronicles.
Oh no, River! You killed her! Liam! No!
I didn't do that! Did I?
I don't think so. I just blamed you because I wouldn't blame myself.
Okay. I'm scared. Okay. Should we wait for River? I feel like we should wait for River.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't think River would mind.
Okay. Oh, they're doing back in. Hi, River.
Yay, River!
Chronicles.
Hello.
Where did you go?
Story 4.
I literally can't do anything without it kicking me off the stream for some reason.
Oh dear.
It had been a while since the fact director had
It's not
sentenced
very
Thomas
Great
to
Western at
Ellsworth
all.
Guards. Thomas thought that he would be working beside Edward most of the time, but he hadn't.
You know, Liam, I'm just
Edward
now
would be on his
noticing
bridge
that James's
working.
eyes are
Occasionally,
green.
he would come up the
I'm not
bridge
sure how I
with
feel
truck
about
to
it.
passengers. He'd leave the truck.
It was either that or brown.
Say hello
But,
for a minute.
Nova
then
had
leave again with
illustrated it as
another
green,
train.
and I didn't want to chase that,
Edward
so I
would try to
made
come
it brown.
stay the night
Okay.
with Thomas in the sheds, but he wasn't there all the time. Thomas never
I like
left
the
the
first
yards
one.
either. Every time he would tidy some trucks away, new ones came in, and others had to be sorted out for Edward or someone else to take away. The yards weren't all that terrible. Many engines came to the station, especially new faces
Bloody
from the
British.
western side of the island from a station called Teignmouth.
The engines are mostly all nice and a lot better, in Thomas's opinion, to the engines to the east. Engines would occasionally leave their trucks at the station, and another engine would come take them on or back. Gordon would also rush through the station sometimes. On his way from home to
Because
Vickerstown, he
James
would
is not a
always stop
demon.
here. During his
And
time
also,
idling, he would either gloat about
that-
himself to no one
Yeah,
in
never mind.
particular or throw insults at Thomas.
I really don't understand what you see in this dinky station. It's
Oh, I added this
small
part.
and dirty, and nothing like the grand yards at Vickerstown.
I think.
Thomas was about to
I'm
bark
pretty
back
sure I
when he
did.
paused and took a deep breath. I'm not gonna let him get to me. And with
Yeah, I
that,
added that
he
part.
puffed away, leaving behind
In
a speechless
the original
Gordon.
draft that never
Although
got
the work in the
uploaded,
yards was too much at times,
Liam
Thomas
just
found it
says,
better than
"Oh
having to
yeah,
work around
over
Gordon and
time
Pilgrim.
Thomas
When the
became
eastern
patient,"
engines
and
weren't
I was like,
around, it was nothing
"Okay,
but
we need to
peaceful.
show
They
that
had even
though."
started a
That
small
was like
flower
the
garden
one I
close to
think
the
did come
station.
out.
For the first time
Yeah.
in his life, Thomas felt like he had
no.
an actual
I
home.
love holding and not showing.
In his short bits
I
of
mean,
downtime, he would look around the yards
don't
and would
tell.
find
Don't
new and
tell us that the
peculiar
live always
rolling
says
stock
something
he had
bad.
never seen before.
Unless if it
Sometimes there was
absolutely
machines
calls
like
for it.
tractors and boilers on flatbeds. Others were cattle vans with barn animals in them. "What's that?" asked Thomas one day. "That's a conflat," said Bob.
Yay,
paying no
it's the
mind, lifting his
conflat!
finger and flipping the page of the paper. No,
I
not
wonder if
that.
it's the same
That."
conflat in Coach
And Thomas
Tour.
gestured to what lay beside the
The
conflat.
cantankerous
A table,
conflats.
some flatbeds, and two odd metal structures that reached
Only the
far
real ones know the
above.
reference.
The metal structures were attached to cabs of some kind, with a face on either one. "Oh, that's the breakdown train. It's there in case of accidents.
The reason for
The men
double
get into the
standards
coaches and
is
an engine takes
because
the
in
cranes
my
away if
house,
there is one.
in my
It lifts the heavy
hometown,
things like coaches,
everyone
trucks, and engines.
hate
I'm not
everyone
heavy. You're the one that needs
in
exercise,
the
Bob.
UK except
Wow. Thanks.
Liverpool.
It also helps mend and clear the line if needed.
Show don't
So it's
tell.
like that
That's
crane
like
engine that
one of
came
the
here once.
Sasha the Tank Engine got the reference.
Can I try one?
Yeah.
Before Bob could interject, Thomas shot
I
up,
ate James'
bringing the
brakes.
snorting
Also,
conflat
that's why he ran away.
the two cranes up. "Hello," he
So
cried.
we were wrong about his
"What's
brakes
happening?"
being
cried
wooden.
one who was asleep. "Where are we?" cried
They
the other.
go like
"We're
vav.
in the
They like to go vav vav boom.
Where?" The two began to scream and shout frantically as workmen tried to calm them down. Thomas backed away slowly
How I love
as Bob
enterprising
began to
engines.
scold him. The factory director lived in the town of Wellsworth with his husband, Sir Handel Hat.
Okay.
By now, they had gotten over
Homosexuals!
their argument, so he had come home. Every day, he came to the station to catch his train.
I like
and would
how
come to the yard to see how Thomas was doing.
the first
Thomas,
mention
over
of
time,
the
got
fat
the hint
director
he used to
being
wait for
gay
him at the
was
station to
originally
welcome
in
his
this.
mother, and would always
And then I
sit in
made
the
them have
yard.
an argument so I could have the fat director
Thomas.
chase down
Good
Thomas
morning,
and
Thomas.
Elizabeth
How are you coming
with
along?
Broomwell
Are you
version
working hard or barely
1.0.
working? The fat director chuckled as he walked closer.
I can ask you the same question.
It's a lot of luck, but all the trucks are neatly sorted away right now. Just waiting here for James to bring his trucks now.
Good to hear,
said the director, boarding a train. Thomas then slunk back into the yards to resume his waiting. He watched his surroundings doing so. He was calm. Everything seemed peaceful. That was until a whistle sounded in the distance. Stupid James, mocked Thomas as James shot into the yards with his train. He came to a rough stop next to Thomas as the trucks biffed and banged into each other. Here's James, he cried. A black smog drew out from underneath his wheels. Thomas sniffed. An aroma of burning? What is that smell? Questioned Thomas, revolted at it. What smell? The smell that's coming from under you. Where the smoke was? I don't know what you're talking about. Now take away my trucks. Take away my trucks.
Oh no!
What was that?
I don't think Sir Handel the Engine existed yet, and even if he did, he wouldn't be married to the fat director.
And rolled out of the yards recklessly. Not even a thank you, breathed Thomas, who began to shunt again. The birds chirped, passengers conversed, and the trucks were all chattering. The day rolled by smoothly. Thomas shunted, said hello to most of the engines passing. Soon morning came to noon. The wind blew through the leaves of the trees as Thomas rested on a siding, waiting for James to bring in more trucks. He wasn't excited to see him again. Bob leaned against the door in his cab, reading the paper as Wade sat on the floor, his head against the back of the cab.
This is I
fiddling
think
with
this
his
one
thumbs.
was like
Thomas was
like
given
more
a
like a
newspaper
constant
too.
through the
It
other
was
through
positioned
the
on
other
his lamp
variants of the
irons.
script.
He tried his best
Well,
to
this
read
one
it,
actually
but most of the
is
words
like
were
the
too
only one that
complex
doesn't
for
have
him
like a
to
lot of
understand.
variants in its
He
script,
was muttering the big words to himself when there was a
Yeah.
ringing in the not far from him.
which
The
is very
signalman
thankful
picked up
because
the
of how
phone.
easy it's made
Inaudible
up.
gestures arose as the signalman began to flip levers in the box. He slammed down the phone and ran out of the box yelling,
It was illegal to be gay back then. For like everywhere but Sodor, because Sodor makes their own rules.
Exactly.
Screaming in the distance. Wade and Bob took to the door, watching it holler. James on a long line of trucks flew through the station. Thomas suddenly burst into life. Bob,
I love the
we gotta do
music
something.
editing in this.
Like what?
It's really good.
We'll figure it out later. Now come on. Thomas started moving before Bob could even touch
I
the
like
radio.
how I added
They
that
made a
line.
run through the yard
Come
and
on, we gotta
the
do
newspaper
something. Do
flew
what?
off
I don't know. We'll
Thomas's
figure that out
head and hit the
later.
workman in the face. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Cried Thomas to his crew, who couldn't really do anything but feed him more coal. They drew level with James as they thundered over the
I don't like how they draw level with James.
Help me! Cursed James.
No?
James, you twist!
No, I
Use your
don't.
brakes! I
Because,
can't.
like,
They're on
if Thomas
a
can draw level
colossal
with
flame
James, then why
shot
does he
brake
struggle
box
to get
singeing
to the brake
Thomas's
van?
nose. Shit, that's hot. I'm going to try to stop you.
Because he had
I'm
more
going
time
die.
to get
I'm going to
him.
die. I'm going to die. Tell Gordon I hate him, cried James. You can tell
Fasten
himself,
this
buddy,
complaint, that's
yelled
normal.
Thomas back as he sped up. A set of points lay in the distance as a whistle sounded from in front. Gordon with the express. Express coming through. Shit!
Out of my way!
Down.
Right,
James
Gordon.
surged over the points as Gordon drew rapidly closer. The brake
When
van rolled
when can
over
we
as
get
Thomas
Diesel
cleared
10x
the
Diesel
points.
10?
Gordon
That
and
is
Thomas were near
crazy.
yards away as Thomas shut his eyes. Suddenly, his wheels swerved violently as Gordon narrowly avoided Thomas. Thomas was now at the back of James and his train. God, couple me up! Thomas cried as the guard stumbled out of the compartment and pulled
He's
out the shunter
allergic to
spool.
brake
He
vans.
shakily got down to the train and tried to connect it up, but Thomas wasn't close enough to the brake van's couplers. Get closer! The hell do you think I'm doing?
Get
God.
closer. The hell do you
Closer,
think
closer,
I'm
he
doing?
screamed. Sleepers
I
going
love
by
that
so
line.
fast that they looked like one large beast. Thomas felt like he was going to catch himself on fire. The sidewalks were
Liam,
such a
if I'm
blur that it
correct,
felt
didn't
like
I
he was
write
spinning right
the
off. He
runaway
ventured into the
scene
van, making the
originally?
car jump. The
I
shunter's
think
pole
you like
spun
wrote
his
it
hand
and then I
like Thomas
edited
through the
over it
trucks.
to like
Thomas put his brakes
spacing
on
and
and
stuff.
sparks flew, but it was
Okay.
only dragged along.
And then I did it again.
Shit! He tried again.
Yeah.
Nothing. An idea suddenly flew into his funnel as he shunted into the van as the guard bounced around. He pushed the whole train forward before putting his wheels
The
into
music
reverse.
surprisingly
The
fits it
entire
very
train
well.
shook and groaned
I
as
know.
the speed
Like it goes up and down at all of the
James,
times
hit
it
it in
needs to.
reverse.
I told you to use the William Tell over Chell.
Yeah.
Thomas and the brake van left the train.
Ooh, that was a good payoff for the foreshadowing of Thomas trying to reverse in Thomas and the Trucks.
Yeah.
See you in hell.
I came up with that idea, and I'm really proud of it.
That was a really old idea that we wanted to do as well. Like Thomas was constantly trying to do it throughout the entire book. I know we had to drop that a few times.
Tearing his side to
But
shed.
like, oh,
The
River
trucks
left.
flipped off the line like a stack of
Overall, like
dominoes.
we did get
They
it in a
smashed
few
into
times
each
with
other,
those trailering, and I think it
crushing
paid
their
off
friends
very
into
well.
blanks.
Yeah.
As the dust settled,
Who's back?
Thomas went closer.
River!
The incident.
Oh, we missed you!
James
I'm
laid on
so
the
happy you're
island,
back, River!
dazed and bruised.
You're
The
amazing!
driver and fireman sat in a bush. The driver's leg bent into an horrendous
Thank
direction.
you, I guess.
Trucks laid in piles of each other's splinters or buried in the dirt.
Izzy,
Each
you see,
splinter
there's one
broke
slight problem with that.
practically,
The William Tell
resembling
over
the
Chell,
earth.
that rhymes.
The others,
2,
who were
I'm
still
stupid.
on the line, shrieked with laughter, staring at their fallen comrades. It was unnerving. James, holy shit, man!
Listening
are
to
you
this
alive?
just
James
reminds
coughed,
me how
seemed
much
looking
we
in
need
all
to go back
directions.
and edit
Hi.
James's book.
Don't worry.
Oh,
Stay here.
honestly.
I'll be back.
That's why
Second
again,
later,
I'll say this
Edward
once and
was
I'll
at
say
the
this again.
station platform
We
with
do
the track director. The yardmaster and signalman were
forget
talking
what I was
with
gonna
him.
say. Never mind.
So,
Tramway
you just
engines.
ran out when James came through? Asked the director.
James
I
is
sure hope.
not
The
showed up
yardmaster
telling
again, his
telling
hands
us
on
the
his
time, I
head.
feel like.
I still have the
What
paper.
were you saying, River?
It will still cut through the air as
I was just gonna say, I sure hope those trucks don't get left behind.
Thomas, where have you been? You can't. Edward, get a doctor! He traversed over points until he came to the breakdown train. Emergency! He shouted, waking the two. Huh? Where?
James derailed in the field up the line. Now come on.
Oh
He
boy, oh
explained as
boy,
he
I
coupled up
sure
to
do
the
hope
train and
that
shunted
your
them
experience
away.
this
The
time
fact
will
director had just ran up to Thomas, but before he could say anything, Thomas ran out of the yards again.
Follow that engine,
cried the director as he jumped
The
into
signalman
Edward's
must be
cab.
having a
He
nightmare.
turned to the yardmaster.
Honestly.
Get a doctor on the way.
Thomas
Better
arrived at the
love
field
story
and
than
put the
Twilight.
cranes in
That's
place.
crazy.
The cranes, whose name were Judy and Jerome, got to work quickly. They winched their lines onto James's tender first. They drew the tender close and put it on the line carefully. Thomas, meanwhile, brought the last few trucks in the van to Crosby Yards, a station to the west of Wellsworth. When he came back, James was put on the rails, and Judy and Jerome were
Oh,
now
you
resting
poor
their
soul.
arms back. Edward and the fact director were there as well.
Why do you
Edward
say
took away
that,
James as the
Sasha?
ambulance took away the crew. Once Judy and Jerome were ready, Thomas coupled up to them, ready to take them away. The director approached Thomas before he left. Thomas squirmed. He wasn't supposed to leave the yards, and only on occasion banked trains up the hill or took a train with Edward. Not to go gallivanting down the line, almost having a head-on collision with the express.
Well,
Oh
Thomas,
dear.
He said kindly.
At times you
I'm
kind of
very
hear when
pleased
I'm
with you.
losing breath in
Not
my voice.
only did you take the initiative
What?
to try to stop James,
You can
but
kind
you
of hear
also
at
brought
times
the
where like I'm
breakdown
losing
train
my
to
breath
come
from
help him.
talking.
You've been working
Yeah.
very well and hard in the yards as well.
Thank you, sir, breathed Thomas cheerily.
James shall have some proper breaks, if I do say so myself. Those wooden ones do no good.
Like I'm
And
finally
you,
like kind of like starting to
Thomas,
like nail down
shall
my
be
voice here for the
receiving
back controller.
your very own branch line.
Oh, sir. Thank you, sir.
I also like how this music comes back in this scene because it's like it's kind of like a motif almost for Thomas and his dreams.
Thomas was happy as
Yeah.
can be. He is a
Ignoring
branch
the
line
fact his
all to
entire
himself and
motif
puffs
and,
proudly backwards and
that-
forwards
that's
with two
oh,
coaches
yeah.
all day. He's very patient with them as well as his wick. He is
I mean,
never
honestly,
lonely,
it works
because
good
there's
for
always
Thomas.
some engine to
Oh,
talk to at the
honestly.
junction. Edward and Henry stopped quite often.
It
and
was
tell him
playing at the
news.
beginning as well.
Gordon is
From
always
the
in a
beginning
hurry
and
and
end,
does
I
not
really
stop,
like.
but he never forgets to say
Poop, poop.
to little Thomas, and Thomas always whistles peep peep a peep in return.
What's wrong with a peep peep a peep? It's fun for fun.
So what did we think of Thomas and the runaway train?
Yeah, what did you think of it?
I think you already know what I think. It's great. I love it.
What's your favorite part?
I'm not sure actually. It's kind of hard to tell. With the other ones, I can kind of like think of a favorite part, but with this one, it's like really difficult. Like my favorite part for Thomas and Gordon would be like the whole scene with Gordon pulling Thomas, because this, that's just like the most interesting part of the story. Then with Thomas and the trucks, it's like the whole. Honestly, the end scene with Edward is probably my favorite from that. Whereas with this one, it's like yeah. Whereas like with this one, it's kind of hard to decide, really.
I see, pondered Ellen Liam.
Izzy, we can't kill James yet because we need him for the next book. After that, nothing can. We don't have anything planned for James.
After that, nothing is sacred.
We just need James for his one book of filler, and then he can go die.
See, like, the interesting thing is that, like, I think, and it's going to sound weird, I think James's book should have come, like, really late into the Railway series. Like, because you think he kind of goes through an arc, but then you have to undo it so he can be, like, vain and, grumpy with Gordon and Henry for the rest of the series. Whereas if you had him appear enough in stories like Trouble in the Shed and all, where we could gauge that he's like really vain and rude or whatever, and then like a couple books in, you have his book, which is like when he stops being that way. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but yeah.
I like that.
Liam, can we do that?
I'm thinking. I have to think.
Because like because I think like there's enough stories that kind of show James being James that aren't in his book, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Plus, you could also
Yeah.
add like other random stories too.
You
But
could have done like Edward's book, I feel like.
yeah, like that would have been. Yeah, like prime example, like Old Iron is like.
And Edward's book that kind of also humbles him, maybe? I don't know.
And I feel like, but also in my kind of version, it's like James isn't like fully humbled. Like he's just like.
Yeah, like
you like a full character arc. Like my book's very different from like what Audrey was trying to do. It's not just Thomas. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
like you could either like the two options really are like you move James's book back so the character development makes sense, or you just change James's book so he doesn't kind of develop as much.
Yeah.
What about James and the diesel engines? Yeah, but that's more about like James's prejudice on diesels, not like.
That book is
well, I
about
suppose,
James's racism and not his character.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an important step in his character, even though it's like even though the book is very hit or miss with its stories. But I think you kind of need a more broader book about James, not just specifically him versus diesel engines. At least not as like an introduction book.
Yeah.
Plus, you can't really have James and the Diesels take place in the 1920s for obvious reasons.
It's like this one random diesel engine that just exists as like an experiment by the fact director.
Yeah.
You have nothing planned for Soto's featured twink.
Oh yeah, next door. I forgot we were. I'm playing K8 to the side. God. Ooh.
Christopher Audrey stories are underrated. Changed my mind. Some of them are. I think what's the one, Triple Header? I think that's like one of the most underrated Railway series stories ever written.
Yeah.
Honestly, my favorite Christopher Audrey story isn't even from the Railway series.
Is it Thomas and the Evil Diesel?
No, it's not even Thomas related. It's train related. River, I might have been telling you about this. But I think there's this book called Audrey's Steam Garla. And when I was reading it when my power was out.
The garlic?
Garla.
You mean Gala?
Yeah, what I said.
Yeah, okay.
And like, at some Heritage Railway, they were having a Christmas event, and the engine pulling it was Sir Nigel Gresley, the Blue A4. That isn't Mallard. And a passenger went home, and she wrote a letter complaining to the railway about how they were pulled by a blue diesel.
Wow.
That is my favorite Christopher Audrey story. Yeah, that is so funny.
So Nigel Gresley he'd be out killing people that night.
The man is rolling in his grave. The engine is rolling in their shed. They're not dead. She called me a diesel. Do I look like a diesel? I have a funnel. I have a very distinct smell, Henry. I'm not Henry, thank you. I don't care, Richie. I'm having another crisis, and Henry's been dead for 50 years.
It's just a Black 5 that like they painted for a day out with Thomas Event, and he's like, I'm not Henry.
I don't care. I'm coping.
What do you think James would look like as a human? I think it depends, because there's like two options you could. There's like many different ways you could take it. One is like you make him very stereotypically gay. Two is like, and I don't see many people doing this one, but I think it's really cool. You could make him like a greaser, have him wear like a leather jacket and have his hair slicked back and stuff. I think that would be really cool. Because that would be, it depends what era you have like your human Sodor AU take place in. But for the greaser look, I think it would be like late 50s, early 60s, because that would, like that kind of style was very common back then in that time period. And then if you're doing the 90s, you could have more like a. What'd you say?
You're mentioning that because you do that.
No, I actually my human AU takes place in like the 1990s, and in Monsters University, that like college jacket that Sully wears throughout the whole thing. You could honestly have James wear that. Like it's like a sports team jacket, even though he's like the lowest ranking member of the team, he still wears it because he's just proud that he's on it at all.
I don't think James could even get to college.
No, but it wouldn't be college. It would be like school. It'd be like a high school because that's what it is in my human AU.
Went to a college town and he just kind of fixed up his college jacket to make it look like he's on the football team at the college.
Yeah. Honestly, like I near wonder like if James was to get into a college in this like human AU where all the other characters are, I wonder like the only reason he got accepted is maybe like he's related to the person who runs it and they just feel sorry for him, so they're just like, fine, you can join.
Oh please, Johnson, you do me a great favor.
James would go to a performing arts school. He would. Honestly, out of all the LNER A4s until Mallard goes through her character gallery arc, which A4 do you think is the humblest out of all that are preserved? I don't know why, but I'd like to imagine Dominion of Canada is really chill. I just don't know why. I just look at that engine and I'm like, she'd be cool, I think.
I think we just get that vibe from Canadians in general. We think of them as really chill, and we just ignore their war crimes.
I don't know. I think Dominion of Canada and Union of South Africa would probably be really chill. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like the green livery kind of differentiates them from Mallard, Bittern, and Sir Nigel Gresley, but I don't know. It's just when I look at them, I imagine they'd be at least a little bit friendlier.
The real question is Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Dwight.
Just imagine Dwight D. Eisenhower is the person, but as a train.
Honestly, that wouldn't be too bad of an idea. It reminds me of Blood Brothers, where there was the engine named King Edward II, and he or was it King Edward I? I can't remember. It was one of the King Edwards anyway, and he acted like an actual king. Like there's a bit where a goods engine, his driver shouts at King Edward, and King Edward looks him in the eyes and is like, "Silence, you filthy laborer!" Like he talks like an actual king, and it's really cool.
I really like that.
Yeah, I like that as well.
What do you mean Dwight D. Eisenhower was president once? He's a train.
He's also a president. It was a president.
Liam, I don't think you understand. There were no presidents before Obama.
My fault. I forgot I don't know my American history.
Yeah, it's silly.
I hear Oakley outside my room. Hold on. I'm gonna go grab Oakley and then we can start watching the video.
This is what scares me now that we're talking about Thomas characters because I've only ever had one live stream in the last couple years, and in it it's 90% me just rambling on about characters. How do you think the other A4s would react to Gadwall being destroyed? Honestly, if you haven't already seen it, check out I think it's called the British Railway Stories, because they delve into that entire story arc. It's Flying Scotsman used to be stationed in the same shed as the real Gadwall, and there's a story in British Railway Stories where Flying Scotsman reunites with one of the A4s he used to live with, but he's wearing Gadwall's name, which is actually Sir Ralph Wedgwood. So Gadwall is the engine that got destroyed, but it was wearing the nameplates of Sir Ralph Wedgwood. I think that's how the story goes. But yeah, it's the whole thing is Flying Scotsman delving or dealing with this thing and learning the truth of what happened to his friend, and yeah, it's really cool. It's very respectful to the actual events as well. Plus, I love how Flying Scotsman's characterized in it because he's just like a washed-up celebrity. There's actually a bit where he's like in the shed introducing himself, and these two engines are just like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "I'm the Flying Scotsman, of course." And they're like, "Who?" And he's like, "You've never heard of me? First engine to go 100 miles an hour?" And they just stare at him awkwardly, and he's like,
I thought that was City of Turo.
"Yeah," and he's like, from King's Cross to Edinburgh, non-stop run. I was in a movie," and they're just, like they're just,
are you?
it's like they have no idea who he is, and it's so funny. It was Sir Miles Beevor or something like that. Honestly, I'd make the argument that Sir Nigel Gresley would be the most humble because a big factor as to how it was preserved was because that he had parts donated from another A4. I did not know that. That would probably change a couple things. That would probably be like... It's weird. That's like the first time I've ever heard of an A4 being selfless.
That is... And then it saved another one of its kind.
Yeah. Okay, I need to keep my... If you guys were, like, if we were in the same room, you'd put duct tape over my mouth because I'm just going to keep talking about characters.
Yeah, your characters are cool.
Yeah, but I don't want to take away the point of the stream because we're going to be here all night otherwise.
Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Mason, Monroe, Quincy Adams.
Anyways, to the video, Clara.
Jackson, Burn, Harrison, Tyler, Pork Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Butcherman, Lincoln, Jefferson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Offa.
Where's the president in Garfield?
Yeah, Andrew Garfield.
Two very different responses. One is I would listen to Rivers Rambles. I'm the listening type. Second one is Staples your mouth shut.
Can we make a podcast just called Rivers Rambles, and it's just me and Clara just sitting there and listening to River Ramble?
No, I've actually considered like
ever.
No, Clara,
I've actually considered like I've actually considered like recording myself just like rambling about random topics and then uploading it, just like and not editing it in the slightest, just a really long video of just me talking to myself.
I would love that.
Sidetrack, Clara.
Cleveland, Benjamin, Harrison, Cleveland
Okay,
again,
Clara, we're gonna
McClay,
listen to that now.
Teddy Roosevelt,
Clara, shut up.
Taft, Wilson, Harding, Cooling, Hoover, Franklin, Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Lyndon, Jackson,
This is a really fun
Nixon,
one to
Ford.
make, and the main
I
inspiration.
was wondering where I could hear the heartbeat from. Oh, goodbye, Luke of Sodor.
Bye, Lucas Sodor. Have fun. Oh, hey, this is Ghost Train.
Yes. The main inspiration for this one came off of one of Ed's videos. It was what was it? It was the one of their like Headcanon of Timothy. I was like,
Evening, Jim.
I should work in
Hello,
my
Peter.
Headcanon of Timothy. And it kind of unraveled.
Oh yeah.
I know
What if
it's
it
been
was
only a
just
few
literally
months,
Thomas'
but
siblings that worked
I haven't
on
actually seen it yet.
the Farquhar
Yep.
branch before Thomas
Nasty
came.
explosion.
And then
Killed
kind of
5
like
people
go
plus the
on
engine.
to Audrey and
no
Tawny.
duh.
Tawny's kind
An
of
engine
depressed while
surviving its own spoiler
Audrey's
explosion.
too hyper and happy
How
all the time.
could it?
And then
The two men
I
stood
don't
on
want
the
to
edge
spoil
of
it
what
too
used to
much,
be
but
the
that
Osbridge Viaduct. It was
fake
late at
ad
night,
for this video
and a
existed
few months
as a whole.
ago, one of the old Timothy Nefford
I still can't get over the fact that this is like an edited image from Wrong Road because I keep thinking it's a physical model.
The bridge had been
Oh
annihilated.
yeah.
I
The
thought it was a
engine,
model.
crew, and the trucks had been pulling at the time, which was more than usual. Had all
It
been
looks
killed
really
nearly
real.
instantly.
I feel silly now.
Pieces of rubble had struck the road
think I
bridge
can
not
make
so
that
far
as a
away,
model,
bending
Clara?
itself out of place. One stone had struck
Carter,
a car, taking the
Reagan,
life
Bush,
of the
Clinton,
Clara.
Jr.,
The
Obama,
Els
Trump,
Bridge was
Biden.
no more
The end.
for the time being. Such a historic landmark had to be rebuilt, especially since it supplied the railway with its connection to the ports. Meanwhile, lorries had taken their job.
The following
Lorries.
weeks, which turned to months, showed a quick
I know I
surge of
say show don't
progression
tell a lot,
towards the
but
return of the
like,
bridge
I don't
to
like
its
really
former
know how to
glory,
like
as well as connecting
tell
the
a
rail
lot of people
lines
just
back
want to
up
have like
from
really
Mayfair to
long
Ellsbridge.
rambling, if that makes
Men often had to work late into the night for the following months to try to complete
Liam,
it.
I
It
can't
was
hear
a cold
you.
October night. Jim and Peter
Like,
were
I can
working.
hear you making
Cold
noise.
air
It's
swept
just not
around them,
intelligible.
making them bundle up. Peter
Have
came
you
from
heard a single thing I was able
He
to say?
lived there with his wife Anne.
What?
He knew all about the
So
news
you
of the
did not
landlord
hear a
turning
single thing
into
I said?
rubble.
No.
About
The
Ed or
other did.
anything?
He had volunteered.
I heard
to
about
help
Ed.
out.
It was just the last
Jim,
thing you were
Anne's
talking about.
brother, and Peter's brother-in-law worked for the Timoth, Nefford, and
Where's
Ellsbridge Light
Withershins? You
Railway.
said they'd be
He was its
here.
lead
Did I?
engineer. He lived in northern Ellsbridge. He heard the explosion when it
I
happened.
said that they may
and
show
was
up, never
quickly
that
on
they
the
would
scene
come.
for the wreckage. He had been helping out ever since to rebuild the connection. For now, it was simply a gap between the railway. Jim, Peter, and the rest of the crew were there to fill the empty gap. The Elves Bridge didn't lay too high above the water. It was a way above where if you
60026
jumped
was
off,
scrapped in
you would
September
survive, albeit a
1967,
few broken bones
but
would
some of
shallow
its
water.
components
But for
survived,
now, there
including
was a
main
large
driving
pit
wheels
in the
exchanged
water
with
below.
those
In the
on
night,
Sir Niles of
there seemed to
Gresley,
be nothing
and
within
donated,
the gap,
and other parts
only the
donated to
occasional
Dominion of Canada.
sound of the stream below
Isn't that
signified
interesting?
the body of water was there.
Yeah.
The men worked all night. Jim and Peter stood on the bridge on the end of it. The abyss below was cold. The murky water churned in unnatural ways. Peter stared at it coldly. It seemed like it was calling out to him to jump in, join it. So, he's down there, or his remains are? Peter asked, cutting through the
Pardon me?
silence. He smacked his lips so they wouldn't freeze together.
That
He cocked
sneeze
his
was
head
the scariest
upward
part of the
and stared
video.
into the sky to try to get Yup. Felt
Oh my
right.
god.
They saw some parts flying in a bunch of directions.
You don't need to
Most
roast
of
Liam like
it was
that.
down there. Peter didn't dare look down. It felt too unnatural to think.
Wouldn't it be funny if you made like an episode like this, but then you just put a big sneeze in the middle and didn't explain it at all?
That's Ghost Train in a
You're
nutshell.
sure he's dead, right? Sure hope so.
Surprise!
It'd be torture, stuck for what must feel like an eternity under all
Nova,
that mud and
please
rubble.
shush. I'm not
It'd be too
turning
dangerous to send
into
a
a
diving team
dad
down there as
sneezer
well.
in the
They'd be
slightest.
joining him down there if one of them stones fell on them. Peter sighed and brought his hand to his face, which held a cup. He sipped it. Good cocoa, he croaked, and he peered back down. Shame they can't even get the crew's bodies. If they're
Oh,
even in
dear.
contact.
Oh, this is making me want a cup of tea.
Oh, come on. You seriously think a person
Whenever
could
River
survive a
feels
sudden
too
surge of
strong
heat
of
like
an
that?
emotion, they start
Nevertheless,
shaking
hot
and
metal
needing a cup
exploding
of
right in their
tea.
faces would have exploded like a balloon. He made a popping sound with his lips and nudged Peter. Peter gulped. You think it hurts? Maybe. It would have been quick, though. Now that's how I want to go out. Yeah. Els. His name was Els. Ironic, isn't it? Named
I
after the
haven't been
same
listening
planet
to
he
some of
died
the
on.
videos at all. All
Oh.
I've been listening to is
Yeah.
someone's loud mic.
How's the
Is that
railway
me?
feeling from
It could be
this,
me.
anyway?
I don't know.
River, you need to be loud
Jim
because you
laughed
talk real
shakily.
quietly.
Terrible, he scoffed. They're
Sure.
trying their best, but I know it won't make it. The lorries took the connection jobs to Els, Corham, and Napridge.
I know it's
the
not because
employers
you guys
realize
apparently
they're
can't hear
quicker,
it or something.
well, most of our
Like the river?
businesses will be ditching us.
Apparently.
And don't even get me started on the engines. Tid and Nap were left on the lower
I think
parts.
Yeah, they're at
fine.
200.
and
You're right.
Quinson alone up here.
I just turned it down.
Nothing wrong with Quinson, but a crane engine
I
isn't
can't
the best
believe
for
we've
running
been on here
services
for
with.
3.5 hours.
We actually had to loan one of the
Yeah, this
AW Drying Co engines out
Yeah.
to help with the services up here.
How much content do we got left?
Co? Yeah,
I can
they're an
rattle that
engineering
soon.
company. They built
What?
the copy
We
box for the
don't even
ride.
have to watch
They're
all
up
the
at
other
Mayfield.
pals.
They got a little workshop and
Okay.
everything. Very smart fellas. Even got some of their
I mean,
crew on
we
the
can
bridge,
if you
even
want
supplying
to.
us. They redesigned the whole thing. They even loaned one of their engines. Remarkable design and powerful. It's just, but they're
I
quiet
guess
is
if
all.
you did want to end it
Honestly,
soon,
reminds
we
me a
should
lot of
finish
you.
this and then Ghost Train because these
The
two
two
really
became
tie
Oh, I
into
know.
each other.
Ghost Train is like the only one we're not gonna watch.
How's
Why?
Anne?
I
She's
don't wanna.
doing all right.
Oh.
That's good. How about you and
But
Luke?
that's like my favorite
They're
Kronk.
doing all right. He's too afraid to tell his family.
I don't want to watch it just by itself. If that makes
I
sense.
understand.
Well, that's
And
why I
only
suggested
you
watching
two
it right
and
after
your
this.
kid?
These two stories
Oh,
really tie into each other.
Yeah.
Mm.
Jim glanced at Peter.
No.
He seemed pale.
Peter.
Listen, you'll do great.
Don't worry.
Trust me. She's my sister, and I know who the best person for her is. And that's you. He jabbed his finger into Peter's stomach. Peter laughed.
It
and
all
brushed
started
off.
when I was
It's
born.
just being a dad. Are we even ready for that?
I like
We
how I
only just
add
graduated
these
from
really
Maronside
subject
College
to
a few
funny
years
Livestream
ago,
videos.
and we just got married
Yeah.
last year. Like, hey. Jim put his hand on Peter's shoulder. He was breathing heavily. He could feel it. You're going to do great. I know you will. And with a pat, he put his hand down. The silence of the night and the occasional hammering boomed once more. It was overcoming this time. The moon was bright and full. The stars shimmered, and the rails underneath them rumbled. You feel that? Jim questioned, turning sharply. Yeah? Who's out this late? Jim looked back quickly. Nothing. The line cut through the town. The few lights from the houses around the line that were still awake shimmered on the rails below. Suddenly, a shape broke out from behind one. It was an engine, but not one of the coffee.
Oh no!
Is that one of the
Not
AWD
again!
engines?
Put Tiger Moth
Yeah,
down!
it looks
Liam
like
doesn't
that.
like Tiger
But what's
Moth.
he doing out here now? The last chain was a half hour ago, and that was at Maithwaite. No engine should be coming down here. Oi! What you doing? The engine didn't respond. It drew quickly forward. The men around working the night shift turned their attention onto the sight behind them. The engine was a scruffy little engine, with 6 small wheels, a short stumpy funnel, a short stumpy boiler, and a short stumpy dome.
Thomas, the
Closer
tank
and closer.
engine!
No lamps were on the engine's running board, showing no sign of what the train was pulling. However, a guard's whistle cut through the air, telling them it was a passenger
Ooh,
train.
that's a good sound
The
effect.
hell is she doing? Cried Jim, who began to run up the line. He bent down and grabbed an oil lamp off the ground and began to swing it above him. Stop! Stop! He cried to the engine. But the only response now was harsh puffing, the crew jumping around in the cab, the yelling of passengers, and the harsh scream from the coach's brake blocks. Jim
Oh my
paused his
God.
run to look at the engine. It wore a solemn face, and it showed no expression. It puffed past, ignoring him. The driver had jumped out of the cab while the firemen stood between the engine and coaches. He hastily uncoupled them from the engine as they became separate. The continuous screeching of brakes finally stopped as the coaches slowed to a halt, but the engine went on. Clear the bridge! Men emerged into the light as they scrambled out of the way of the approaching engine. There was a splat, crack, and a splat.
Plunging into the gap, shrieking like a
Silence
lost soul.
followed. The men stared in surprise. They walked less than an inch forward before a massive explosion of water erupted from the river. Jim ran forward as the water fell down, splashing the men. He and the men looked down. No sign of the engine was there. Nothing was there. Only the murky, dark abyss lay below. He turned back and looked at the men. Do we have everyone? He looked at the men who were all looking at each other. Everyone, right? No, there was a face missing. But who? Jim analyzed them all until a sudden shiver crept up his spine as he looked. Where's Peter? But that was a stupid question, right? He already knew exactly where he was. He turned around and looked back at the abyss. And for the first time in what felt like forever, he clutched his mouth in disbelief and fell to the wet grass below him. Tears had already begun to stream down his face. He didn't want to, but he couldn't help it. They kept falling and falling, just like Peter and the engine had.
I'm sorry. I didn't have a lot of commentary on that one.
Yeah. I guess we're running out of
no.
steam.
Yeah. Thankfully, the other ones are more visual. As I save those for last.
Oh yeah, you're right. They are.
So it should be a bit better. Maybe, hopefully, let us start off with the gayest one of them all, transitioning lines.
River, you have a question. Get off the unmute. Right now, by my order.
They may not be there.
Hello.
Hello. Now answer the question.
Bertram was number 2 and Smudger was the number 3 of the mid-order. Yes, that is correct.
Gonna wait for Sasha to put another. I'm presuming it sounds like.
What?
I'm presuming Sasha has something to add, so I'm gonna wait. Okay, never mind.
No problem.
Oh wait, wrong one. But you guys can't see this, I'm realizing, because it's the wrong tab.
Yeah.
I played Left Behind instead.
Oh my god. What coaches and what, Sasha? Jules!
Hello. I don't believe we've ever met before.
You should have got Ed
What's
to voice
your name?
Ed.
That would have been smart. You're right.
I think this might have been.
Yeah.
I think this might have been like one of the first
Sorry?
videos I ever watched by you.
Don't
Seriously?
know your name.
It was either this one or Left Behind.
They're both incorrect
don't
because I know
really
you
like my
watched a
name.
couple of my older videos.
But that's silly, isn't it? An engine's name is very important.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
like
actually.
I'm
I should be
suppose it
proud
would
to
be
have
like
my name, but
it was one of those two were one of the first videos I watched when I actually knew who you were.
I once
Yeah,
knew
yeah,
an
yeah.
engine who felt the same.
You did?
I know this
Yes.
was Ashley's
Her name
first video that
was
she watched of
Alice.
mine, I think,
She was an
only.
express engine and was very comfortable with her life for the most part. Except for her name. It never felt right for her. She didn't feel satisfied with it. It was only until she received validation
I remember
that she
recording this.
decided to finally change it. You, my dear engine,
I'm not
have
filming it, but I
every
recorded
right to
lines.
feel this way.
That never got
Don't
used.
worry about what
I was
others
deeply
may
offended.
think. If someone doesn't agree with you, well then,
Were you
they're
meant to
just
play it
being
on there?
silly. Be who
Yeah,
you
I recorded
are,
lines
and don't
for
let
it.
others
And I
force
sang
you
a
to be
song at the
someone
end and
who
everything.
you're not.
I don't know.
Now, what name
What do you
would
mean you don't
like?
know?
Mm-hmm.
James.
James sounds very handsome.
Mhm. Yanni.
I like that one. Personally, gives me Heartstopper vibes. That's why I was trying to go for the What is it? What is it? I'm having a brain fart. Oh my god. Font of the text. That's the word I'm looking for because of course I can't remember what's gone. So I think it is only right that the next one we do is the first Tyranny of the Hat.
Oh.
What?
I wasn't expecting this.
Damn. Again, I don't really know. I know we're not gonna watch this because I feel like I'm gonna spoil something. We're not doing Tyranny actually.
Good. We don't need to tell everyone about how Thomas goes to India.
Shut up. Please stop saying that. Hi, River.
River,
Hello.
you're back. We missed you.
Next up, let's the third to last one.
Left behind.
Starring everyone's favorite Tiny T Truck.
The hat's hat tyranny. Shani. Get that wire down low. To a car.
So stupid, Ben. You never catch me coming off the rails here again. The trucks wouldn't dare give me trouble.
Not give you trouble. I will give you trouble, and we'll make it double.
Who voices James again?
Caroline.
It's a really good James voice.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh dear, Mr. Guard, you should probably go to the last station and tell them about us. What do we do now?
It's
We
James
stay
the Choo
here till the
Train.
next train comes, and we'll knock them off their ass. Wouldn't do that if I were you.
How did you get there?
To the very thing you're skimming up. Let him think he had us
I mean,
under
Clara
control.
only made the video because these were fouled for eating
Whole
prints. I was
blokes
like,
break
I have
box
random
caught fire,
broken trucks.
and
I
we
can
took
just
care
tell these.
of
And I
the
rendered the
rest.
video, so.
Lovely crash it
Blame my
was.
printer for being
Then
bad.
the grains came. They took away our
Hooray
friends
for bad
who were
teaching.
still on their rails. They rescued James. We were sure we'd be next. Then the crane arms came to rest on the flatbeds, and an engine took them away. They weren't going to rescue us.
But we're indispensable. How could they not rescue you?
I like how it gave Tiny like kind of a
Indispensable?
pompous voice.
Listen, youngin.
Yeah.
The workshop builds
That
hundreds of
works
you
really
in the
well,
time it
that
takes to
line,
fix
too.
One engine. Why
Yeah.
bother with us? Too much effort when they could just make another one of us instead.
So, if we crash, we'll be.
I'll never feel roused under my wheels again. If I even got wheels left, been buried in earth so long, who knows if they're still there? Time probably took them away.
Stupid trucks. You stupid things! You could have caused an accident!
We're
sorry, James.
And they were very sorry indeed. Oh hey, it's Dustin the Hopper. James the Choo Choo.
Those trucks will be like living in fear for the rest of their lives because they'll be like being shunted onto trains with other trucks who want to cause accidents.
Oh, honestly.
Come on, Tiny. Let's cause a little bit of mayhem. Just a small crash. I don't want to die. I don't want to be left to suffer. Don't leave me behind.
Second to last. Demons.
Devious demons.
Oh, I forgot I was in this one.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
were.
Ignore faceless Toby.
Ah, I just took a sip of tea.
The demons and the quotations is kind of meant to look like
If you should
Death
travel to
Horn
the island of
almost.
Sodor,
Oh,
Clara's
you'll
idea.
hear the booming of
That's another
whistles and
phase.
wheels pounding
Oh wait,
on
it's
the
coming up.
steam
It's coming up.
engines go about their work. If you listen closely,
Where is it?
however, you'll hear another noise.
There it is, the Sodor chair!
Chair! Woohoo! I love that guy!
Steel dances in the air. These are the sounds of the ironworks.
You know, Clara, I can
Harry
see
and
this
Bert
story
seldom
being
ventured
like a bad
outside
ending
the
of Journey.
ironworks. Their yard
Huh,
is
you're right.
littered with scrap, which they spend their days shunting to the smelter
Because,
shaft.
you know, I don't even know if this
Lately,
is canon
there seemed to be
anymore.
more to melt than ever. The diesels enjoyed their grim work, but it was evident.
I love
they
killing
needed
stuff, Harry.
I just want to see if it can work.
Everyone knows how
Why do I have an
all about
Damn it.
Black, and Michaels has all the decor we need.
Bro, what? On my own video? I ain't even making money off this.
Well. If it didn't be Mr.
I really just want to shout out all the voice actors for doing a phenomenal job at their voice sounds.
Well, if I
You
must
voiced
say,
Terry
Thank
again?
you.
you're taking work from those
What,
kettles
Clara?
on the main
You
line.
voiced Terry again.
Not tucked away here.
I'm sorry, I forget. We'd have to look at the credits.
Okay. Stephen and Timothy. Enough befriending them steamers.
I could say the same thing for you with that Edward.
Oi, don't say nothing about him.
Right, well, we'd love to be dazzled by your greatness. Take that train to the smelting shed and then we'll get started.
I love this, like,
Oh, sorry.
I love this version, or these versions of Aryan Birth so much. Like, words cannot describe how good they are.
Strange goings
Thank
on
you.
lately.
Fun fact: this
Strange
entire episode was
goings
filmed
on.
in my brother's
Bert was
room while
really
he wasn't
trying to
home.
be helpful.
So
Really?
I,
But he made the mistake
yeah.
of giving Diesel
So it's all just
the
on his like really large gaming computer desk, and so when it comes to like the inside of the scrapyard, I just because I know his computer password,
The ghostly trucks
I,
rolled past Bert and down a siding.
just put a red screen on in the background so that when you look through the windows, it's just his computer, which is really cool. But when he
That's
saw
actually
this
pretty
video,
smart.
he's like, "Why did you film it in my room?" Because he really doesn't like me in his room, which is hilarious.
I love how long the crashing goes on for.
Yeah.
I would love if, like, there's like a pause and then it's like, "Are you quite done?" And then there's like more crashing and then there's like another pause. And it's
Are
like,
you done?
"I said, are you quite
So
done?"
You're not scared. I've seen more things than you can fathom. I've seen engines meet the cutter's torch too many times to count. I'm missing a goddamn eye. You really think this would scare me? Of course not.
Didn't I just do phenomenal?
Can't rely on old tricks.
You did.
I need a new way to scare them.
Thought Diesel. The echoes of the smelting sheds faded as Diesel ventured farther into the sidings. The night wind.
Oh,
blew
the
through
set
trains
drifting.
of
Most of
old
this is
cars
just
and
like
engines
old
that
customs or like
sat
even work in
languishing
progress
into
customs,
years
which
of
is
rest.
awesome because I have such a stockpile.
Though
So it's just like really fun,
they
just like
had
putting just like random engines I was
Now,
working on, just the old
which
engines that I
one to
had
scare
used,
them?
just in the background.
Plenty to choose from.
He didn't notice what sat at the end of the line. A huge
I just
tent.
kind of wish like
My apologies.
some
I was
The decaying corpse sat there.
I don't know.
sullenly.
Just sometimes the set
It seemed
feels
to
empty.
stare
Like I
at
could have
Diesel,
added more.
even with no face.
Yeah.
And yet, it felt so alive.
I gotta be honest. Like
its
I'm
past
kind of unhappy with
determination,
this story
whatever
in
it
some
was,
ways.
still lingered on.
Not to
inside
mention
of
the
us.
Vargant, not
silly
Vargrint.
getting
I know I read it off
spooked
that just the Vandal
this
didn't know how to spell
wreck.
it, but you know.
Then it hit him.
This will get them. Let's see them keep their nerve when this comes creeping behind them.
It was a good.
I was
trick,
having a
and it
field day
certainly
with
would have
this.
given a good scare if it only had worked.
Again, Dudley's actor does a phenomenal job in this. They
we're
edited their
getting
own
close to
lines,
the
so they had
website.
two versions of like a demon version and a normal voice. And the demon version like sneaks under like the breath of like the normal voice, which is just so cool.
What the devil do you think you're playing at? If you weren't my engine, I'd drag you in here and scrap you myself for that little stunt. You take that iron beast back where you found it this instant, and you can stay with it while you plan to smarten up. Fucking Diesel.
This also be my favorite scene purely because of the angles I did with the foreman. Look, just are really cool angles.
I know.
And River does an awesome job with the foreman as well.
She does. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah.
We got
also
Soda
the
Fall Douglas right
angles-
there. Sorry.
I see what you mean when you say like the angles of that shot of that scene as well. It's really good.
And then there's that's Ed's Clawton from earlier. Still when I had it started.
The middle of
and then that's the
painting.
computer up there.
Truly
I'm gonna point out my
Well,
customs.
you know what? You don't scare.
Diesel looked back, but the iron.
I think that's a Rusty right there.
Hello,
It was
Rusty.
only him
and the engine.
No, that was a Billy. Sorry.
The yard lights began to flicker.
Again, I don't really know if I like the scene.
Fireflies.
Purely because of how the face
Everything was
appears.
dark, except for the fireflies. But
You
they
didn't-
weren't
oh, they- never
fireflies at
mind.
all. They grew brighter and brighter, revealing the shapes of engines. And that's when it hit Diesel. They weren't fireflies. No, they were eyes peering out from their twisted remains of engines past.
All eyes on Diesel.
You
Yeah, again, I don't know if I really like this.
my sleep.
I recorded
What
so
have
many
you
lines
been
of Diesel just
trying to
squealing.
leave
It
all
was
the
so
work for us,
fun.
say?
That is true.
Oh, please, driver. I'll sleep with the steamies. Just don't let me stay here. We don't have to go all the way back. to
Yeah,
Kidman.
sure.
No. We can sleep somewhere on the electric line. Yes. Yes, please, driver, please. He's gone. Strange things happen round here. Oh, yes. Very strange things. It must have been a workman fooling with me. Or all the fog. Yes, that's it.
I
That's the
also
last
want to
time
give
I let those
Clara a
ironworks
lot of credit for
imbeciles get the better of
Diesel's
me.
kind of monologue
I bet
here.
it was all they're doing.
She went
Let
longer,
them
but
wait.
obviously
I'll get them one of these.
I cut it off.
Yeah,
I like the story. I just, as you two know, and I don't want to spoil this for the audience, I need it to like kind of link up between Project 1 and Project 2 in a linear way. And so if I
Yeah.
were to rewrite it, that's what I would literally do. Just make it more linear to those two. So like try to solidify, oh, this is happening right after this event, and it's playing directly into this other event.
These
Which
credits are
thankfully,
so sad.
yeah. The next event, I really want to like add more clarification to it. Speaking of the next event, but yeah, the last, but very not least story we shall be commentating to for this stream.
wonder what it
Fallen
is.
down. It's raining somewhere else.
Oh.
What?
I don't. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Fun fact: Clara really doesn't like It's Raining Somewhere Else.
I don't like it. I'm just very confused on it.
We're gonna have to talk about this.
What do you mean?
Later.
You've explained it to me like 5 times and it still doesn't make any sense.
That's why we're gonna have a talk about it.
Again?
Later. Yes.
Uh,
It's gonna be our personal Q&A. Hey, River can join us. River, would you like to?
yeah,
help
no,
us?
talk about it to River. Explain it to River. They'll probably understand it better than me.
No, wait, yeah, we should do the Edison special. Wait. Let's do the Edison special. No, let's do this and then no. We're gonna do Edison special right now. And then we can hop over to this one.
I had
Again.
a field day editing Edison.
What? You didn't even edit anything.
What the hell are you talking about? Yes, I did.
I forgot that entire side plot.
Yeah, I forgot the entire side plot.
Cute. It doesn't fit you. Just think of all your accomplishments.
Why am I getting ads on my own
Like the time
videos?
You almost put the star-shaped block in
Money.
the star-shaped hole.
I'm not even getting money off it.
Yeah, but YouTube does, I think.
Wait, why? Oh my god. The
Why did-
lag's kicking back in. Wait, I can just hit 2.
Kippa's big day out. You should have put 2 G's, like Big City Port. Hello, Molly. Luigi, ooh, let's go.
That was
Fergus!
so fun. Meeting everyone and everything. It was so cool. All the models in person as well.
People noticed Pipper, which is awesome.
Oh. And pre-transition James.
Go! That's an what? That's the flag. I thought that was an ad. I was gonna yell at you too.
Don't be rude to Duke
Capybaras
of-
infested the layout, and it was so funny.
Oh no, the Bill.
They eventually added a Murdoch face onto that bill, which is also hilarious.
Oh thank God. Neil?
Stop that.
Wilbert. Hello, Wilbert. I love that Kelly. I want more pictures of that Kelly.
Bluey! What's the blue train? And the other blue train.
And Mutant You.
It's Peter Sam.
Hello.
Livy!
Oh my god, it reminds me of that one.
It's like that one Danzig story. The after party.
After party is very fun. Okay, I have a story. Fun fact: I wasn't invited to the after party, and I was kicked out. So Jared was invited, and one of his friends is also invited a bit later. And we were before the party. We were gonna go outside and take photos with our models. But people, because we were in the hotel where the party was at, we EE93 and a bunch of like other people just like walked up to us like thinking like we were like looking for the party, and because they didn't know either, we all just kind of like made our way through the hotel, and I ended up just going to the party. But I eventually was kind of, I wouldn't say found out. The guy in charge like made an announcement of like, if you weren't invited, please leave. And it wasn't just me. There were multiple people that were left. It was because they didn't want like something about like fire capacity, and like they don't want to get kicked out by the hotel because of it. And like I respected that, so I left. Again, it wasn't just me. And then I get right back to my hotel room, and Jared calls me up saying, "Hey, you were invited back." And so I run downstairs. I was locked out of my hotel room, fun fact. So I had to like call my mom, who wasn't even at no, she was at the hotel, but she was like in like the pool of our hotel. So as soon as I get back into the hotel room, my mom unlocks it. I'm like scrolling on Instagram. Jared calls me and is like, "You're invited back." So I immediately put on my shoes back on, and I rush back down. And I was just there, like down for like I'm down there for like the next like 2-3 hours, just hanging out with everyone. It was a blast, honestly. I'm just gonna let this play through, and I'm gonna talk over it. I met Yi, who's awesome. I also met Pick. Jared knows him. I played him in Smash, and he beat me in Smash. I got to see everyone's. Kipper was on that layout. Kipper has officially touched a white face shoveling truck.
Milch.
It was so cool. And Carlos's models and Stars as well were awesome. Star is so cool. I talked with him a bunch. Oh my god.
Nice tea. What brand do you use? Ooh, that's lovely. So, what's your first engine? Ooh, fascinating.
So the story behind that was that I couldn't make it to Edison, and Lemmy was there, and so I basically
You're the
yelled
Murdoch
at
face.
him to tell Lemmy that I couldn't make it because I was having tea with the Earl.
Yeah, I told that to multiple people as well. Like, you couldn't make it.
Because I was having tea with the Earl.
Yep. Again, the layouts, they were just so cool. Again, Yeen was awesome. Remember, it's you!
That, said Duck proudly, is a celebrity. A what? asked Percy.
I like how I'm the stupid one.
Famous engine, replied Duck. Driver says we can talk
Oh my god, I forgot about this.
He's probably too famous to even notice us.
Yeah, I was only told about it because my friend Jared was invited, and we were trying to get it to be like the invite. He was told that he could invite a friend, but like, even though people didn't know me, the guy didn't allow me until I had to like meet him at Edison or whatever. And yeah.
CB, the red caboose. Thought you would appreciate that, River.
Me and Trackmaster Mania and what's the other? It was either Carlos or Star Hunter. No, it was Star Hunter. We just like went around and just recorded like a bunch of footage for like just generic stock video, and it was so fun. Just going around seeing all the other layouts around the place.
Lovely.
Also, sorry, Clara, I did appreciate that. It's hard to focus because I have a bit of a headache at the moment.
Oh dear. Also, Liam, was it
Clara?
stinky there? Did people not know how to wear deodorant?
Oh yes, yeah. They should have made the announcement just like the Tarlequin. The main domicile to one side smelled very badly. Yes.
Of course it did.
Yeah. Like this was the side of the aisle was like the stinkiest. Yeah, it was such a fun time. Jacob and Rebay, I saw you there as well, and I was really disappointed that I couldn't go up to talk to you as well. I've been watching your videos for a good time, and I really want to talk to you, but I never got the chance. Sorry. Okay. So last but not least, for real this time, it's raining somewhere else. Chapter 1, because we're gonna skip over chapter 0.
Wouldn't that just be the prologue?
Yeah.
That's like naming an engine. I mean, numbering an engine 0.
It's Raining Somewhere Else by Liam Campbell and Clara Lucas. Dear Clara, our little Percy is a brave little engine. They've gone through many hardships, but always persevered through them. Before he came to Sodor, their life was hard. Their builder is someone you know well. You know as well that they were abusive to their engines and acted such to Percy.
I wonder who this could be.
Dare I mention, Percy's sibling was treated the same as our friend Alistair and was turned into a truck. It's a terrible story for our little friend Percy, and I hope you agree with me that our little friend is a very determined engine. With love, Liam. Chapter 1. Fallen Down.
The first chapter, me and Clara were so like, we just didn't know how we wanted it to like begin, or really me, because this is more of a me project more than Clara. If I'm just gonna be honest.
Showing its spring up and
I
down.
haven't
Mr. Rose,
gotten into
manager
it
of the
yet,
railway,
that makes
sat in
sense.
his office.
Yeah.
He was a balding older man.
And so
The
it just
only
like
hair
it
that
took
could
me a very
barely
long
be
time to
seen
just
matched
nail
his
down
brow
how I want
scarred,
the beginning.
making the light
Originally,
buzz
Truckee and
over the
Percy weren't
sides of
even
his
like
head.
siblings to
Wrinkles
begin with.
covered
Like,
his face,
there was
each
Truckee
one a
wasn't even.
story. He held his palms
I
on
would
his
totally
heart as
go
he
more
scribbled
into it,
down
but
notes
like
on a
this
file.
is
He
this
was
is
an
the first
important
chapter,
man.
and
It
there's
was
not a
easily
lot
to
on it.
tell
But
by the way he dressed and his
so
fly suit
much
and his forget-me-not blue button
has
up
changed from
under
the
it.
beginning of like
He
how I
didn't
wanted it to
bother
go.
looking up.
The entire plot has also
I'm not
changed.
interested. My works
I'll
here
ride
on
it.
Blue One manufactures
Consecutively.
our own
Yeah.
buffaloes finely. But I can. No, thank you, interjected Mr. Rowan. He quickly flashed his eyes up to the man, then brought them back down onto his paper. The man, seeing no hope in continuing his bargain, tucked the buffer under his armpit
Obviously,
and
this
walked
is
out of the
mostly all
office.
inspired by Undertale and
Peter
Deltarune.
Theodore
With a
Boomer
mix
was
of
an
honestly,
experienced and highly praised engineer. At one point, his life
Oh,
had
I forget
fallen
what it's
away
called.
from him now. He realized this as he exited the station
Luckily,
building.
no one was hurt.
A wind crept under the
Of mice
canopy.
and men.
If he hadn't fallen from grace, he would be wearing a tidy black suit with a clean fedora. He
Yeah.
now wore a large, dirty brown trench coat with a filthy fedora. A newspaper and autumn leaves scattered around his feet, dirtying his coat even more. He sighed as
I
he looked
really do
around.
like this
The
intro.
trees were turning from green to brown. The
It's
station
a
was
it's a really good
relatively calm.
introduction
It was
to the
only his
Blueburn as
idling
well.
engine that occupied the line.
Yeah.
Who was that? There, beside his engine, was a very distinct Hunslet saddle tank. And so I told our arrow to bugger off and to go shunt his own train, chuckled the Hunslet. Oh, that is funny, Reed, laughed Peter's engine. Who are you? Barked Peter. Get away from my engine, he scolded the Hunslet, gesturing for it to leave. The engine silently abided and left quickly.
Oh,
What did I
dear.
tell you about
I have
talking
to
to
leave
other
now.
engines? Sorry, they
Leaves.
had... I
First
don't
he
care.
leaves,
Do not
sadly.
disobey me, unless you want to end up like your brother. The engine shivered and remained
Oh
silent.
dear.
Peter then turned back around to face the station building and went over to the shops. He jumped into an empty line into a restaurant and scanned a menu. 1 hamburger and a Coke. That will be 3 shillings, said the voice-cracked teenager behind the
I don't know
counter.
my British money
Peter folded his
well,
coat and put his
obviously, so
hand
I
into
just
one
took
of
my
the
best
many
guess
pockets
on what
that seemed
would
to be
cost.
inside. He shuffled around in the pocket
In the
and pulled out
20s.
lint. I swear. He cut himself off trying another pocket. Here you go, he said as he pulled out a button. He slammed the buffer down onto the counter in front of him and scampered through as many pockets as he could find on his coat. A man in a well-dressed suit walked up behind him and joined the one-person line, waiting for Peter to find his dignity.
Is this well-dressed
At last,
man gonna come
nobody
back
came
again?
into existence. The team
Yeah,
snickered
it's
as
very
Peter
important,
flapped his
especially
coat
in
down. He was about to walk away when the man
troublesome
interrupted.
engines as
Was
well.
someone in need? He
Oh.
winked as he put down 3 shillings on the counter. Peter said
Sodor's
nothing,
local
and instead
Burger
inspected
King.
the man, looking him up and down. Just another wannabe goody two-shoes, he thought to himself as the team took a patty off the grill
That's
and
crazy.
began to make a burger. Aaron Leeds, said the man, putting out his hand. Peter stared
have
at it,
burgers
not
been
quite
invented yet?
understanding. The man beckoned his
Yeah.
hand forward.
Hopefully.
Peter, upon
I thought
realizing
so
it was to
when I was
shake,
writing this.
did so as his order was plopped onto the
Okay.
counter. PT, murmured Peter as he turned to grab the
Sodor
flimsy paper plate
drive-thru.
that held his burger and drink
Peter
from the
just
boy,
goes through
and
the
turned on his
Sodor
heel.
drive-thru on his personal
your buffer?
Percy.
Cried Aaron from behind. Peter turned around to see Aaron holding the buffer. He stormed over and snatched it out of his hand and turned once more. You're welcome, cried Aaron nonchalantly in return to nothing, and began to place his own order. Peter walked back to his engine and climbed into the cab, the burger firm in his mouth. He slammed the door. The engine winced. How did the meeting go? Asked the engine. Peter grunted with the burger in his mouth and fiddled with the controls. He lifted a dispensary that allowed coal from the engine's bunker to fall into the firebox in front. He turned a knob as water leaked into the boiler. He took a
Best
bite
thing
of his
the
burger and
Sodor
inspected
drive-thru.
to see
And
what
your
the most
TWR
optimal
said,
place for a second bite would be.
I would pay good money for that.
Asked the engine. Yes, replied Peter
I may be
simply,
a
and he went
Trackmaster
in for
creator,
another
but I
bite.
am not.
We're leaving now.
First he goes
he
to
said as
Burger
he
King
turned off
would
the
be a
brakes and
seller
opened the
TWR
regulator.
set.
Steam wheezed through the engine cylinders as he departed from the station.
Well, that's it.
And that is the end of the stream, really.
Oh my god.
I don't have anything else to particularly say unless if you have
Let me get the
anything,
Tugs music.
I don't want to get copyrighted.
We've done that before and we didn't get
It's a joke.
copyrighted. If we were gonna get copyrighted, we would have gotten copyrighted by now.
Claire, you're gonna do the credits.
Yeah, I'm getting the Tugs music.
Good. Today is no, that was yesterday. Never mind.
Yesterday was mine and Liam's 4th year anniversary.
Correct. That sounds gay.
It's not gay. We've known each other for 4 years. That's what she's trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How dare there's an Amazon advertisement. I don't want your boxes. I can draw faces on my boxes by myself.
No, they don't do that anymore, right?
They don't?
Yeah.
What the hell? Can we hear it well?
Yep.
Yay. So, what's our last words, everybody?
Thank you all for coming and watching or listening at any time you were here. Yeah. Thank
River,
you for
what's your
supporting
last
them.
words?
I'm just happy I could be here.
We are too. You're a great friend and a really useful engine.
And River just beamed.
River smiled from buffer to buffer. Thank you, Sasha. I'm not sure what your series is called, but your series is great. Thank you, Pen. I'm sorry about that, Shunters. We're happy that you were part of our team too, Nova. You're a really useful engine. It seems our time is up. Ladies, gentlemen, theys, them, and engines. It was a pleasure hosting you for tonight.